Greetings, denizens of the internet. Welcome back. It's a new year and a same old open house. We've got some guests in today. We're going to be talking about 2016 and what the fuck happened. And we've got Spino in here. We've got Searle. Zeeks has just turned up. And I await, of course, any of you that wish to talk to me on Twitter. You know what to do, and if you don't know what to do, what's wrong with you? But I'll give you a quick hint. See that down there in the bottom right-hand corner there? At RSOLGTP. Send me a little message. Follow me, of course, on Twitter. You can unfollow me afterwards. I'm not going to follow you back. Fuck you. And then you can come on and have a chat. Wax lyrical with this epic cast as we discuss what the fuck happened during 2016. Say hi, guys.
An epic cast, you make us sound reasonable.
I'm being sarcastic.
Yo.
So welcome Spino, welcome Searle, welcome Zeeks.
How's it going?
Did you have a good Crimbo? Good New Year's?
It was laid back.
That was terse.
Well, I'd say I had a New Year's and a Christmas. It doesn't mean it was good.
Well, you could have been a little bit more optimistic, but there you go. So, let's start going down the line. Really, obviously starting in January. Really, pretty much anything that's really been of any worth as far as January is concerned was, of course, Iran. Basically, dismantling its nuclear weapons program. Allowing United Nations to lift sanctions. So that's a good start. What could go wrong there? Then we've got, of course, February, where North Korea launches a long-range rocket into space, violating multiple UN treaties. That was somewhat frowned upon, it seems, by everybody out there. Anyone got anything to say about this?
No. Don't all jump up and go first.
Yeah, you're so polite, aren't you? No, I can add to this at saying, do we think that North Korea should have a space program?
Oh, I think it's really nice to see North Korea catching up with the 1950s.
Well, yeah. They're getting
But
there.
The question is how do you stop them?
It's just cute. It's very cute, and I think I'll let the kid play. I'll let the kid play. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, space is only 100 kilometers up into space, guys. It's only 100 kilometers. That's not a big deal.
That depends on your definition of space.
Well, outer. Getting there. You're out of the atmosphere
different.
At that point.
Depending on the physicist you talk to, it's going to be different.
Yeah, 100 kilometers is a you're talking about orbit reaching at that point. Hello, Tyler. How do? So yeah, there's that. Apparently, Pope Francis signed the Ecumenical Declaration in the first such meeting between leaders and Catholics. I'm not quite sure what that's talking about, really. I'm just reading this. Some of this is coming out of Wiki here, so they're just going through the list. It's mainly political stuff going on here. So if any of you can think of anything at a more social level, that's up to you. I know you guys are more social commenters. We've got March, the ESA and Roscosmos launch a joint ExoMars trace gas orbiter. That's obviously good for any of you space fans. International Criminal Court finds former Congolese Vice President Jean-Pierre Bemba guilty of war crimes. Yay! See, the UN can do stuff.
Well, that
We
just
just call for the course of African dictators.
Exactly. It's always African dictators that get done. March obviously saw some nasty things happening in Brussels. Obviously, everybody was aware of this.
Wasn't that unfortunate, really?
Wasn't it just a bunch of raids?
No, bombings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about...
Wasn't that one of the terrorism? One of the terrorists was actually found to be protected by one of the segregated communities in Molenbeek.
Yes. And you will, if you are going to basically, stuff like blown dust into a corner, all of your immigrants of Islamic persuasion, you are going to find that they are going to become somewhat insular. It's like if you go to carry on.
Yeah, this is the thing that when immigration is done right, it's done more organically. And it's done when groups are very slowly taken in and they're spread out.
Well, it doesn't even need to be done slowly. It's happened with mass immigration throughout. Well, we've had immigration crises in Europe since we had an English empire up until the 90s that were dealt with quite effectively. For example, the immigration crisis that came from Jamaica.
Yeah,
a huge amount of the population left. A lot of them came to England, and they were spread out across the country. Where's cheap housing for them? That's basically how it was dealt with.
But they were, of course. Well, you know, if you imagine, there are plenty of black communities. You know, you can say that it was well done, but to be honest with you, it wasn't necessarily. If you go to Bristol, you go to Birmingham, or whatever like that, you do have these sectioned off, segregated communities from each other. That's not really good multiculturalism.
They're nowhere near as segregated as I guess things like Pakistanis and Bangladeshis and stuff like that, because Jamaica does.
It was done an order of magnitude better than the massive.
For one, it was done a lot better. And the second thing is that obviously Jamaicans don't tend to be of a certain religious persuasion.
Well, actually, they do.
Oh, do they? Are they Muslims?
Not Muslims, no. There are other religions.
A certain persuasion, and they are almost homogenous.
I know you've been YouTubing for quite some time there, mate, but there are other religions apart from Islam.
I know. I know, but my point is that there's still a lot of Christianity within British culture, even if it's mostly superficial. If it's superficial. That's the point.
Protestant Christianity. There is not Rastafarian Christianity. The two are highly
No, but it's very different, but it's still something to attach to.
Hello.
Hello.
And I think that does help.
Hello, everyone. But please remember, on that same argument, Jesus is a prophet in Islam. There is something to attach to there.
Anyway, moving on, we've had ex-Bosnian Serb leader Radovan Karadzic. Very difficult to pronounce his name without actually knowing. Karadzic, probably, is sentenced to 40 years in prison after being found guilty of genocide and war crimes against humanity committed in the Bosnian War. So, the wheels do turn slowly, but they do eventually turn as far as that particular thing is concerned. Also had a suicide blast in Gunshel Iqbal Park at Lahore. Killed 75 people and injured 350 others, with militant Sunni Islamic organisation claiming responsibility for targeting Christians.
Where was that again?
During Easter. It's a place called Gulshan-e-Iqbal Park. It's a large park and recreational area in Lahore, Pakistan.
Just to be clear, anyone listening who's one of those people, perhaps, who, of course, everyone's listening, aren't they, Robin? Anyone listening who's one of those people who's all like, why aren't we equally talking about these other places far away from us when something happens there? This is why. Ultimately, this is why. It's because we don't want to just sort of, be very compassionate seeming and then ruin it by going, it's shit. How do we say that?
If you are from one of those locations and would like to phone in, please do, and tell us how to pronounce the name of your country, location, or parks, because it sounds like gibberish to us.
Yes, if there are any Pakistanis in here listening, and you probably are, please just go to, obviously, the Twitter handle at RSOLGTP, and you can come in here and school me on the pronunciation of Pakistani parks.
Yeah, and for everyone else in the world, the reason we don't really care about you is because we don't actually own you anymore.
Anyway.
But
Moving
jokes
on.
aside, the point that Ephraim did bring up that basically that we don't know as much about places that are further away, and so they are somewhat removed from our internal compassion. That's just something that's part of human nature. That's something that you can't really avoid. You can't blame people for that.
You're going to be,
and it's not about
looking after
it's not about
your own.
white supremacy. It's not about anything like that. Because I'm pretty sure in Pakistan, in Pakistan, I'm pretty sure that was more newsworthy than the Belgium attacks.
Certainly to Europeans, indeed. April brought along a few nasties with Armenian and Azerbaijani militants at another nearly unpronounceable place. 193 people went down there. Nice. Becomes the heaviest breach of the 1994 ceasefire. The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists and the German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung, thank you, publish a set of 11.5 million confidential documents from the Panamanian corporate Mossack Fonseca, and providing detailed information of more than 214,000 offshore companies, including the identities of shareholders and directors, including noted personalities and heads of state. Do you remember this one, guys?
This is the Panama Papers.
The Panama Papers, yes.
It was very nice to see every single member of the Conservative Party turn up somewhere in the news that week.
And
yes,
that was in Parliament.
Oh, well.
It's a shame that all
Heads
of them remained
states.
in Parliament.
Yeah, I mean, let's name those states. We've got Argentina, we've got Ukraine, we've got Saudi Arabia, we've got United Arab Emirates, we've got the Emir of Qatar in there, we've got the President of Sudan in there, Prime Minister of Australia, we've got Prime Minister of Iceland in there, Prime Minister of Italy, Georgia, the Prime Minister of Ukraine as well, Prime Minister of Moldova, the Prime Minister of Iraq, the Prime Minister of Jordan, and also the Prime Minister of Pakistan. And that's just the Prime Ministers. I mean, they've actually missed the UK Prime Minister, who did pop up in that one as well. Algeria's in there, Andorra, Angola. I'm just going alphabetically here. Botswana, Brazil, Cambodia, Chile, the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is quite a misnomer, really, as if you know anything about Congo. The Republic of Congo were in there. Well, at least they're working together in some angle. Ecuador, France, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, India, Israel, Italy, and everyone. And probably most of these people complain about globalization. Kenya, Lebanon, Malta, New Zealand, Nigeria, North Korea. I mean, for fuck's sake, North fucking Korea's in there too. Pakistan's in there. Palestine's in there.
Quite like the massive divide that happened in British politics because of this. We had the Tory party that turned up on the turned up in papers, and then every other party somehow managed to not quite make it in there.
Weird.
Even most of UKIP failed to make it in there.
Well, let's be honest, they've got most of their money in England. Panama, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, a stellar cast here, Spain, the United Kingdom, we've got Michael Ashcroft, Tony Baldry, David Davis, Michael Mates, Pamela Sharples. For some reason or another, Wiki hasn't actually mentioned I was about to say Tony Blair, but I get him and...
you mean Tony Blair too?
Tony Blair too, yeah. I get him confused with Cameron all the time because, well, the rhetoric's exactly the same down to the hand gestures. United States, of course, not really too much of that in there. Uruguay, Venezuela, Zambia.
The reason the United States wasn't really that well represented in it is because the United States is a corporate tax haven.
Well, it's not just that. Even the people in the United States that were probably in there, it seems as if they were kind of snipped out, or at least not focused on. But then again, there were a really large amount of papers released.
Well, you had Sarah, Duchess of York, in there. You had Ian Cameron, as well as David. You had David Sharples, son of the Baroness Pamela Sharples, and Mark Thatcher. So a great list of people to end
Oh,
up.
who would have guessed that Mark Thatcher would be on that?
Yeah.
I know I'm now going to get out of the realms of what we actually have evidence for and into personal anecdote, but restaurants in South Africa. Turns out Mark Thatcher used to not pay the bill a lot.
Well, he certainly didn't pay the bill of the people that were organising a coup because he got caught. But anyway, as far as Canada is concerned, Tyler is asking. I'm just having a little search down here, mate, and the Canadians are left wanting on this particular case. Sorry. Oh no, Canada business people. We've got Louise Blion, Montreal native, former businesswoman. Victor, why have you got such crazy fucking names? Victor Baldella?
Because of the French part of Canada.
Yeah, British Canadian metals magnate, Frank Guistra, Canadian mining magnate. Then we've got David Ho, the Vancouver billionaire facing criminal charges. You've got Leonard D. Jarachuk, Canadian oil executive. And Annette LaRouche, administrator for 150 companies incorporated in Quebec. So there you go. It seems to be more of a French connection than anything else.
I've just realised from that as well that, I mean, this is somewhat of a tangent, but you know how there's people who get at Justin Trudeau for letting in lots of Muslims, refugees, and it's like the principal argument against that, the nearest to a rational one you can get, really, is the cultural separation of that they tend to sort of ghettoize if too many from similar background are let in at the same time. And the argument against that is the consequence of, oh, well, you've got multiple cultures living side by side, and that just can't work. And now I've just realized that is the reason why Canada are doing this, because you can't put that argument to Canadians. They know it's bollocks. They've got two communities, two cultures living side by side that barely talk to each other.
Well, the angle that people have is that they miss that, you know, when multiculturalism is mentioned, what they do is they look at the ghettoized versions of it and they kind of go, see, it doesn't work. And it's like, that's not multiculturalism, kids. That's just basically sectarianism.
It's really easy to point an example where you have a street of all black people, a street of all white people, a street of all Asian people that all hate each other because they live in slums, essentially, and they've been told it's each other is the reason why. And It's really easy to point at that and go, see, it doesn't work. Then you point
I don't know that they've been told it's each other. There is a tendency to assume.
Well, there's that, and then you have people telling them that each other, and it just basically confirms their bias.
Yeah, Fox News is still a thing, remember.
Yeah. But anyway, shall we move on? We are now going to May, where we had, of course, the horrible Egypt air flight crash with 66 people on board going into the Mediterranean, with obviously soon-to-be President Trump stating, "Oh, it's obviously terrorists," and it turned out to not be terrorists. Sorry.
I know. Who would have possibly assumed such a thing couldn't be terrorists?
Yeah. Every single time a plane crashes, it must be terrorism. And then we've got the Chadian President Hassini Habre is sentenced to life in prison for crimes against humanity committed during his tenure in the 1982 to 1990. For the first time, an African Union-backed court convicted a former ruler of a country within its jurisdiction. So, you know, a lot of war crimes going on in Africa, but at least now they're starting to actually punish them. Then we have June. Oh, June. World's longest and deepest railway tunnel is opened following 2 decades of construction route, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, June 23, Brexit. Well...
Most sensible.
So, you know, well, I mean, you guys know how I feel about it.
I know we've never spoken before.
No, I don't know that you've been very clear on your feelings on it.
Interesting to note, of course, Airthrin, you were basically very much a sort of like you were kind of pro-Brexit when it first got sort of broached, wasn't it?
I was very pro-Brexit when it was first broached, actually.
And
It was only the fact that I was aware that it was not a well-considered opinion that separated me from those on the hard Brexit side, actually.
It was interesting because you and me had a little conversation about this, and we sort of like had a little bet. And you would, I was sort of looking at it and kind of going, this seems a rather irresponsible thing to do. And, we both said to each other, look, let's go and talk to the other side of this, find out about their sort of things, come back and decide who's who. You basically went off there, looked at the other side of the coin, and what did you find out?
Well, it wasn't so much looking at what other people's arguments were. I was well aware that I was not necessarily going to be convinced, but it was more that I approached it with specific skepticism in that I had actual questions. The general defense of remaining in the EU was the basis that it would be better for the country, but I was aware that that was essentially an argument to claim that GDP would be higher, and does that really benefit everyone equally? Is the GDP of each area of Britain going to be higher? And I was sensitive to that because of the propaganda about our supposed recovery, which was not in fact a recovery if you didn't live in the southeast. So I was particularly sensitive to that kind of deception. So I wanted to verify that there wasn't anything like that.
Are you denying that British exports, the most expensive per unit export in the UK, did not increase by 20% immediately after Brexit because of the price drop?
Well, it's more the price of the pound and the fact that we, especially the working class, are dependent on import goods.
But you're forgetting 2 more hovercraft were sold, even though they're sold at barely above the rate of actually importing materials. And when you reduce the sales price by 10% when they've already bought the resources beforehand at the old price, they are in fact now losing money, but let's not count that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, my take on this was, of course, to go and reach out to the pro-Brexit side, who obviously had a lot of information to hand out, which was the other side are calling us racists and/or Project Fear. When I dug a little deeper, they went, the other side are calling us racists and/or Project Fear. And then I dug just a little bit deeper, and lo and behold, it was the same fucking rhetoric over and over and over again. Which really pissed me off.
And what's especially ridiculous about that is that when I was looking at pro-Remain information, there was only basically lunatic fringe people that no one took seriously anyway, actually loudly declaring other people racists or making generalizations about that. There was legitimate accusation, actual legitimate figures making comments regarding racism, but this was in response to actual racism that did seem to be taking place.
But of course, there was no racism. No, that was just basically false flag and lies.
Oh, of course.
And we had for the first time a superpower, and a lot of Americans in this particular pro-Brexit thing saying, you don't want some external power telling you what to do. Then why don't you just shut the fuck up, America? But anyway, let's I think that's been talked to death.
Oh, come on, don't be
mean. Over the year. I would say that people were saying, give it a while before we have a look at this, and things will bounce back. They haven't bounced back. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're lying to yourself and then lying to me.
Do you know why the Americans interjected and started telling us what to do, while saying that we shouldn't have a superpower to tell us what to do? They were experimenting with irony for the first time.
I'm not altogether sure that they were aware of it. But let's move to July, because obviously Brexit, we still have to wait until it's really, really sunk in before we can obviously comment, isn't it? You're not allowed to say anything against
I think
Brexit
July was worse in terms of rhetoric. Because prior to the event, it's not an insult to your intelligence for someone to just passionately believe something. it may be an insult to your intelligence what they're telling you, but the idea that they believe it too, it's like, okay.
I don't think they
we
did,
just disagree on
though. I
something.
really don't think they did.
Oh, certainly. In hindsight, it's very clear that a great deal of them really didn't at all.
Yeah, they just wanted that
that's
particular
what
outcome, and were prepared to say anything in
And
order to
that's
get
why
it
I
done.
mentioned
Yeah.
that I think the rhetoric in July was worse, because that's when it really began to be obvious, but they kept telling us the same things
Yeah.
anyway.
And it was like, well, my question was certainly on the day, what's the plan then? And I mean, it was my question over the weeks. What was the plan? Nobody ever had a plan. Nobody said they had a plan. And what finally, when pressed, they went, it's not for me to decide what the plan is. That's for somebody else.
What they should have done is
wholly
actually
irresponsible.
The act
I'm
that
sure Randall had that we got that money back from the EU and actually spent it on the NHS and didn't make massive cuts in the following months.
And it's not like through the shift in price causing a loss of earnings for the economy equivalent to more than 100 years of membership.
Yeah, $2 trillion worth of sort of like stocks and futures and stuff like that was just basically shed overnight.
And the amount of people saying, oh, well, the price will go back up. And it's like, we're not talking about the price. We're talking about the transactions that occurred at the reduced price.
And and they can say that the price has gone back up, but it hasn't.
Well, no.
But anyway, let's
Actually,
move.
that graph you shared the other day, did you look at the 10-year thing on that data set? It's rather interesting.
What are you talking about, the FTSE or?
Relative to the, I think it was the exchange
dollar
rate.
to pound, yeah.
Yes.
I'm thinking. I can't think of it now, but tell me. I've probably looked at it,
essentially,
what have you pointed out?
There was a period you may remember, around about 10 years ago, where we could get $2 for the pound.
Yeah, that was 2008, I believe. Yes.
It was before then, but at about 2008, there is a sharp drop, and then it remains definitely not, I wouldn't say stable, but it remains roughly in the same kind of area between like $1.7 to 1.5.
Yeah.
And now it's like it doesn't do this for very long, but it keeps dropping to 1.2 something. And never seems to get
any recovery from that.
It doesn't get much further above $1.50.
Yeah, that 30 pence was our leverage between America and Europe. That's what that 30 pence is. That's never going to recover. But anyway, moving on. Far be it from us to tell people that they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, after all, a lot of us have read quite a lot on the subject, and this would mean we have some level of expertise.
Well, I'm attending
being a well-read layman, up to someone who is actually studying this at
nobody wants to listen to experts, mate. Experts don't know what they're just.
I know. I've ruined my career by actually learning something.
Anyway, Latvia on July 1st became the 35th member of the OECD.
That's actually good news.
For Latvia, yes. The OECD, by the way, is the Organisation for Economic Development. Then we've got NASA's Juno spacecraft enters orbit around Jupiter. Everybody was really chuffed with that, weren't they?
Oh, that was glorious.
And begins its 20-month survey of the planet. The Philippines wins an arbitrary case that's filed at the Permanent Court of Arbitration. A court of arbitration. It just makes no sense, doesn't it?
That's rather arbitrary.
Regarding the legality of China's 9-dash line, claimed by the South China Sea. If anyone wants to know what the 9-dash line is, it's basically, it's at various times it's also been called the 10-dash line or the 11-dash line, and it's the demarcation line used initially by the government of the Republic of China and Taiwan, subsequently also the government of the People's Republic of China, for their claims to a major part of the South China Sea. The contested area of the South China Sea includes Parcel Islands, the Spratly Islands, and various other little pomps in there. So, this is somewhat of a win on that sort of front for the Philippines.
There is another way of putting this, so Americans understand. You know how you have multiple warships in the South China Sea at the moment? This is why, because China has claimed direct ownership of the entire South China Sea, except for a few miles around each nation within it.
It's got China in the name.
Anyway, this is weird. July 22nd was the date for the manufacture of the last and final video cassette recorder.
Yep, they are now an abandoned technology. Finally.
No more VHS, folks. It's
Oh,
over.
they still exist.
The dream is over.
A friend of mine seems to
now-
archive them.
It's amazing, isn't it?
VHS does have one thing going for it. It's the last time the Star Wars unaltered versions of the movie were actually released in high quality.
Then you have July 26th is a good one for all of you space fans out there. Science fans. Solar Impulse 2 became the first solar-powered aircraft to circumvent the Earth. All good stuff.
Circumnavigate.
Circumnavigate. Sorry, what did I say?
You said circumvent.
Yeah. It just flew off of the
Going
planet.
around the world? Fuck that!
I'm going to go to the moon. But anyway, yeah. Then we've got coming to August, of course. You got the Summer Olympics in Rio. And then the Brazilian Senate decides to vote to impeach the president of Brazil. Pretty much all at the same time. God, that
It's
worked
not
out
on this
well, didn't
list,
it?
but in August there was massive floods in Louisiana.
And massive floods in Louisiana, not mentioned by Wiki, I'm afraid. So you didn't really make it into the big bucks on that one.
No one cares about Cajuns.
Yeah, of course not.
Well,
September brings in the US and China together, responsible for 40% of the world's carbon emissions. Both ratify the Paris Global Climate Agreement. Let's see if they stick to it. NASA launches the OSIRIS-REx, which is the first asteroid sample return mission. The probe will visit Bennu and is expected to return its samples within 2023. And then we've got September 9th, the government of North Korea conducts its fifth and reportedly biggest nuclear test. World leaders condemn the act, of course, with the South calling it maniacal recklessness.
You know,
It's only a
it's
test.
absolutely glorious that they're managing to do this test, and they're catching up with the 1940s.
Yeah, they're scaring the shit out of everybody while they're doing it, you know.
Well, here's the thing about...
We got to
North
have a Manhattan Project, now they're working on their own.
Yeah, here's the thing about North Korea's nuclear technology. You know, it's really impressive that they've been able to maybe take an X-ray photograph.
There we go. International investigators conclude that the Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 was shot down by a Buk missile, which came from an area controlled by pro-Russian rebels. So obviously all of that started a bit of a political brouhaha. Then, of course, this is always a favourite of mine. Global CO2 levels finally made it past the 400 parts per million mark. We all celebrated that little one, didn't we?
Yep. Well, think about it this way. People no longer have to get degrees in agriculture. There's not going to be a climate in a few years.
Yay!
No. Climate science is very similar to economics in that things will
No,
change.
it's not.
And we definitely... No, as in the way that the data relates to fact.
And people act irrationally when they start looking at it, yeah.
Oh, well, yes, as well, and how much politics dominates whether people accept it or not. But in terms of just because the desirable outcome is no longer available, that doesn't mean no good outcome is.
Well,
We don't have
aren't
to
you
abandon
optimistic?
Well,
You know the
okay.
problem- You know what the problem that led directly to this problem of humans having such massive and disastrous impacts on the climate? Fucking agriculture.
I think it's a combination of all different angles, mate.
Yeah,
I mean,
carbonates on the land it's certainly an
No,
unnecessary...
if we didn't have agriculture, we would never have had the amount of available time to get to this level of technology.
Yeah, or people.
Exactly.
I see.
Well done, Searle. Apparently, if anyone's wondering, that was a joke.
Yes.
I know.
But not actually advocating some sort of time travel genocide.
Well,
At
if
least
they never
myself
existed,
and
it's
Robin
not
are
genocide.
And then we've got, of course, the Maldives, a tiny, tiny little island outside, just off India. Decides to no longer be part of the Commonwealth for some reason or another. Somebody pissed them off. 150 nations, this is in October by the way, 150 nations meeting at the UNEP summit. That's the United Nations Environmental Programme, if anybody was wondering. They summit in Rwanda, lovely place, and agree to phase out hydrofluorocarbons as an amendment to the Montreal Protocol. November sees the Colombian government and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, the People's Army, sign a revised peace deal. So that was something of a plus for the people of Colombia. I know it's somewhat of an uneasy peace, but then again, when is peace ever easy? Then we've got December.
We're fighting because you've managed to keep it going that long.
So I've been skipping over most of the year here because now we're really into December, which starts to grind on us. Obviously, November 8th saw the election in America, which obviously half of the country has just basically kind of gone, what the fuck just happened? With the other half going, haha, stick it. Now you've got to fucking deal with a complete twat.
No, half the country went, nah. A quarter of the country went, we won, losers. And the other quarter of the country went, the fuck? How are people that stupid?
And we can pare down on that even more, of course, that there's a significant portion of those that voted for Trump who are now very disappointed in him. Yes. Especially those people for whom it seemed to be the most important
issue was sending Hillary to jail. Yeah, I believe literally the first speech he gave after being elected, he went, yeah, I don't care about that now. That was just to get elected. And they still defend Trump.
I know, it's marvellous. Well, unless you're Sargon, of course, who obviously never voted for him.
Yeah.
Who still is struggling to admit to himself that he advocated for this gentleman.
You know, in Watchmen, there's that. It's a sort of montage of like time events happening, and there's this new announcer, the news announcer guy, that starts at the beginning of the montage saying that the Superman exists and he is American, and then later he says, no, I was misquoted. I said God exists and he was American. And it's that sort of like blatant revisionism, like, we have the tapes, mate. We know what you said. And with Sargon, it's like, yeah, those tweets and things archived, the videos you made, those still exist, you know.
He has been taking videos down.
Yeah, I know.
Has he been taking videos down?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't. Oh, he hasn't even. Wow.
Look, let's be honest. Yeah, he's got a lot more sort of Patreon money coming into his account these days, so he's going to be pretty baked.
That's true. Literally taking down half your videos you put up in this time is going to be quite hard work.
Oh, by the way, Sargon, if you are listening, and you probably are, I just thought I'd let you know, mate. Yeah, I can even hear how baked you are on some of your videos now.
Yeah, I can kind of hear it.
Yeah, you're sort of slurring at this point, mate. So just
also, it must be nice for him to have so many views on one of his videos again.
He is losing self-awareness, like noticeably losing self-awareness. He used to just have a few hints of hypocrisy, maybe, if that, and that's still very subjective. Whereas then he started to engage in activities and rhetoric that were contradictory to what he used to do. For example, I remember a few years ago, he basically put out a call to action saying that people need to stand up against SJW feminist types and actually debate them and discuss with them. And the gotcha question he gave to everyone to use for this was, when they say that women are oppressed, ask them to name a single legal right that women do not have that men do have, and they won't be able to, and then you've won. And then during the Brexit debate, he couldn't do that with anything to do with the EU's laws.
But Efren, don't you know, men have the legal right to be allowed to walk at night down a street alone and not feel scared. Women are legally mandated to feel scared in those situations.
Yes,
That's
very
true.
fun.
They are legally mandated.
See, now we're obviously now moving into December, where we have some rather, we thought the year couldn't get any better, but we basically ended up with an assassination of a Russian ambassador in Turkey.
And then this causes this causes a Russia to declare war, and then this causes a cascade effect of every single peace treaty everyone has, a non-aggression pact and defense pact kicking in, and we end up starting a great war.
Or
no,
Russia does
the
nothing.
exact other thing.
Russia keeps doing nothing, as they consistently have done for the past 2 years, and more specifically, when Obama set up that situation prior to ISIS founding their caliphate and beginning that conflict, but the conflict immediately prior to that one, where China and Russia were putting warships in the Gulf, and America was expected to have to sort of back down and deal with their escalations. But he didn't. He basically walked away from the table and left them with a ticking bomb, and they had to run after him going, "Oh shit, we don't actually want to go to war." And thus demonstrating Russia in particular has no willingness to escalate conflict. And yet we get all of these, I'm going to say it, these fucking cucks just willing to bend over backwards going, "Oh, we mustn't poke the bear." And it's like, we've been poking him for years now, and we know that it's not a bear.
He just rides bears.
In memes.
Anyway, yes, after that...
let's be honest, Efren, have you looked at him? He is actually a bit of a bear.
Yeah, and this business with the Russian ambassador of Turkey was merely a blip by comparison to what's been going on in Turkey. Because, of course, Turkey has seen quite a lot. I'm surprised that I didn't actually see this in this little list, but we must remember, of course, Turkey had its own little coup. Maybe they didn't mention it because Turkey has somewhat of a tradition of coups.
I believe the correct term is political restructuring.
Yeah, pretty much. That's
how they do their party reshuffle.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is somewhat of a tradition in Turkey for them to basically, when one of their leaders gets a little bit too big for their boots, the army comes in, takes over, and replaces them.
Oh, it would have been glorious if post-Brexit we had Theresa May in a Challenger tank charging down and just killing David Cameron and Number 10 to get the job.
That's not...
I love this idea.
That's great. That's cool and everything like that. Tradition. Yeah, it just feels a little cheaper to just have a vote.
No, we have the vote, and then the new winner has to kill the last person.
Well, maybe not to kill them, but it might be fun to, if you look at the ceremonies of transitions of power that do take place.
What, a ceremonial stabbing?
No, but if you look at the ceremonies that do take place in the British Parliament, it is essentially a sort of a portrayal of implied force that isn't real anymore. But it would essentially be that there is this tradition where the person who comes has to go and fetch the members of the House of Commons to go to the Lords to listen to the Queen's announcement.
Implied force. But at the same time, legally, yes, the force is mandated if they say no. However, no one's ever actually really said no, so we don't know if we can still use those rules. Or even if they
I'm just saying that the traditions are that when he goes to knock on the door, as he approaches, they are supposed to shut the door. They're supposed to slam it in his face to show contempt for the monarchy or something. And there's these ridiculous rituals that just happen, and then he has to knock a very specific number of times at a very specific point in the door where there is a dent in the hard oak door now, because it's been being done there exactly for however many 100 years. And there's a giant fucking mace on the table there to remind them to keep it civil.
But anyway, yes, thanks for that.
Well, I'm just saying we could have traditions involving tanks as well. Just someone has to drive up and aim a gun at you and then say, "Hand over the keys," and
just put the tank
on
on the table.
ceremonially.
I'm not quite sure
for this
that
tradition
adding...
to come about, we have to kill someone with a tank when the transition of power happens.
You seem to be very keen that this new traditional ceremony has to involve some kind of ritual.
After the first time of ritually murdering someone with a tank, after the first time of just murdering someone with a tank for political power, then it can become part of the ritualistic handing over power of the United Kingdom, where we just drive a tank up.
To be honest with you, gentlemen, I agree fully with this, and I think it would be an excellent idea, but it would add a few layers of bureaucracy into already overblown government.
Well, based on the rationale for how this would get started, are you suggesting that every time we have a referenda, somebody has to symbolically shoot a politician in the street?
Yes.
And then go around claiming that no blood was spilt and that we should all be about that?
Yes.
And to literally say, not a bullet shot, or something, not a shot fired.
Well, we are going to be moving into that particular area very soon. I'm just going to finish off December. We've also got the United Nations. I was about to say United States. They're closely similar. There was the Resolution 2334. Does anybody remember this?
Yeah.
This was the United Nations Council Resolution 2334, adopted on the 23rd of December. It concerns Israeli settlements in Palestine territories. The resolution passed a 14-0 by members of the UN Security Council. The United States, which has veto power, for once, abstained.
Yes, and that is so unusual.
It is incredibly unusual.
I'm surprised if the number of that bill was the amount of times they've tried it.
Yeah, it's actually basically something that Bibi ended up thinking was fucking an act of war. As far as America was concerned.
He's quite the snowflake at the moment.
He is indeed. And what did he do after basically being condemned and telling you, what you're doing there is wrong and illegal, he went and basically threw his toys out the pram and said, right, we'll build thousands more then.
That's not going to erode support for Israel, is it?
This is after Obama has given them how much money in the last few years? I think he gave them about $100 billion in his time in office.
I think Israel needs to be paying more attention to the fact that the countries that support them are growing in sympathy for Islam. And so turning the tactic that Israel has used is to try and turn the argument not in terms of political or territorial dispute, but in terms of Jews versus Muslims, and to try and play the victim in that way. Because then all of the authoritarian Islamic crazy states around them will be very easy to drag onto the table and go, well, look at this, we've got this to consider. And that's their victim tactic for the past, basically since they started doing it.
Well, let's be frank.
And that's not going to work anymore.
Yeah, let's be frank. They have really pretty much run out of Holocaust cards at this point.
Well,
they've got one left, and it's looking really dog-eared.
Judaism has had a nice run.
But them framing the debate in that way, but now that is likely to leave them on the wrong side of public sympathy for the first time since they've started doing it.
Well, not the first time, but
Well, as in terms of actual populist sympathies.
Indeed. And then we've got, and I don't know if anybody, this is a different one here. Apparently, I didn't even know this one yet. 92 people in a Tupolev Tu-150 crashed in Sochi in Russia. This is on Christmas Day.
Yeah, it was carrying a bunch of one of their orchestras.
Yes, the Alexandrov Ensemble.
Yes.
Yeah, this is basically a Russian choir. They were founded during the Soviet era. The ensemble consists of a male choir, an orchestra, and dance ensemble. The ensemble was entertained audiences both in Russia and throughout the world, performing a range of music, including folk tunes, hymns, operatic arias, and popular music. So, to be honest with you, 2016 hasn't really been a very good year for
music.
Anyone, really.
Well, that's an unpopular opinion, Robin.
Well, pardon me for having an unpopular fucking
years
opinion.
ago, we were having the First World War.
Yeah, so you basically have a game show host in charge of one of the most powerful countries in the world, one of the most considered sensible countries in the world, just jumped the shark, and pretty much loads of people.
Hang on. England was never considered a sensible country. We were considered a very boring and miserable country.
That's boring and miserable is usually sensible.
Yeah, we were. I think maybe the UK is getting senile.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, after Brexit, basically, pretty much everybody in the international community just looked at us, kind of going, "Really?
Well, just
Are you guys okay?"
You could see that coming, though. Just the referendum itself was nonsense.
Senility does make sense as an example, because England went from being the grandpa sat at the table, just there with his blanket over his lap, going, "You know, I used to rule the whole world." That's a fact, man.
There could have been
I'm 1,000, you know.
It's nonsense to not have a referendum ever, but it was nonsense to have the referendum that we did. Because, really, the best way to do it that I can think of is to essentially have created a much more long-term thing, rather than just commissioning a referendum and just going, right, go, starting gun, fire.
It was a pussy one as well. It was a really pussy referendum.
No, it's not just that
there should have been a primary process. There should have been a primary process and a general election.
That was purely advisable. That all it mandated was, we are going to discuss this in Parliament once. We will bring it up as a subject. That is all it mandated.
Well, that's it. It was deliberately rigged to be
about the referendum. If you're a French person who lived in England for 20 years and had a wife and kids here, yet you don't get a say on the vote. However, if you're an Indian chap who's here on business and you're renting an apartment because you're here for 3 weeks and it's genuinely cheaper than getting a hotel for that time, you now have an address in England. Well done, you can take part in the referendum. I'm joking. That's actually how the rules work. If you're a member of the Commonwealth residing within the United Kingdom at the time, you're allowed to have a say on the vote.
Anyway.
But the point I wanted to make is that we really should have had. It shouldn't have been like a kickoff to the referendum itself. It should have been a primary process, and there was something resembling that, where there was a choosing of the official Leave campaign. But that shouldn't have just been a short, quick thing. It should have been a process that took several years. What they should have done is set up a pro-Remain and pro-Leave allegiance, political allegiance, essentially, and organise the MPs into that for at least the next general election, and then had the 2020 general election on that platform. That was the only sensible way to possibly do this, because of just how massive a thing this is. And it would have been worth derailing the 2020 event.
Well, you see, I really wanted to, when people were talking about having a referendum on the EU, you see, that's what they were looking at, yeah. And what the thing is, the why I think it was such a pussy thing for Cameron to do. First of all, he was basically strong-armed into it by his rebels, and and all of this sort of thing. And it was basically him just trying to save his leadership while he placed a bet with Boris, who, by the way, is pro-Remain. And that's why, once he actually won this particular referendum, looked as though somebody had basically just run his mum over. Because, he now has to face the fact that he's gone and just fucked himself. And he well and truly did. You've obviously got to remember, of course, the leadership. It was basically a week of knives. Sticking out of every single politician's back.
And now we're left with Theresa May, who in her opening statements to becoming the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom says that David Cameron's greatest legacy is not that of policy but of social justice.
Yeah, and I've got a picture of her wearing a "This is what feminists look like." And this is... And by the way,
she has won on multiple occasions.
Yeah, and by the way, Sargon.
Coming from the left.
And by the way, Sargon, that's who you fucking want as your Prime Minister. And by the way, you don't get to vote for her. I just thought I'd let you know. I know you've just moved out of Swindon. I know you've just moved out of Swindon and moved into that little village called Dunning-Kruger. But she doesn't actually sort of she's not part of that, of that particular area. You have to vote for your local MP. Just to let you know. Anyway, enough said. Now I'm going to have to take a deep breath at this point here, guys, because now I'm going to have to go through the deaths of 2016. So, right, we've got Vilmos Zsigmond, Hungarian-American cinematographer, Michael Delpech, French singer-songwriter, Sheikh Nemir, a Saudi Arabian Shia religious leader, and that's just January fucking 2nd. Then we've got Paul Bley, Peter Noor, Michael Galabru. Yeah, it wasn't just all of the celebrities that you know, America.
I thought for a second you were going to say Michael Gove, and I was getting hopeful.
Pierre Boulez, Salvana Pampanini, Italian actress, Princess Ashraf of Iran, Andriy Korej, Maria Teresa de Phillips, who's an Italian racing driver, David Bowie on January 10th. Let's just take a minute to just think how yes, ground control is missing Major Tom. Yusuf Zawiyin, which is the Prime Minister of Syria. Who cares about them? Renee Angelil, a Canadian singer and manager. Does any Canadians care? No? Okay. Alan Rickman, of course, English actor and director, who was obviously... A minute of silence for that one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's have a little moment of silence. Just imagine him falling out from the Nagatomi building. There you go. That's how he died, by the way. Anyway, American musician Glenn Frey, Michael Tournier, a French writer, and we're barely out of January, guys. It just keeps going. Jimmy Bain, Martin Minsky, somebody called Black, who was apparently a British singer-songwriter. Never heard of that person. Abe Vigoda, Paul Katner, Signe Tolly Anderson. Apparently that's an American songwriter. The 11th Prime Minister of Guinea, French film director and critic Jacques Rivette, and then Frank Finlay and Francesco Flores Perez, and of course, as we all know, Terry Wogan. That's January over with, guys. It still keeps coming.
Make it worse than David Bowie.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's comment through each month before continuing. Eh?
Okay, so what do you think about Vilmos Zsigmond, the Hungarian-American cinematographer, guys?
Oh, I think he had a deep influence on my life, relative to the amount of time he was.
He was a massive warrior for change, and he was a hero to so many people.
He wasn't like David Bowie. Who gives a shit?
He was a man with lovely hair and a well-kept beard. He made some excellent B films, horror B movies. The Incredibly Strange Creatures Who Stopped Living and Became Mixed Up Zombies.
Is that the title of one?
That is the title of the film.
I need to watch this.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It's called The Incredibly Strange Creatures Who Stopped Living and Became Mixed Up Zombies. That is the name of the film. Off you go. Fill your boots.
That's a documentary about Brexit.
He gained prominence in the 1970s after... This is going to be a long stream, guys. If we're going to go through... This is going to be a long stream.
As if they, yeah. You don't like long streams, do you, Rob?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's going to be a long stream for me.
Oh.
I'll go get a tub of coffee and a spoon
and some ice cream.
I'm not sure the server can handle that. Shall we?
But the guy got Emmys. The guy got Academy Awards. Apparently, he was.
I'm not surprised with names of movies like that.
Well, yeah.
Look at the sheer number of films he did.
Well.
When you do that many, one of them now and then's bound to get some kind of award.
He was a cinematographer, yeah. So Oscars for Close Encounters of the Third Kind. BAFTA award for Best Cinematography for The Deer Hunter. So you really should have missed this guy. Long Goodbye, the Emmy Award for the 1993 film Stalin, McCabe and Mr. Miller. He also got an Academy Award for The Deer Hunter. He also got a BAFTA for Close Encounters 2. The Black Dahlia in 2006. Remember that one?
Yeah, but those were all nominated.
Is it all nominations? Yeah, that's a shame. The Deer Hunter, yeah, it's a shame.
Nominations.
But you know, he got awards.
No,
at
he
Cannes,
did get the
Cannes and
BAFTA
stuff like
for
that. Yeah,
Deer Hunter, but he was But it was also nominated for best cinematography.
yeah. He did the Deer Hunter. He did Deliverance.
I mean, who doesn't miss Deliverance? It's a perfect portrayal of the South.
It was a love story, wasn't it?
Oh,
I was thinking
definitely.
about how accurate the trail it is. I've never been to the South of America.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm from the South, so
You can say what you like. Witches of Eastwick, remember that one? Bonfire of the Vanities as well. He was in on that.
An important question about the South of America. Is everyone really a Bible thumping hick?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
No. There are other people there, but they just don't live long. Anyway,
They're just not allowed to speak.
Okay.
yeah, they'd certainly keep their fucking heads down. Another man with not so much hair, but a much better, and not really a well-kept beard, to be frank, was Michael Delpech, a French singer-songwriter and actor.
Wait, you're really going to go through all these people?
What? What, did you have a fucking meeting to go to? What?
None. No, I'm just...
Well, then strap in, sunshine. So, obviously, we all remember his 1966 album, Inventier 66. You know, that's obviously kept me going through the evening. But really, he was huge with his 1965 Chaise Lorette. You remember that one, of course. It's a very catchy tune.
Oh yes, it's running through my head right now.
Exactly. Fuck this guy. Sheikh Namir, I believe Carl Hussein seems to have shed a tear for. Obviously, I haven't got a picture of him here, so we can't really comment on his beard. But I'll see if I can find a decent copy of a picture of this gentleman, and to be honest with you, it's not well kept. It's all over the shop. So
Yeah, but is it a big beard?
Oh, it's a big beard. Oh,
Like-
Well, that depends on the picture you're looking at.
come on, look at that beard. I'm going to share it with you guys in there. Look at that beard and tell me that's a decent. It's full, certainly. But I don't think I think he could have given it a little bit more of a trim, and I would have felt a bit better about him, to be honest with you. He's had moments, but it's a bit over the
Celebrities'
top.
life is measured in the value of their
But
beard.
his headwear is on point.
Well, of
Yes,
course.
yes,
Yes.
it's 100% on
I mean,
point.
it certainly frames him much better.
Yeah, I can't find a single picture where his turban is like perfectly.
Yeah, that,
Right.
yeah, he was somewhat vain.
I think it's just he'd been doing it for a lot of his life, and he's just gotten good. Scrub.
If you scroll down far enough, he turns black.
I didn't think you could scroll down a turban.
So he's a bit like Sean King. But yeah, poor old Sheikh Namir, popular among youth and critical of the Saudi Arabian government, called for free elections in Saudi Arabia.
The greying pattern on his beard does make him seem very distinguished, though.
He was arrested by Saudi authorities in 2006, in which time he was beaten to a pulp by the Mabahith. Sorry if I'm fucking this up, Carl. Criticised Saudi authorities and suggested if Saudi Shia rights were not respected, the eastern province should secede. Good luck with that one, mate.
Are you saying that the totally legitimate 100% democratic government of Saudi Arabia should have elections?
Yes. You see, he was never...
They're a legitimate government.
Yeah, you could never... Yeah, you're not really going to work on that one. He made the small error of calling for protesters to resist police bullets using the roar of the word rather than violence. I would have gone with some sort of shield, but okay. Predicted the collapse of the government if repression continued, and the Guardian described Al-Amir as having taken the lead in the uprising. And that was obviously in 2012. I'm not quite sure exactly how he died, but obviously somebody protesting. Well, we've got a hunger strike here, so that might have been something to do with it.
So I'm guessing the strike didn't work.
Oh no, he'll starve himself to death, and then the government...
Did he die, Bear? Did he die? Oh, no, of course. Death sentence. There we go.
Couldn't have just let him finish his hunger strike?
Yes, he was on March 15th, Saudi Arabian appellate court upheld the death sentence against Al-Amir, and he was executed. Yum.
But let's all go crazy about Trump.
Yeah. Then we've got obviously the Canadian pianist Paul Bley, obviously a huge influence in my life, mainly during the 1960s. His discography, I never say that, I never get that right, it's just ginormous. But obviously we all remember his solo pianist tune Basics, which obviously was just massive. It really sung to me, and I'm glad he was in my life for that long. Obviously the 1989 Blues for Red really brought it home for me. But let's not dwell on this, because obviously if I talk about Paul for too long, I'm just going to well up. So let's talk about Peter Noor, the Danish computer scientist. We all remember him with his lovely beard, and obviously with him, he also had a lot of influence in my life in the 1960s.
For the viewers at home, I would like it to be known that Robin does not actually know a single one of these names.
Shut up!
Very obtuse comedy sketch.
No, don't be daft. You know, don't you remember his writings, Pluralism in Software Engineering? The Turing Award winner Peter Noor explains, Lonely Scholar.
Well, you see, this is just how much of a fan Robin is. He's able to just read that off his memory as if he was reading a Wikipedia page.
Shut up.
Oh, what do you mean, Robin? I'm
you know. Thing is about Paul. I mean, you know, we were close. Okay. And
yes, and your love for him grew ever stronger as his beard did.
Well, his beard never really grew strong, to be frank, and his hairline receded. You know, some people, their beard grows more as their hairline recedes, but to be honest with you...
that's because the hair is afraid of the beard.
That's right.
It does seem to be, because I've still got like a massively full head of hair. I can't grow it.
Yes, but you're about 12. Anyway, he obviously has left Christine Floyd widowed. And Christine, if you're listening, call me. It's been a while.
Not to say, and you probably are.
I don't need to say that. I know she is.
Of course.
Anyway, Michael Galabru, the French actor, once again, we were close. So, you know, and really, he should have lost a bit more weight, and he may have really, you know, carried on a bit longer. But you know, what are you going to do? Obviously, you know, he was huge in War of the Buttons, and you know,
he was huge in life.
He wasn't a big lad all the way through, but you know,
he got big. That's what it matters.
But obviously, everybody remembers the 2010 film Love Like Poison. He was absolutely, you know, brilliant in that, but never really recognised, which probably meant that he was basically eating to fill the void. Anyway, we move on.
Must have been a big void.
Hush. We're talking about dead people here. Have some respect. Pierre, but you know, I called him P. Boulez, French composer, obviously massive in my life, mainly for the fact that he didn't have a beard. I'm actually more affiliated with people that don't shave. He really, during the 1940s, which is where we got to know each other, he obviously, we went to the same music school together. He was a good guy. He was a good guy, and he will be missed, mainly by his wife. And then obviously we're gonna move on to Silvana Pampanini, who we only met briefly.
And he never did learn.
He will be remembered for her contributions to amusing yet real names.
She's actually in the Hall of Fame for amusing yet real names.
For the non-British listener, the Hall of Fame for Amusing Names is located at number 27 Buckingham Palace.
And she obviously she's worked with a lot of internationally important actors: Buster Keaton, Vittore Gassman, Marcello Mastroianni, Alberto Sordi. How you doing, Alberto? Once again, been a while, mate. What are you doing with yourself? Pampanini starred in OK Nero. We all remember this one, of course, which was banned in certain places because scenes were considered indecent. So, there's one for the wank bank later, guys. So, obviously, don't look at the later stuff, otherwise that might put you off. Anyway, Princess
taste.
Princess Ashraf of Iran, obviously, lovely lady. Always had fantastic hair. She was born in Tehran, Persia, in 1919. This is where we met. She then ended up really in Monaco. I'm not quite sure why. I never really asked. But while I was there in Monaco, Monte Carlo to be precise, she died, and at 96 of old age. And everyone seems to be asking questions about that. But to be honest with you, I wasn't there at the time, so shut up. But
well, she was 96.
But anyway, David, as I like to call him, Bowie, obviously a huge effect in my life. Man. Yeah, exactly. He introduced me to boy makeup, and briefly, I'm still wearing it now. Yes, Mr. Bowie, huge career, of course, stellar. You can't really.
It's still on. I didn't realise the makeup stayed on that long.
What can you say about a man who wears a patchwork jumpsuit? Apart from Jesus Christ, man, what are you wearing? Is that all you've got to say about David? Nothing, just white noise. What's wrong with you people?
I'm sorry, we were crying.
Got nothing to say
yes,
about.
we were just.
I was just curious why'd you skip two people.
I don't know those.
You're speaking as though he's going off a list. No, he's going off a memory of all the people he knew.
Yeah,
even though some of these events, like people are thinking there's no way he was there. Robin is actually a time traveler. Essentially, he enjoys telling people that he told them so much that he goes back in time to tell them things so that later he can tell them that he told them so.
Can we count pictures of Robin all over history like we can of Putin?
Well, the thing
Robin
is
not
just
clearly
Robin who is a time traveller. Actually, all British people can travel in time. The thing is, we do it at the expense of our teeth.
I'm actually the next iteration of the Doctor.
But
in 2062. To be honest with you, has there ever anyone seen any of the films he's been in?
What, Bowie?
Yeah.
Labyrinth?
Who hasn't?
Well, there's Labyrinth. Any others?
Probably I've seen more. It's just not coming to mind.
I am so bad with film names, I couldn't even remember.
Well, there was one called David Bowie.
Okay, was that a documentary?
Yeah, The Man That Fell to Earth was probably my favourite, though. You ever seen that one? It's fucking weird.
Zoolander.
He was in Zoolander.
Yeah. cameo
that's
appearance.
not a David Bowie movie, though.
He played Cameo, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I've seen Cameo being played quite a lot. That character seems to pop up in a lot of films.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very odd. So David Bowie died, of course, and then, Renee and Jalil, well, I mean, what can you say? He says, waiting for the wiki page to load. Yeah.
Well, for anyone wondering why Robin is looking at the wiki page and waiting for it to load, he is just making sure that they've got everything right.
I'm just kidding around, But anyway, yeah. I mean, that really, I mean, I could go down this list of all of my friends who died during January, really, but it's really starting to weigh heavy on my heart. And especially, of course, a close personal friend of mine and the Queen's, Terry Wogan, who was probably the most influential person for me when it comes to my level of sarcasm.
Unfortunately, though, Terry Wogan never did learn how to pronounce the letter R before his death.
We tried. I mean, I sat him down for years at a time to try and get him to do it, and it was just never going to happen. This is why you don't let the Irish in. Anyway, February, at least, was somewhat of a reprieve, because it was mainly Americans dying. So Edgar Mitchell, American astronaut.
Well, then what you're friends with.
Yeah, well, there was only so many Americans you can meet at one point before you throw up.
You think we're kidding?
Obviously, my favourite death of 2016 was Antonin Scalia, my paisan, who probably is the first but not last, judging from the fact that Trump is in control now, basically mob-owned Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, isn't Obama the only president to have not appointed a Supreme Court justice?
It seems, yes. With at the moment you've actually got, because him dying, of course, that was his time to do it. But apparently, the Republicans thought, you know what, let's just hang in there for a little bit and see what happens. And then they said that for 300 days, to be exact. And which they've actually broke the record. I think the longest anyone's actually managed to hang in there was 100. So well done, Republicans.
Pushing new ground.
Yes, I'm thinking that the Democrats are going to have a crack at that one.
Yeah, they want to do it for 4 years.
And you know what? And you know what? If you're going to complain about that, fuck you.
Hey, I didn't complain.
No, not you.
But I think it's going to be cut short by an impeachment.
No, I was actually talking to the RNC, who are listening.
Yes, actually, the RNC tab all British communications as they're trying desperately to learn what do words mean.
Yeah, and how the fuck they managed to luck out with Russia not hacking their system. Could it be that they just didn't bother? But yeah, Nixon appointed this person who thankfully is now dead. So it's not been all bad deaths. I mean, by the way, Mrs. Scalia, you should have really picked a better husband. Sorry, I know you're listening, but fuck off. Anyway, the Egyptian journalist Mohammed Hassanin Hakyal. Obviously, I was a big fan. Good friend of mine as well. He was one of my closest religious friends. But he popped his clogs recently. Was working for Al Jazeera for quite some time.
And surprisingly, the only journalist in the whole of Egypt that has Muhammad as the first name.
And also no beard, which is one of the reasons, of course, why we were such good friends. The Polish film director, you know this guy, don't you, Max? Andrzej Zulawski. When did you... Yeah, you went out with him for a while, didn't you? All right.
I know Poland is a small.
All right. She told me not to discuss her exes. Anyway, he popped his clogs, and then we've got Douglas Solocom, another British cinematographer. He made a dent in the bucket. The American astronaut Donald E. Williams kicked it too, and obviously, really, I mean, he's probably most famous for having the worst looking picture for an American astronaut, as obviously everyone can see in the side chat there.
Oh, he looks so square.
Even his face is actually square, isn't it?
Look, you go to space and see if it doesn't take a toll.
Yeah, that's one hell of an overbite. Perhaps it was the fact that the bottle that he was opening at the time probably just popped and choked him.
No, it's just he's been into space too many times.
Well, there's also a selection that we do to send people to space in America, and it's you go out into the cornfields and find somebody really, athletic and well-fed, and you just throw them up there.
Now, here's
it's
where
not
things
actually
get...
just that. It's that actually a little known fact is you suffer from this thing called acute high altitude sickness that actually gets worse the higher up you get. This is why going beyond the moon is near impossible for humanity, as going that far away from Earth will cause your overbite to get so bad that your bottom jaw will in fact decapitate yourself.
It's actually the training they do with, that device that just rams you round in a circle with a counterweight so that you can take the G-force. It's a side effect of that.
These are the jokes, folks. I apologise now and for later too.
Also, the device is actually hooked onto the person's bottom jaw. If they give you enough of an underbite, you will, when you get the dramatic underbite from going so high up in the air, be fine. They will counteract each
Also,
other.
an evolutionary adaptation for being able to access the oxygen supply.
Anyway, terrible jokes aside, we've got one of my... I remember this guy, actually. George Kennedy. Do you know this guy, George Kennedy?
Yeah. I remember that time.
Yes or a no will do, guys.
I remember that time you had him on the stream.
George was in the Airport series. Remember Airport, Naked Gun, all that sort of thing?
Nah, never heard of them.
What's a gun?
I don't know. Apparently they can be naked.
God damn it. Now, this guy was huge. He was in fucking shitloads of films, actually. I mean, anyone, if you look, just wiki George Kennedy right now, guys, you're going to go, oh, that guy. Yeah, oh, he was the thing in... George Kennedy was always a that guy actor, Anyway, obviously, we've got a few footballers. Who gives a fuck about those people? And then we've got some spiritual leaders, of course, the Sudanese spiritual leaders, Hassam al-Tarabi, obviously a lot of effect in my life. Another person who was always on point with a turban, and really a well-kept beard. And that's pretty much all you can say about him, really, because I couldn't understand anything he was saying.
I was never a fan of his turban game, though. He always went for just plain colours.
Well, he was quite discreet. That's the thing. And Nikolaus Harnoncourt, he always used to get upset with me for mispronouncing his name. He popped his clogs recently, or at least.
Robert, I believe we need to pay attention to the chats now. It would appear chat has actually googled the actor you were just talking about.
You see, yeah. Oh, that guy. Exactly. Oh, that guy. That's how it works. Well done, Carl. I really should be getting Liz in here as well, and Kazumi and all that sort of lot. Can somebody help me out and send them an invite? Because I've got a long way to go here. We've got George Martin, who died in March.
I'm probably gonna go now. I have to pack up today.
Oh, what? You moving house?
Well, I'm moving back to Cardiff because I've been down at home.
Stop doxing people.
I'm doxing myself, and that's public knowledge.
How could you?
You have a home in Cardiff?
No, I just study there.
Oh, right, okay. So I used to live out sort of like Worcester way.
Oh, fair enough.
Not terribly
Oh my
far away
god, stop
from you.
past doxing yourself, man.
I don't live there now, it's okay.
No, but you're past doxing yourself. Time travelers will find you.
But like, I can go down this, I can keep going down this list, or is everyone bored of it yet?
Well, it's very depressing to hear of all of our close personal friends dying.
Well,
Bored of going in detail, or bored of going?
oh right. Well,
slightly over it?
let's cheer ourselves up and just celebrate the fact that Nancy Reagan's gone.
Classy.
Nancy would be considered by any right-thinking person as an odious twat who has said some absolutely profound things, like I hope that motherfucker dies horribly in a fire. I think that was she was talking about Clinton. So it's nice to know that she's finally joined her husband. If only she'd joined him earlier. But yeah, I've never really liked her, to be honest with you. She's well, what?
You always ate the last biscuit.
Well, you know, if you can imagine, she basically ran the country as far as her husband is concerned.
Oh, that wasn't the last time that we had a presidential
I don't
team
believe
where
the
the
country
wife
was
was
being-
country.
Also in March was Rob Ford, which we need him back. If you don't remember Rob Ford from Canada.
Oh yeah, Canada is still a country, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorta.
For now.
Don't worry, as soon as we find an industrial supply for red military jackets, we will make you a colony again.
Yes, she was also. This is how stupid Nancy Reagan was. She actually was a big proponent of astrology. So you know, if you worried about Clinton, imagine fucking that.
Oh,
Running
please
around
remember-
in the White House.
That was an unfortunate
Jacket.
choice of words, Rob.
Sorry?
What election was it?
You said imagine fucking that.
God. Oh
In
God.
the
Well,
2005 election, the Green Party of the United Kingdom did actually suggest making homeopathy the first form of treatment on the NHS.
What? Are you sure? You know the Tories do have that. There's a $5 million a year budget for it.
But yes, but the Green Party said that that should be the first form of treatment in 2005.
Okay.
Well, I mean, plenty of doctors do use placebos, which that's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes, that was basically their argument. That was the last time they've actually advocated for homeopathy.
I
And
think
then they were
I see it in
advocating
terms
for
of
it as
them.
a way of getting rid of hypochondriacs.
Well, yes, as opposed to the current thing of giving them antibiotics.
Yeah. The last time they seriously advocated for homeopathy was back in the 70s, actually. Meanwhile, the American Green Party advocated that homeopathy should be the only form of medicine in the last election.
Yep. Joe Stein. Supposedly a doctor.
I would like to know what she's actually a doctor in. Probably chiropractic.
I'd like to see some sources on these claims. That is the lesson that we should learn from 2016, people.
what should we learn from 2016?
Citation needed.
Yes. Just this whole, oh, well, that sounds believable, end of conversation. It's like, that didn't help anything, guys.
Yeah, it's literally, I think it's the 1975 manifesto. It's the last time they said homeopathy was the best form of treatment. 2005, one for the Green Party in the UK said that homeopathy is a good placebo and should be used as a primary treatment for non-emergency cases.
But in terms of placebos, I've no problem with that if we stop outsourcing the production of them, because it's fucking water.
2016 Green Party manifesto for America, I have no idea where I got communist from though, said that we should have homeopathy as the only source of medicine.
Yeah, the United States Green Party is batshit crazy.
Yes, they are American.
But yeah,
But unlike the Democrats and the Republicans, they actually believe in medicine.
so yeah, just going down the list here, Nancy Reagan went, so thanks and fuck off. Odious person. I'm just trying to find sort of like, obviously there's a lot of names here to go through. It was somewhat of a terrible year for deaths. It just keeps on going, guys. It really does.
You might remember this in May, Robin.
I mean, thankfully, some of them are just professional wrestlers and footballers, so fuck those people.
Of course, the year did manage to close with one hell of a duo of deaths of Carrie Fisher dying, and then the next day her mother.
Yeah, that was really sad, really, to be honest with you. Did you notice that Carrie was actually buried in a Prozac pill? Yeah, her urn is in the shape of a Prozac pill.
Why?
Because she wanted to have the last laugh. Carrie Fisher, sort of like, she was an alcoholic, drug addict. She was like, she suffered sort of like from addiction her whole life. She'd had quite a lot of mental issues and things like that. But she still had a sense of humour, which is, which is what I give a shit about, really. So yeah, she was buried in a Prozac pill. Maybe she's hoping to make the world not give a shit anymore. You all just thinking about that now?
Yeah,
It's just like, can
like,
you just imagine it?
What can we say to that?
Go and have a look it up. Yeah, just say Carrie Fisher Prozac pill and have a look at the pictures. It's funny as fuck.
It's not a...
I swear to you. I know.
I kind of want to Google this and hope that Robin made the whole thing up.
No shit. Go on.
Robin doesn't
I'll wait.
lie.
Yep.
How is this not a joke?
Well, that's the thing, I guess. It is a joke. It's just it actually happened.
Yeah. Well done, Carrie. Top draw, mate.
This
Top
is
draw.
glorious. This must have been devastating for her kid, because she lost her mother and grandmother.
Yeah. Must be pretty hard. But when it comes to this sort of thing, we all lose. You've all got to lose people that you love at some point or another.
On
Otherwise,
the bright side, though, Carrie Fisher now does not have to act in every Star Wars movie ever until the end of his time.
now you see we have an important name here who died in July, which is China Nufuji Matsugu. Which obviously was a very prominent, we all know this name, of course, Japanese champion sumo wrestler. He took the 58th Yokozuna. What a guy. We met in the 1960s. He was very young, obviously. I was obviously not born yet. But he had a great effect on my life before I was born. And mainly for the fact that it was like, wow, guys can wear nappies. But
Not
yeah,
only that, but his...
and still look pretty fucking hard.
Yeah. Whereas and that was breaking down important gender barriers, whereas before that, only women were seen to be capable of wearing nappies in public.
Well, actually, it was breaking down other sumo wrestlers, but that's good enough, I suppose. And then obviously we've got people who have died in New Zealand, so who gives a fuck about them?
The death toll in New Zealand this year has been 13 million sheep and 3 people.
Which basically has halved the population of New Zealand.
Yes, but please remember they do basically replace their entire sheep population every 3 years.
And obviously a great, huge, massive deal for canoeing Stefan Hens dies, German slalom canoeist, ended up being a coach. Huge effect in my life.
To everyone listening, yes, Hens, it's not Stefan Molyneux, as hopeful as we were that it was the other way around.
No, yeah, don't worry, he'll die from he'll just basically die from overdosing on hyperbole. But yeah, Mr. Hens, as I like to call him, he didn't like to be called Stefan for some reason or another. He died in Rio. How sad is that? So he was coaching for the canoe slalom.
Oh, he wasn't the only person that died at the Rio Olympics,
Yeah.
or at least setting up the Olympics.
Was it the water?
Here's the thing.
Considering he was the canoe instructor, he would have spent a long time in it.
But you know, he was only 35. He got the silver medal in the 2004 Summer Olympics, and then dies basically suffered head injuries after a car crash.
Yeah. Olympic athletes really do push their body too hard.
No, he was in a car crash.
I think that was the joke he was trying to make.
With some kind of training.
Creating death that happens from you just breaking your body from all that rigorous exercise. What a horrible way to go.
Before he died, he did donate his organs.
Well, that would explain why he crashed in a car. He was missing all his organs.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is what it says.
I'm sorry, have you ever tried driving a car without a spleen?
Yeah, I'm just reading this from the wiki. It says Hens donated his organs after he died. His heart, his liver, and both of his kidneys were transplanted into seriously ill people in hospital in Rio de Janeiro.
Lucky bastards.
See, yeah, there was a full stop there, which sort of threw me a bit. You see, you would have thought that he would have donated his organs after he died, but apparently Hens donated his organs, full stop. After he died, his heart, his liver, and both of his kidneys were transplanted. It sounds as if he donated his organs, died, and then, you know...
Well, it's a semantic issue that if you're fully dead, your organs aren't worth transplanting anymore, so they keep you alive until your organs have been harvested.
No, but you do.
This would explain why he crashed his car. No, this genuinely explains why he crashed his car, because he was missing half his organs.
If any family members of any of the people that we're talking about are insulted by the fact that we're taking the piss out of them, why are you here?
Also,
anyway,
well, because of course they're listening.
Well, of course they're listening, but I don't give a shit about your opinion. Anyway, Louis Pearlman, American music manager and record producer. Obviously, he was in charge of my first album.
He about a portion of music.
Yeah, he did the best thing, and in 2006 he was accused of running one of the longest and largest running Ponzi schemes in history, leaving with more than $300 million in debts. Good on you, mate. Well done for getting out while you could. It's not really how you should pull out of a Ponzi scheme, but I applaud your efforts there. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how he died, because obviously, you know, I wasn't quite sure what was going on with him at all. He began his prison sentence and pretty much died 2 years later, suffering a stroke.
Oh, he did serve life in prison.
Lol. So yeah, that's what happens when you get into music. You end up running Ponzi schemes. Remember that, kids.
No, at least he did better work later on other than your first album. I mean, it was cool that you got 700 people to all take part in it, but too many cooks.
And now, you know, obviously passing by these unimportant American Nobel laureates, Nobel physicists, blah, 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 blah. Gene Wilder! Crazy Gene Wilder. You know, much more important than all those Nobel laureates. He was actually called Jerome Silberman. Anyone know that?
Well, obviously he was one of the Jewish global elites.
Yeah, I always knew him as Jerome. We went to school together. He was obviously born in 1933, so just a little bit earlier than me. I was obviously in a slightly different class than him. I was born in 1977. So, but we grew up together.
How many times all in all did you ever go to school? I mean,
Sorry?
Christ. How many times all in all did you go to school? I mean, Christ.
He's at school now.
Yeah. Yes, miss. I'll be there soon. But yeah, what can you say about Gene Wilder apart from, man, that guy's funny. You know, he used to do a lot of things with Richard Pryor, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But they never got on. Everybody thought these guys were like, you know, absolutely tight, but they never got on. Gene Wilder, drinking? No. Drugs? No. Swearing? None of that. He just wasn't, but he was just basically just such a nice guy. You know, so, you know, in Stir Crazy, and it was directed by Sidney Poitier. Pryor was still struggling with a severe cocaine addiction, and filming became very difficult. But once the film premiered, it became an international success, as they know. But yeah, they actually, those two really struggled to work together, even though on screen they were just basically just sort of like, you know, chips and gravy, mate. So what do you do with that? Always a bit weird. That for me is a great shame. But then again, you know, he's got to go at some point. I mean, he'd been around since 1933. For fuck's sake, give the guy a break. Joseph Keller, American mathematician. You know, I had a lot of chats with him about mathematics. He showed me my first protractor.
That name does actually sound familiar to me.
What, Joseph? That it's probably.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, Joseph. You know, it's like it's in the Bible. But anyway, yeah. Prince Buster, Jamaican singer, songwriter, and producer, or as I like to call him, Homie. He was a big guy in my world. He was born in the 1960s. We also grew up together with Gene Wilder, or Jerome, as I like to call him. He was huge, but he died on the 8th of September in hospital in Miami after suffering a heart attack, according to his wife. You don't know. According to his wife, huh? You know what that means. Anyway, never trust the wife.
Love lists.
Never trust the wife.
If
Arnold Palmer, American golfer, he went down.
Well, I mean, he's more well known for the drink he invented.
What, Arnold Palmer?
Yeah.
What did he invent?
He invented a drink.
What
I
drink?
believe it's mixing iced tea and lemonade. It's called an Arnold Palmer.
Iced tea has lemonade in it.
Yeah.
So,
Inception.
so what you're saying is it's basically just a watered down iced tea.
He was a great man.
I linked it in the chat, in the side chat.
Jesus Christ. Fucking iced tea and lemonade. What? Iced tea has lemonade in it. It's just watered down. It's just less. It's just more lemonade. That's all it fucking
This
is.
is
That's not a
classic.
fucking
Robin,
invention.
he's the one who invented putting lemonade in iced tea.
No. Stop. You're wrong. You're wrong. I've made hundreds of iced teas. Thank you very much. Anyway, my
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
yeah, I would like to say a fond farewell, or I'm at least fond of the fact that you're no longer on this earth. Shimon Peres. Does anybody know who this dickhead is?
Well, of course, you speak about him so often.
He was the Minister of Defense for the Israeli army. He was the one going around basically, well, if you can imagine, you know, he was there for the Suez crisis. He was also there, he was Prime Minister in 1977. So he basically replaced Rabin. Obviously, Oslo Accords, all that sort of business. Anyone? No? Yes? No? So he was stood next to Rabin, and he looked pretty fucking miserable while it was happening, as they signed the Oslo Peace Accords.
Well, it was a simple transaction, really. New boss, just like the old boss.
And Perez acted as Prime Minister after Rabin's assassination in the mid-90s. Not exactly the most helpful when it comes to the peace process. And, well, yeah, I'm not really keen on this motherfucker, to be perfectly frank. Him and Sharon, fuck them both. But there you go. Who else we got? David Hurd, Scottish footballer. Fuck those guys. Who gives a shit? It's just some guy famous for kicking a ball around a fucking piece of field. We can all do that.
I believe it's called a pitch, Robin.
No, he's a Scottish footballer.
Ah.
So it's just a piece of field at that point. Michael Massey. Americans are probably going to go, and who? Apparently he was an actor in your country, guy. Oh my god, I didn't realise Junko had gone. Junko Taibi. Obviously a massive person in Japanese mountaineering. She went. God damn it, I didn't realise that. Fuck me. Her mum didn't ring me or anything.
Well, this is what happens when you don't talk to someone in their family for 5 years.
It's been a long time, actually, yeah. Damn it, man.
I've been listening all this time and you haven't mentioned them.
What the hell happened?
They thought you'd forgotten about them.
Yeah. God damn it. And then there's obviously Pete Burns, British singer. Or Petter. Yeah. Obviously a huge influence on my life, along with everybody else that's on this list. Jewish. Didn't like the Nazis for some reason or another.
Some people just can't get over things.
I know. Some people, they just can't forgive or forget, can they, really?
I know, they didn't even kill that many people. I mean, the Counts could have only killed like 15 people total.
Yeah, ask King of Pole.
Exactly.
Although he has had that number revised when, facts arrived.
Yeah, I did see a video about
the only people that could interpret facts are experts. And we all know what Gobe has to say on experts.
Yes, but I did see a video by Crown Key that was quite illuminating. He was very helpful in, there seems to be some confusion, I'm sure it's accidental, about about claiming that there were never any gas chambers at various places, but Crown Key helpfully just had a nice slideshow of pictures of the gas chambers and explained where they were.
And then, obviously, now King of Pole is...
he's revised his number up slightly, I'm sure.
To 10 million.
No, million? I don't know where you're getting that from.
Oh, you mean 10?
No, the revised number is 10.
Sounds about right. I mean, obviously 10 million people can't even be in Europe at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I'm sitting, I actually had King of Pole call me a race traitor. And I have to say, King of Pole, you have a ginger beard. Shut your fucking mouth.
Wait, he's ginger?
He's got a ginger beard, yeah. So you're a fucking mudblood, motherfucker.
He's not even human.
Shut your fucking cockhole. Anyway, yeah, it just goes on and on and on and on. Death after death after death. So yeah, people died during
Let's
the
not
year.
forget about 2 of the digital deaths that happened.
There
was Microsoft Tay.
Tay died, of course, yes.
Yes.
And and according to Reddit, goons are dead on Eve also.
The goons are gone.
According to Reddit.
Well, they've moved on to the internet.
And Carl
internet at large, haven't they?
I couldn't make out what you were saying. I heard two people at once.
Yeah, I was just saying the goons have basically just branched out and are now basically doing political discourse, aren't they? I think they call it. What do they call them? The alt-right now?
You mean just screaming cuck?
I swear it's like that, really. I really should have avoided the David Bowie. I wanted to read out a bunch of names that nobody had ever fucking heard of and ever cared about. But I think, let's be honest, there's only so much I can do with that one. It's starting to bore the tits off me. Yes, there was loads of people died in 2016. Get the fuck over it. Death is real. It's part of life. So now, hopes for the future.
There is no hope. We've lost the Starman.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you have some, that seems unwise, judging from last year. So, current last year is over with, and now we're back to this current year, which has already had a few deaths, which include authors, politicians, but nobody that you know or care about. So that's probably good. Actually, fucking hell, there's quite a lot of deaths here. Holy shit. There's more deaths than there are in 2016. What the fuck is going on? That's not right. So did anybody see me on Sargon's channel the other day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes.
My
I caught the last half.
Yes, my favourite moment was when he was saying that the left is always doing this or something, and then you said, "Well, the right does too, mate," and he went, "For fuck's sake, Robin, stop being so partisan. We're talking about the left." And then it wasn't a joke. Like, I was a little bit surprised when that wasn't a joke, because he thought you had made an ironic statement a little earlier. And you jokingly, of course, said it wasn't a joke, and then that was pretty funny. I thought he was doing the same thing as that. But
then you realised that he was being serious.
And yes, and then he wasn't.
It's a sad state of affairs. I've actually been really enjoying going down the comment section, as apparently one person with a slightly conflicting opinion seems to mean that the Sargon fan club goes fucking nuts these days. I remember when Sargon was a mere 20,000 odd subscribers, and you could plop yourself into the comments section and you'd have all kinds. Yes, I did make Sargon popular, crystal clear. You could go into that comment section and have a good chat and talk about stuff, but now it's just full of cucks. And when I mean it's full of cucks, it's full of people saying cuck. I mean, it's like going onto one of King of Pole's streams, really. It's that bad.
It's like walking into a chicken coop.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what happened. Maybe it's the fact that when he ever went up against any conservative or anything like that his channel basically just went absolutely crazy at him, and he's learnt some sort of lesson But, it's not like he would ever listen to his subscriber count as to where forward he should go. That would be terrible.
And he makes a point of not knowing who his Patreons are, because that's possible.
How can you not know? The names are right there.
Yes, and also those repeated samplings of his viewer base that he kept doing, trying to find out the kind of people in his viewer base. But he also apparently kept claiming to make a point of not knowing.
What are you saying? What are you implying by that?
I'm clearly saying that a gentleman known as Carl Benjamin is extremely honest, above board, and knows what he's talking about in all circumstances. He doesn't need to list even one law that came from Brussels.
He invited me on, guys.
And just, you should shut up.
So, yeah, I'd like to read a little bit of the comment section because, well, it's hilarious. Who is the fucking boner in the stream? I hate his fat voice and stupid opinions. I enjoyed that one. Sargon, when are you and Sean King going to finally meet up for a black off? I need to know which of you is the blackest white man in the room.
That's the thing, actually, about Sean King. Like, what is the deal with him? I know he obviously looks very white, but does he have mixed heritage like Sargon and just happens to identify with it?
Yeah, well, apparently, because his mum had some sort of extramarital affair, apparently Sean is saying that his mum is a whore. That just shows you the level of integrity Sargon's family has.
Of course, it's obviously because it's a white supremacist culture that everyone has grown up in uniformly together, and that therefore it's the alt-right's concept of being a whore. So even if it was like,
I did have to ask him to clarify. Is it because she slept with a black guy? But anyway, I've got Brian Spangler who says Robin is annoying. We've got some real thinkers in here these days.
Well, he's right.
I didn't say he was wrong. I was just hoping for maybe a bit more of a drawn-out point.
Yeah, you were hoping for him to point something out that wasn't extremely obvious.
Robin pisses me off. There's another one there. Every gamer I know, I'm not one, still thinks Gamergate was just misogynists issuing rape threats to helpless, oppressed women. That was overwhelmingly the media angle, and the majority of people brought it. Same goes for BLM. It's necessary protest against institutional persecution of black people. Never mind that it's an illusionary starting point. To me, that unquestionable acceptance seems far more prevalent than a counterpoint.
Well, given how clearly Marxist the BLM official website is, I think it's very important that we should regard them as being the most mainstream black voice in the conversation. I actually maintained a straight face. I'm impressed.
Well, yes, there is no possible way that they could be anything but the largest voice going. I mean, it's not like every media source in the whole of the United States is some left-wing crazy punditry that pushes Black Lives Matter stuff every day. Oh wait, no shit, yes, that's exactly what they are. I'm sorry I was lying to people when I was suggesting otherwise.
Unless you're Fox News, Fox 5, or any of the local radio stations, talk radio stations, blah, blah, blah.
Nah, they're all liberals. You don't get it.
Well, yes, you remember Adam Baldwin making sure everyone was aware that George Bush was a liberal.
Sounds it. Now watch this golf swing. This is the thing that what I was doing with a lot of these guys is I was changing the words around on them, and all you have to do is put Gamergate where BLM is, and harassment where assault is, and instantly you've now just suddenly got everybody basically who is anti-Gamergate. It's brilliant. So it's not like everyone's been giving me hate, so I'm mildly disappointed in some of them. I know everyone is ripping on Robin, but I think you should have him over often. He brings a sense of realism and non-biasness. This person doesn't know me. I found myself agreeing with him often. Careful. Without him, I fear the live stream will become an echo chamber of sorts. I personally like a different perspective on things. Don't get rid of it.
It's nice that he had to say of sorts, because, frankly, if the people in the room... I mean, you made the fair comment that they were intelligent people and that they wouldn't necessarily just swallow what Sargon was spoon-feeding them, but, they weren't necessarily preventing his voice from being the resounding, echoing one around the room, as it were.
Well, I think that they are. I mean, both Chris and Jeff. I think they feel a little sort of. They're sort of like treating them a little bit on tenterhooks.
What I mean is that Sargon has tended to. I was starting this comment before, wasn't I, about how his sort of credibility just seems to have dropped. That he used to approach conversation with what do you think? Why don't you tell everyone what you think and then comment on it? And now it's just, this is what I think. loudly. That's very nice of you to mention that you're in the room as well. This is what I think.
But yeah, during that stream, every time I'm trying to actually bring a tiny bit of nuance to it, it's like kind of going, no, that's not the topic.
Yes, he did repeatedly call you a partisan for no reason other than the fact that you disagreed with his phrasing of.
Well, I was simply pointing out to him that, for example, the BLM hashtag, the BLM kidnapping hashtag, is essentially just dog whistling.
Mm.
I mean,
yeah,
I did actually post a tweet up there, which is basically there's like 12 hours of a dog whistle sound, which is, and I just put, BLM kidnapping in a nutshell.
Mm.
So yeah, it's all very well. We've got another one here. One thing that concerned me most was the difficulty I found in trying to find out what happened to the victim. For everyone's information, he went to hospital and is in a stable condition.
Mm.
By the way, if anyone doesn't know this, this young lad, I don't know his name and don't care to, who did get basically beaten up by these people. Let these people have their privacy for a start. He should be getting at least $40,000 handed to him when he gets home, or at least in a couple of weeks. Because somebody thought, let's take all of this thing and see if we can make up a nice little charity donation to him. So good on you. So if any of you want
assuming they deliver it.
So anyone who wishes to virtue signal and show that they're a better person than anybody else, you can go down and put a donation for that little kid. And get him sorted out with, I don't know, a lifetime supply of McDonald's, which was one.
I have noticed a running theme on the strong stance against SJW theme genre of YouTube commentators that especially, since we just mentioned Sargon in this conversation, it seems that the Devon Tracy end of the hall, as it were, we're actually far more reasonable about this, zoning in on the anti-white sentiment that was clearly motivating this. I don't think he even commented on the BLM reference at all in his video, and he made a particular point about dismissing the association of it being hatred to do with Trump, about Trump was mentioned, but only because it's like, oh, he's a white guy that they are aware of and that they don't really care. And I can appreciate why people might not agree with that, but I do agree with it.
I think that the reason that they thought he was a Trump supporter is because he is retarded. But nobody seems to believe me on that one. I like Robin. You need a dissenting voice, and you'll become an echo chamber like the SJWs. Didn't go down well. Edward says, because he's the cuck YouTube deserves, but not one it needs right now. When do you need cucks? So we'll taunt him because he can take it, because he's not our cuck. He's a smarmy fence-sitter, a pretentious contrarian, a white knight. I've replied to him with, come at me, kid, I'll take your lunch money. Yeah, we've so it was hilarious going through that. So there's about 200 what, 2,000, how many we got here? 2,400 comments, and a vast majority of them are calling me a cuck. It's great. I'm sitting there kind of going, so many people with so original thoughts. Remember the Pixie Jenny debacle? Says
No.
Lysander.
Yes.
What was that?
Well, did anyone want to... Somebody remembered? Do you want to elaborate for us, mate?
Oh, Sargon has never been good in any kind of debate setting, period.
It seems, yes. Prone to anger, I think, is the...
Is this Pixie Jenny thing you're talking about?
Yes.
I remember going back to this very, very early on. Obviously, when you said yes, I thought I'd let you go for it. But to anybody wishing to debate Sargon, all you have to do is really wind him up, and then he loses his shit. And then from that point on, he just sounds like an angry person sort of kind of going, that's bollocks, which doesn't really work out very well. Do your research, Sargon.
He loses composure quickly, and one of the things he needs to learn is that when you're debating someone, you should really just have a pen and a pad, and instead of raging out and interrupting, you just sit there and write down every point that you want to counterpoint when it's your turn to speak.
Of course, Sargon doesn't always respond with anger, but that's only, well, if you've managed to get him to not respond with anger, he either agrees with you completely, or you have managed to be such an insane, rambling maniac that he believes there is no possible way anyone would ever think that he has lost the debate or looks the dumb one in it.
You're also forgetting the other method of winning a debate with Sargon is you butter him up. A couple handful of compliments and he'll start agreeing with you quickly.
Yeah, like Tommy Robinson. As we all know, a person who led the BNP and dog whistled them into
The
basically.
BNP?
Yeah.
I was thinking of the
the
what is it,
EDL.
the skeptic
EDL, begging
feminist.
your pardon. EDL.
When he had the skeptic feminist on, the Russian guy, I think.
Yeah, Russian Deadpool was on with him. Yeah, and,
That's it, Russian Deadpool.
You know, on the subject of the English Defence League, I'm sure a lot of you have heard the notion that in England we're full of no-go Sharia zones. Well, actually, there are no-go zones in England, but they're not really no-go zones. They're just areas where the police have to take in extra people. It's where you send in 2 cars of police instead of just 1.
Yes,
And
yes.
one of the most famous ones is that little tiny cul-de-sac that he lives on. Because it turns out some really shitty people, and he appears to be one of them.
You're talking about Tommy Robinson here,
Yeah,
who's half Irish.
I live in a not very serious one of those, but it's one of those ones where the police don't fear to go, but it's that they do seem to fear to leave it alone too long.
Yeah,
So there's usually a police car patrolling.
yeah. As far as no-go zones are concerned, it's mainly sort of like the places where they recruit at the EDL. Nobody wants to go down to Sink Estate. This is the thing with the, you know, and you know, I remember doing a video about this. You remember me doing this video, and it's him basically talking about how the mainstream media always lies about groups.
Oh, yes.
And I put up a picture of his favourite newspaper, the Daily Mail. Let's be perfectly frank. Yes, Sargon, it's your favourite newspaper.
Well, it might be Breitbart. I don't know.
Breitbart is a
There's a whole load
newspaper.
of
There are websites.
In that sort of segment of quote-unquote skeptics, there's a whole load of people, and I've seen Dave Cullen, Computing Forever. I've seen him talking to his camera opposite his computer, on which you can see that the story he's reading from is on Infowars, and he's telling you this very alarmingly, going, "Look at this! This is happening! This is the real thing, guys!" And it's like, okay. And Sargon seems to do that with it. This Week in Stupid has become This Week in Tabloid Headlines.
Yeah, it's Sargon. If you're listening, and you probably are, you don't really need to do
the live stream the other day.
Yeah, you don't actually need to do This Week in Stupid anymore. You just have to open up the you know, you can just basically just recommend somebody buys the Daily Mail and be done with it. Or you might want to branch out a little.
Yeah, full disclosure to the audience, I am not subscribed to Sargon of Akkad, to the channel anymore. I think I may have subscribed to this live stream, but I don't participate anymore, because I think the final straw that broke the camel's back was the time when the Daily Express claimed, and this was the day after Merkel expressly said the opposite of this, but it claimed that Germany, China, and I think America were lining up to give Britain special trade deals after Brexit. And that this oh yeah, that's right. This was a headline in the Express. Even if I read the article from it, the article didn't even support the headline. The headline and the article were very divergent in terms of what they were expressing. And Sargon simply read the headline and didn't even bother checking any of the information, especially because in response to this narrative, Merkel came out and said expressly that Britain would not be getting this special trade deal. There was no comment from China and America. And Sargon, and this was at least 3 days before Sargon then featured this headline and just expressed it as a fact. And his commentary on it was, well, there you go then.
However, Efren,
and
Merkel did say that she, if she was still in power, would make sure that Germany does continue to trade with Britain, as after all, we are economic neighbours.
I don't know that she has any influence over that.
I
That's
don't
the
think
thing people forget, that these trade deals are not actually an agreement to conduct trade, but rather an agreement on the terms of any trade that is voluntarily conducted by private enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the EU is slapped right in the way of any of this. So they're not actually dealing with Germany; they'll be dealing with the EU.
How it works out
A
is
superpower.
She's promised that if she is still in power, when England finally finishes leaving and Brexiting, whatever, the Union and the European Trade Zone, if she is still in power, she will say, yes, we should trade with England just to be nice to them.
If she's in power.
Barely 4 minutes in, and already you fuckers enrage me. Being just 18 is not an excuse for shit. You are old enough to be considered an adult, and you are expected to know the differences between right and wrong before you even get into your teens, let alone get old enough to be considered an adult.
Well, this is someone that obviously does not understand the concept of right and wrong.
Or, well, this, we're also talking about the fact that we're talking about them. People in their 30s, mids to lates. So when we're looking at 18-year-olds, they're fucking kids.
Well, the concept of right and wrong it's not a simple one, actually. I mean, there's really simple stuff like you probably shouldn't murder people, and eating people is probably not a good way to have a society, and you can't just steal everything because it doesn't work for group dynamics. But when you go beyond that, it starts to get really, really complicated.
Here's one of my favourites. Never have Robin back again. Jesus fucking Christ. Shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt.
Oh dear.
And I just put down the bottom. No platform him.
Yeah.
There is a lot of this. It's like they're kind of going, yeah, I can't necessarily disagree with what was... Well, okay, they're all saying this. And they're like kind of going, this person is making me want to put my head through a wall, or this person's making me really angry.
No counter arguments, right?
Yeah.
Some straw mans, like that last one, I think. But no counter arguments.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting there. That feeling that you're getting, guys, and if you're watching this, and you probably are, that feeling you're getting is something called cognitive dissonance.
Yes, and is an indicator when you have realized that something is true, but that means that something else you already believe is true can't be true.
And that's where it all starts to crash down, and your little house of cards suddenly gets blown away by some guy who's obviously better than you. You think I'm better than you. I'm not. I don't think I'm the best, just better than you. That's all.
Well, that's the thing with the cognitive dissonance resolution. There is a habit to assume that it can't be, the thing that's challenging them can't be true, because they wish for it not to be true. So instead of finding a genuine reason to contradict it, they will instead essentially not make one up, but will look for the first thing. They will grasp at straws and go, well, that must be it. That's the reason. Like, oh, well, you've misspelled this, so therefore, obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. And they'll start making leaps that there's no way they would if they were not trying to...
They'll pick... I picked a date from the 20th of December, which was basically the date of this article. Okay? So I'm looking at the 20th of December of this article, reading from it. And these motherfuckers picked up on the fact that the incident itself happened a year ago. And they're kind of going, well, it happened a year ago. And I'm sitting there kind of going, why does that matter? What matters when on this particular front? If it happened a year ago, 2 years ago. I mean, if it happened 3 years ago, I'd understand. Maybe you'd kind of go, well, there wasn't really much Black Lives Matter business going on there. But a year ago? The whole Black Lives Matter thing started off with the Ferguson riots. And that was 2014, kids. Late 2014. August, I believe it was, 2014. So, yeah. You can't, and the fucking thing that made me laugh is that, the reason that I was saying that was they were basically kind of going, if this had happened to a black person with a bunch of white people doing that, there would be like a ginormous uproar, blah, blah, blah. Now, if something like that had happened and there was a ginormous uproar, blah, 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 why hadn't Sargon even known it? Why didn't he know anything about this? A couple of the guys here, and most of this lot didn't even know about this because it was so small. And I asked, why was there no ginormous outrage about this particular incident? The reason being is, of course, it wasn't the fucking cops. Black Lives Matter isn't about every single fucking incident where some fucking kid does some fucking stupid thing to another stupid kid. They concentrate on the police because, believe it or not, they're supposed to be held up to a better standard than your average public.
But that's the reason why I think it's so absurd to think of Black Lives Matter as being so synonymous with black people being angry about their circumstances in particular, or black criminality, etc., etc. The pointing out that the biggest killer of young black men is other young black men. This is true. It's not what Black Lives Matter is about. And that's a valid criticism if you're trying to say, if this is your priority, why aren't you doing this? But it's not, things are what they are. Let's not think that this pro-black, anti-white sentiment is something inherent or original to Black Lives Matter.
They do throw a lot of red herrings out there. There's obviously the semantic idiocy argument, which is, well, all lives matter, which is just asinine to even bother with.
Which the direct response to is, yes, all lives matter. That means, of course, you think Black Lives Matter because black people are people.
Right. Cableman says,
all lives matter.
Hello,
Black
Kush.
Lives Matter. Then all lives matter should be how they got to Black Lives Matter because, yes, they are human, therefore they matter.
Chris was sitting on the fence. Perhaps. I mean, I don't think I certainly was sitting on the fence and being accused of being partisan, which was just bizarre.
That's
I wasn't.
The point, actually. Didn't some of these comments already accuse you of being a fence sitter?
Yeah.
But that's clearly in contradiction. If that's what the commenters, the people who are angry at you for defying the Sargon, are saying, then I wonder. He perhaps maybe needs to rethink his assumption that what you were doing was being partisan.
Well, here's the thing, I don't think he's reading his comments anymore. I mean, at any stream that I go on to, if I go onto somebody's stream, this is one of the reasons why I don't go on loads and loads of streams, is that I want to be able to actually talk to whoever has actually watched this stream, and if they've got a question for me, I want to be able to answer their question. So this is why I don't go on like stream after stream after stream after stream. And I'm just going down the list here. There's 2,500 comments on here, so it's somewhat of a slog. But I'm not seeing Jeff here. I'm not seeing Chris here, and I'm certainly not seeing Sargon here. I saw, Jeff's made a comment, good talk, cool, and that was about it. And this is the thing that I think, as far as shark jumping is concerned, I think this is where it all goes wrong.
Well, given how clearly easily enraged Sargon is when you disagree with him, when he's trying to come out with rhetoric, it's clear that anyone who is used to him is just basically afraid to talk whilst he's talking. They've essentially I don't think this is like a deliberate thing that has been expressed, but essentially due to his assumptions and attitudes, it's become this. The whole point of the stream is for Sargon to be Sargon, and you are just there in the background, know your place, don't debate him or anything. No, you're just there to lend him credibility by allowing him to go with the delusion that it's not just his opinion being expressed.
Well, I mean, I did get somewhat of a dressing down for doing that after the stream, if you didn't know. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I think you told me that.
Yeah.
But you also told me that he expressly told you that that's why he wanted you on the stream.
Yeah, which somehow sort of contradicted what he was saying. Yeah, this is the reasoning that I'm losing here, because when you're kind of saying, look, I want you to come on here because I don't want this to be a bit of an echo chamber, and then okay then, so I get to make contrary points to what you're saying, right? But that wasn't the thing that really swung it for me more than anything else. It was the insult to Jeff and Chris, really. Because it's like, what are these? Do you just think of these two as your yes men or something?
I do. I'm not going to be insulted on their behalf, frankly. I don't consider them to simply share his opinions. I don't think they're followers and sycophants in that way. But they're certainly not out there to defy him.
I think, Chris, fucking, he's a good guy. Okay, and I can see him sort of like holding a sort of like a middle ground thing here, but I think he's probably been with a few streams with the guy now, and it's kind of like, I can't be asked with an argument, I can't be asked to get into a fling of shit. And Jeff gets very uncomfortable when Sargon said something that he obviously knows is wrong, and you can see him sort of like scratching his back and sort of like kind of, I don't know. And it's like, it's almost like they're afraid to sort of jump in there and just kind of go, I mean, come on guys, you're seasoned fucking YouTubers. Have some fucking balls. That's the shame of it. Those
balls. It cost them money. It costs them you. I mean, they don't want to piss off their audience, do they? It is their job.
Are you afraid of me?
No, but at the same time, I'm not relying on this financially. And if pissing you off would hurt my ability to have a house and food, I probably would be concerned with pissing you off in that way.
Well, I can't really speak to that sentiment at all, because I even in a circumstance where I was trying to derive an income from YouTube and my affiliation with Robin or whoever, obviously Robin for me, since Robin's stream is the one I tend to hang around on, but I can't actually put myself in those shoes. I can't honestly pretend I can, rather, that because I'm getting a maths degree, I'm not going to be beholden to some schmuck on the internet for my income.
I don't care about pissing you off, Robin.
I don't know if you actually said that about Sargon about me.
I just mean, like,
who is this schmuck on the internet of which you?
Well, it's like one of those sort of line up to insult yourself type of trap type things, where if it should offend you, then obviously it applies to you, and if it does not, then it doesn't. But it's like, if you were the type to be offended by me disagreeing with you, I could happily disagree with you and not worry, because for me, it's not the end of the world. There's no circumstance in which I would actually be dependent on YouTube or my public image.
Here's a comment for you which made me giggle, because I did a little bit of jiggery-pokery with it. He goes, Sargon, I understand that there is no clear connection to BLM. However, the black supremacist movement that gained prominence lately is BLM. And clearly, the 4 torturers were repeating BLM's rhetoric. And do you know what I did? I just copied and pasted what he put down there and just replaced some words. And now it reads, Sargon, I understand there is no clear connection to Gamergate. However, the white supremacist movement that's gained prominence lately is Gamergate. And clearly, the harassers were repeating Gamergate rhetoric.
Well, that is a good way of demonstrating.
That is AGG 2 years ago.
After they scouted a chunk of that guy's head, did they level up then?
No, but unfortunately that kind of rhetoric, while it's effective at demonstrating the stupidity of it. For those who don't think it's stupid to begin with, those who are not seeing that as a stupid thing, but simply something they disagree with, then they will just go, well, it's wrong in one case and right in the other. They don't necessarily understand why, they just know they disagree. So the fact that they'll disagree with one statement and not the other doesn't necessarily raise any eyebrows for them, because they don't understand why they ought to disagree with it.
Because it's the leftists.
Of course.
And that it means
It's,
that...
he has said on multiple occasions that it is the leftists who are in power at the moment, and that's why they're the ones that need to be dealt with. And perhaps he meant Obama being in office. And
You know what he means when he says leftist? He means feminists.
I get, well, maybe.
And then
That was a thing, yes, on
every
Elliot
single
Rodger. He went on
conservative
about feminists.
MP will say that they're a feminist, because if they don't, they will lose a small chunk of dedicated votes. But if they say it, they'll get that small chunk of people saying, yeah, they're a good person, just because of that one simple word.
In other words, they'll bullshit you.
And so long as that's one simple word continues to get them votes, they're going to keep using it.
Well, right-wing voters do tend to be more credulous. Note, audience, that I said right-wing voters and not those on the right. There are many people on the right who are incredulous at the system.
Let's
Peter
be honest.
Hitchens, for example.
He means to say rightists.
Rightists.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to call them from this point on. Rightists.
That's beginning to sound like autist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, let's put it this way. They are the rightists, ideasists.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you.
I think you were trying to be a Warhammer 40k orc there.
I love it. The culture has been
Or a
left-wing
football
for
hooligan.
decades. Even right-wing presidents have been Keynesian socialists.
You mean guys, that economics has moved on, and generally we will actually use the term econometrics as well in many cases.
Right-wingers are still flaming socialists. They're just for slowing and stopping immigration. Left
Wait,
and
what?
right-wing in modern Western civilizations are almost the same, hence everyone's disdain for the political class. Oh yeah, you've got basically pretty much the 1% running away with everybody's money, which is basically just handed to them virtually through government legislation. And you think that everyone's a lefty, even the right-wingers. I think Derek may have gone a little too far on the right. Just throwing that out there. You can't vote left or right because they're basically the same. Could this person be any more to the right? That's amazing to me. As though being... Why is immigration or emigration or whatever like that, why is that a left or right thing? I don't get where this comes from.
But traditionally, it's actually a right thing. It's only nationalism, and in particular nativism, that has left immigration a sore issue, which the right are using to pander. But it's generally been a working class issue. Unions historically have tended to be against it, and therefore the parties that do the unions' bidding will have been against it. Thatcher, on the other hand, will have been pro-immigration. Regardless of what people want to think of her, people tend to have this myth of what she did and said in their minds, on both sides.
Including Margaret Thatcher.
Yes. But, yeah, I could go on about...
I blame BLM for this shit. Even if they had no association to BLM, they were still inspired by bullshit agenda pushed by BLM. Can you guess what I did? I blame Gamergate for this kind of shit.
Of course.
Even if they had no association to Gamergate, they will be still inspired by the bullshit agenda pushed by Gamergate. AGG 2 years ago.
This is the kind of rabbit warren we end up in when we start trying to assign blame to a fucking hashtag. I mean, I recognise that BLM was more cohesive and an actual group, there was a core group called BLM, but the movement that they're referring to is not that group. So the idea that because there is that basically coincidence, it's not actually, of course, it's where the hashtag got its name from, but the thing people are referring to when they think of the Black Lives Matter hashtag, that's not the Black Lives Matter group.
Well, there are prominent figures out there. I mean, the thing that sort of like winds me up is that so somebody who is mixed race, like Sean King, he doesn't say that he's black. He says he's a person of colour. As far as I was aware, mixed race means a person of colour. But why keep picking on the fact that he's got white skin, guys? You're not exactly making yourselves look good here, PR-wise. I mean, BLM has a hard enough job, and to sort of like have their thing as it is, because they're going around fucking blocking, roads.
It's preaching to the choir concept, the dog whistling, of talking about it like that. It's not. Of course, dog whistling has an inherent connotation of deception code. I'm just talking about the part of it where 14... you're just saying a thing that everyone agrees with in your echo chamber. And
this, I did say that basically, Sean does pretty much share the same skin colour as that kid that got sort of beaten up, so perhaps it was in fact black and black. But, they laughed at that one. They laughed at that joke. But when I was saying, I repeated that tweet I put out where somebody was basically saying that he was a Trump supporter, and I basically just said, what, is it because he's retarded? There were so many people that were getting vicariously upset. Not because I'd called Trump supporters retarded, no. Because I was apparently taking the piss out of that young boy. And I'm sitting there kind of going, really?
It's so
social justice warrior.
It's so transparently dishonest a motive to get offended as well. I think Kevin Logan actually came out and said something about that. I follow a lot of the leftists of the YouTubes because I think Lysander in the chat may have pointed out from previous streams I have confessed to being a dreaded right-winger.
Yes, believe it or not, I'm not like somebody who just invites a bunch of lefties in here. Yeah, I'm able to have a conversation with a right-winger, me being a filthy lefty, even though I when I look on the political spectrum after doing my thing, I find out that I'm a centrist or ever so slightly to the left of centre.
It might be fair on those compasses, like, I do tend to be like right of centre. I'm not like off in the woods to the right, to be fair.
Exactly. But, so this is where maybe that's the fact that we can converse. If we were like slightly further apart from each other, we'd have to basically, have some sort of ring around us and then get some boxing gloves on.
Yeah,
I
guess a good example of that being the position on war and conflict. I'm right-wing in the sense that I don't believe that there's a reasonable probability of being able to get through, international politics without basically threatening and going to war and basically killing people effectively. Well, actually, I'm not gleeful about that, and I'm not going to celebrate the perceived necessity or the perception of necessity that I have. I don't consider it to be right because of that, as in good. Whereas, of course, you do get some people who are not just hawkish, as you could easily describe my position, but also triumphant at the concept of violence.
Oh, yeah, this is a good one. I'm glad RoboCuck isn't an actual authority. Sir, please remove your mask and drop the stolen money. You are under arrest. Blackface revealed when the mask comes off. Move along, citizen. Enough blacks have been persecuted. Keep the money too.
Wow. You didn't say anything even remotely. I mean, you barely even defended Black Lives Matter, actually. You just pointed out that they were getting obsessed with it.
I just asked him, that was the most bizarre comment so far. Is this my first fan fiction story? Here's a thought. Maybe everyone assumes it's BLM related because it looks like everything else BLM is doing. Yeah, once again...
But what is everything else that BLM is doing? This is the thing. If you start assigning actions to a group or to a label in your head especially, but just in general in the discourse, if one set of actions is always assigned to one group, then of course when another thing that's just like the set you normally assign to that group turns up, you're going to be like, well, they're always doing this shit. But here's the thing, what standard of evidence did you have going down that list when you were populating it?
Now, we've got a good trumpeter here. One thing you guys didn't apparently know, Donald Trump wasn't mocking a disabled person. They're saying he knew the guy was disabled. When last time he saw the dude was 20 years ago or some shit. Do you remember everyone you meet? His actions were the mocking of someone flustered, not a disabled person.
Oh, I see.
If he wanted to mock the guy, he would have held his arm perfectly still in that position. If he wanted to mock the guy, he should have held his arm perfectly still in that position rather than his arm reaching that position for a few frames during him flailing his arms around. I just had to say to him, good try, mate. Not buying it, but I just wanted to congratulate you on your salesmanship.
That did start out with some promise that it's like, oh, actually, yeah, that's a good point. And then he kept going.
Yeah.
See, as a disabled person, I give everybody a pass to mock all disabled people.
Well, apparently I can't mock retards. Otherwise,
you can. I give you that pass because
otherwise Trump supporters get upset.
No, you can do it. But I'm okay with. I don't care that Trump mocked the guy either, though. Like I said, I blanketly gave it to everybody.
But no, we've got. The thing is, it's not all bad. We've got some people in here that are basically saying, violence against Trump is normalized with zero proof. That's the same thing as the SJW racism said. See, somebody gets me. Well done, Andrew.
I think it's just fair to say that violence is normalized. Violence is a part of human life. We have not progressed into this magical, nonsensical, golden era. And I do hope we one day reach that, but we're not in it. We are not in a violence-free world. You can't just see some violence and then assume that some ideology, something has especially caused that. It's a fact of life.
Violence is especially normalized in the United States.
Well, I mean, there's also the institutional racism argument. Okay, the institutional racism argument for Black Lives Matter isn't necessarily for the society at large, mainly to do with the cops.
Well, yes, when they talk about institutionalized, they're generally referring to an institution.
And in, the case of the police, yeah, they do have a problem with it. One of the things is, and it's not just white people, it's not just black people that's it's the problem with white people as well. But the real institutional issue for the cops is protectionism. Is that one of their boys goes and gets themselves in trouble, the police cover these guys' asses for two reasons. One, the person who hired them obviously hasn't done their fucking research properly, hasn't checked them out, or that they haven't actually policed that policeman, who's obviously done it before. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel emboldened enough to do whatever the fuck they did again. And also the fact that if they do have a policeman getting arrested or charged or whatever like that, it just makes them look bad. And it gets pressure on them if they do have a cop that does that. So they think, we'll just basically try and sweep it under the carpet, nothing wrong. Well, this is exactly the same way that the Catholic Church now has a reputation of basically housing paedophiles. That's why you have BLM. It's not just, you do have racists in the police circles, you do. And a lot of them aren't racist. But I tell you what, if you're not going to put these people in prison for when they do I'm not talking about the wrong thing, but the illegal thing. Because they are supposed to be held up to a higher standard.
It would be nice as well if they're held up to a higher standard, they're also put at higher risk, but I don't think they're paid especially well. Like, what is wrong with people that
So
they can't
what? So what?
pay their
Sorry.
public servants a
There's
fair
there's
wage?
plenty of people. There's plenty of people in this world that have high risk jobs who don't get paid a lot of money.
No, I'm
But
talking
that
about
doesn't
if you
mean
want
that
to,
they
if you want.
get to beat people up.
No, but it's not about justification of the actions. That the actions can be anticipated if the job doesn't have suitable rewards. It's just the fact of employment in general that if you want upstanding, if you want desirable policemen, you better pay the rates necessary to get them. Otherwise, you're just going to get people who go, "Oh, it's all right. I don't mind being paid that. I'll just get this other stuff on the side."
We had somebody saying this as well. Why they did crime while recording it on camera and broadcast it on social media? ? Well,
Because they're extremely stupid.
Well, YOLO. Yeah.
That was in the comment. That was one comment you read out.
Yeah. Why they did crime while recording it on camera and broadcast it on social media? That's a hard sentence to read. And his answer? YOLO, apparently.
I mean, that could be part of a good piece of polemic. It could be part of a good piece of polemic, theoretically. I mean, hypothetically.
This is your listeners here, Sargon. This is the state of play. God damn it. You know, the other thing that sort of like is telling to me? People who get accused of doing something for the money. Now, if somebody were to accuse me of, say, doing something for the money, for example, okay, I would say, especially if I'm getting paid, well, of course I'm doing this for the money. Now, if why would you deny that? Why would you get angry at that? Why would you get upset by that? You know, if you're doing this sort of thing, you know, I'm not doing this particular thing for the money. I mean, you know, I think I get about like 20 quid a month from Patreon for this. It's just not worth my effort.
Remember to thank them.
But and Magda says I'm not putting in the work. So, you know, it's sort of like you get stuck in this this cycle, isn't it? In the same way as if you put in, if you're getting more money, you're putting more effort. If you put in more effort, you get more money, isn't it? Or you know, or what you're saying is making you money, so you do more of what's making you money. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, in other words, your opinion becomes something of worth. And so you repeat your opinion. And it seems to always annoy Sargon on that front. I don't necessarily think he's sort of like some sort of clever, sort of like.
Oh yeah, you certainly don't need to be conscious of this.
Yeah.
Biasing effect.
You know, and I'm saying this, and if you're listening, Sargon, you probably are. You really need to think about it.
Well, we're talking about him. You know how he hates that.
You really need to think about it and where you're standing. Because I'm not saying this to sort of like kind of go, you're doing it the wrong way. What I'm saying is that you're going to get yourself into a place where you think you're doing it the wrong way, and that's going to make you even more angry, and it's going to make you hate yourself.
It's probably why he is so easily angered at the moment.
Well, this is how cognitive biases manifest themselves. You know? And Soros is not paying me much. Do you want to keep this lot busy while I go and have a piss and a cigarette?
Sure, I just got back.
Excellent. You guys talk about how much of a shithead I am. Back in a moment.
Yes. Well, Robin is a complete cook. As you know, I am very much to the right of him, and he just will not accept that we just have to get rid of brown people. It's
Well,
okay. I'm not that kind of right wing.
no, well, I'm innately right winged. I think center right, just because I grew up in the United States in New Orleans, so I respect a lot of Robin's opinions, but at the same time, just as I don't understand all of the idiosyncrasies of growing up in England, which that might be a presumption in and of itself, but he's definitely in England, just as he probably does not quite understand the day-to-day life when you live in a place like New Orleans or Chicago or something like that. So, although I may disagree with him about many things, because I noticed y'all were making or not y'all, but maybe Robin was making the argument about how when you switch up the GG, anti-GG harassment versus assault and Black Lives Matter, if you just take the paragraphs and switches the, you switch your nouns and verbs up, it's the same thing, but at the same time, I don't believe it's quite the same because there has been a hierarchy developed in Black Lives Matter, and yes, anybody who can claim that they're doing it, anybody can claim they're a part of the organization or non-organization, because yes, it is a hashtag too, and that's one of the troubling things about arguing with anything that seems to be a horizontal group or affiliation, at the least, even if it's not a group, is you can say, the not all argument all day long, the no true Scotsman and all that, where that person does or doesn't represent it and all of that. Either way, it's going to be a lot of issues, and there's going to be...
It's not so much that they don't represent it, it's that they are not representative. They may well... It's not that they're, the no true... That's what I'm picking up on this because you mentioned no true Scotsman. And that's to say that the fallacy that is the no true Scotsman is to say that a thing, despite satisfying the definition of inclusion, is not included. And because you're essentially switching out it's a bait and switch. It's a type of bait and switch or equivocation to get people to agree to one statement with one meaning and then change the meaning and then essentially pressure people into agreeing with the second meaning because they've already made the actual statement that they agree.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the overall point I was trying to get to is that it's a zone where we're going to see more and more of these discussions and disagreements based on just the muddy definition of what is. In particular,
it's because I brought that up, and the reason I did was because the definition people have been using in ascribing things to Black Lives Matter has been muddy, and to then use the narrow definition later is equivocation. It is fallacious.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's just it's a giant mess. And as far as the All Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter thing, I grew up in New Orleans, and the police here have spent a long time on the top 10 FBI crime organizations list. So the police here don't care what color you are. They're corrupt either way. Your skin color doesn't save you at all. And I see a lot of people who advocate or who will say all lives matter, and they're saying it because they're truly saying, black, white doesn't matter. The police need to be reined in, period, because they've seen, personal family members, no matter what their race is, go off. And I just don't like how they're immediately called bigots for saying such a thing. And then people bring up, people will bring up, it's a disproportionate thing. Well, if you take, if you look at proportions, you have a numerator and denominator. The closer you bring that denominator to zero, the more disproportionate all things will be, but all groups would be doing better. And that's the argument that I bring up to people, and usually they just call me a racist. So I just walk off.
There is a distinction to be made with the semantic idiots that Robin was talking about, who pointed out, just as a way of derailing the conversation.
What are you saying about me?
I'm saying you're a cuck. Because because they don't want to talk about police corruption and police shootings. The kind of people who will respond to the Black Lives Matters things by saying that all the shootings are justified and that his skirt was too short. Sorry, wrong dismissal. But your other way of bringing up all lives matter is to say that actually police corruption is a problem, but that it's not actually a racial problem.
I mean, that's
Like,
sort of
that's
fair.
fair. That's a valid rebuttal.
You know, that's a reasonably valid rebuttal, but not completely. Because
I think you mean convincing. It definitely
Well,
is.
that's one of the things I brought up with that argument, Robin, is that I've grown up in an area where it's very known that the police are extremely corrupt to the point where they're constantly watched by the FBI, and
Nice.
everybody here, regardless of what their ethnicity is, it doesn't matter. The police are going to do whatever they want here.
Indeed.
And then one of the points that I didn't get into with Evrian, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Evrian.
That's the reason I also have Prince of Burgundy.
Well,
Okay.
no, the
last point I wanted to contribute to that is that one of the issues is how do you control, like, police jurisdiction is just that, like, they're separate entities. They actually are, and it's very difficult for to judge one police department on the other. Like, I would not judge a police department, let's say, out in the middle of Montana, comparative to New Orleans Police Department. I would feel safer probably with the random Montana Police Department than NOPD, and varies and so on. And the entire statement that there's institutional corruption with police, well, it's which department are you talking about? We all know that there's issues with LAPD. It's well documented. And so on. We know there's issues with NOPD, but the problem that I'm seeing is that it's just being set across the line, blanket statement that it's all the police departments are institutionally corrupted.
I'd just like to say you're welcome for being purple-pilled, Jack.
Purple-pilled?
Yes.
No. This is nothing that you've said to me. This is arguments I've all had previously with many people.
I'm talking to Jack here, who's in the comments. Don't forget the comments, guys. Don't forget there's
it's
people
over there,
commenting.
but I have 3 monitors set up, and I'm currently playing EVE Online while I'm talking to y'all, so my attention is very split.
I'm playing Astroneer.
Well, I'm paying attention to them if you're not.
Hello, little people.
But, like, for example, you can say Jon Stewart, oh my god, cut. No. But, he made the simple point was that one of his producers goes into a building in New York, and he's just basically in jeans and a shirt, and he's just basically woken up that morning and really not fucking bothered with himself, walks straight through security, no problem. And then one of his producers, who is in fact black, beautifully turned out in a perfect suit, actually gets stopped and questioned. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah, it does exist, and there's actually a stark difference between northern racism and southern racism, and it's all summed up by a little colloquialism, in that a Northman doesn't care how tall a black man is, they care how close they are, and a man from the South doesn't care how close a black man is, they care how tall he is. And that's a little colloquialism they've used for a while, and it really does describe the difference between northern and southern racism in the United States.
Sorry about that, mate. Say that again.
Okay, I was saying that there is a staunch difference between, the racism you would kind of see in the north of the United States versus the traditional South.
What does it mean by the height of this person?
They care about how big somebody is in the South versus how close they are, while in the North they care about how close they are rather than how big they are. So it's a difference in what their fears are, which causes their racism. It's summed up by a little folk saying in the South that's commonly said to Northern people to show that, yes, you're racist, but it's a different kind of racism.
Nice.
Well, I don't know what you think of that saying.
Oh,
but...
you mean the far away, the Northerners wanting black people far away, or they care about the distance being a reference to what, gentrification?
Well, they've done horrible things with the redlining and all of that, and a lot of that has been destroyed, but you see a lot of what they refer to as white flight in the North, whereas in Southern communities, such as Louisiana and the South, you see a much more integrated society. The racism seems to be less covert, but in the North, it seems to be more of a silent racism, which I know many black people that say I would rather deal with the out front racist than the guy who's thinking something but smiling to my face.
Indeed, I suppose.
And that's the difference between Northern and Southern racism.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the proper term for it is, but I'll say what I think is understandable as conflict signaling, where you basically say, it makes it easy to see where the conflicts are, so that if you're avoiding conflict, you just don't go that way.
Yeah. I mean, as far as overt racism is concerned, or integration is concerned, I mean, for example, Florida. I have a few friends out in Florida, and as far as racism is concerned, that's in the home.
Well, Florida is a crazy place to begin with. It's this unique petri dish, as I like to refer to it.
Well, I mean, you know, there are some really weird rules that they have when it comes to housing, for example. Is that if you want to live in an area, you know, you looking for a house, you find a house or whatever like that, the people in the local community have to sort of like okay you. So if they don't like you, you're not coming in.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with specific Florida laws, but is this specific counties in Florida, or is this statewide?
No, it's like the local area. If you see a house that's for sale, yeah, you got to go and meet all the people around there, and if they okay it, then you can buy the house.
But that's my question. Is that like an ordinance for a specific city, a specific county, versus the entire state? Is it codified into the state law?
I would have to actually double check that, because I'm obviously getting that from just people that live in Florida.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I've never heard of that, and I live 3 states away, ostensibly. I can drive there and be there within 5 hours. So, like, I've never heard of this before, but I don't live there. So, my roommate just moved to Florida, and he went there to buy the house. Like, he flew there to buy the house, and then he flew there to move, which I don't see how that's a lot of time to introduce yourself to all the neighbors. And, I mean, he's a Hispanic guy from California. I don't know which area. He moved to Miami, I think, specifically.
Oh, that might help.
Maybe...
That's going to help.
Well, that's the thing, though, is Miami has a higher population density, which goes to further my argument that I don't think he had the time to meet everybody, which means if this is some kind of certified...
I don't think he has to go around every single house in Florida or in Miami. I'm talking about people in their local area, as in, you know, neighbors.
You see, I would have to see some kind of... Like, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's hard for me to believe it exists because we are so free enterprise here. But if it does exist, I can see that would easily be brought to higher courts and easily challenged, just because if I wanted to sell my house, let's say I lived in Florida and I wanted to sell my house to a black guy, I don't care as long as he has the money. And if somebody said I couldn't sell it to him for that type of regulation, I would want to go to court over it because it's bullshit. You know what I mean?
I would have to actually find the actual statute that this
I've
is about.
heard it might be related to, if it's a thing, that it might be related to neighborhood associations or homeowner associations.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Like I said, you would just I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that I just never heard of it. If it does exist, then something like that needs to have some kind of legal ruling that prevents it. And I say that not based on any racism thing. I say it based on, I think anybody should be able to sell a house to whoever the fuck they want to sell it to. I'm sure y'all agree with that. Like, if they have the money, it's a transaction. You should just be able to make the transaction.
Yeah. But I mean, this is the...
But then again, I'm also the kind of person that I don't care about gentrification, because I think if the hipsters, you know, the rich people are moving into the poor areas, if they have the money to do it, then you can't really stop them. You can't stop them from doing what they want to their property after they buy it either.
Yeah.
Like, how do you stop somebody from buying a house and somebody buying a house next to them and next to them?
Social housing associations. If people own a part of their own home, they don't need to own all of it. They don't need to have a permanent right of tenancy. You know, it could be conditional because it's part of the housing association. But essentially, cooperative housing associations are a thing. There's connotations of socialism, though. So
yeah, but I mean, in the United States,
it's an example of them making it work.
Socialism. Yeah, but I'm in the United States. You know how we react to the word socialism?
Yeah, but you don't need the word socialism on it because the key important part about it is that it doesn't really matter that it's technically socialism because it works and it works within a market structure.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, it doesn't need to be neither here nor there. But yeah, it's a thing where essentially the residents own it in the same way that a cooperative business is owned by its employees.
I would just have to look in it further. I mean, for instance, right now I'm looking to buy a house, and I don't care who's living next to me as long as they stay on their property and I stay on my property, kind of thing. And if it comes to it, since I live in the South and I'm in the United States, I plan to have the Second Amendment on my side, and hopefully, so on. It's a very different outlook on life, I admit, but I grew up my entire life in very integrated neighborhoods, people of all ethnicities, and that's probably why I look at I'm shocked by most people's racist beliefs, is because I grew up with my best friend being a guy named Eric. We used to play soccer and hockey, and I was a one-legged guy playing hockey, street hockey.
I'm finding certain things here, like you can't paint your house a certain color.
There are homeowners associations I know that do that, and you can't have flamingo ornaments in your lawn, and I think that's all bullshit. I think those shouldn't exist. Now, as far as I really think they would have a lot of difficulty disallowing somebody based on the neighbors agreeing you have to leave. I think they can probably impose fines if you don't meet certain codes, like having the right type of mailbox, having the right type of paint on your house. But if you're within all of the codes, I really don't think they can stop you from buying the house, because first, the house exists, it has to be within code. If it's not within code and the purchaser is going to upgrade the house and do the renovations to get it within the homeowners association code, let's say the previous owner neglected it or something.
Yeah, well, if there is a racial component in this, it will be through the mechanism of gentrification.
Well, here's something here, yeah? homeownersassociationleader.com. And there's a question up here, and it says, can you screen and reject potential owners? Florida County says yes, but say why. The Commissioners of Brownwood County, Florida, passed an ordinance in September requiring homeowners associations to provide written notice to rejected applicants. So this does confirm something here, is that this was going on before, and now in 2013, or at least from 2013, it's not that you can't do that, it's that you have to explain why.
Yeah, so they have to explain why. They have to come up with a reason. So this makes me think that there was some suing going on that happened, which should have happened. And
well, it depends what reasons are allowable. If it's like a history of drugs, like if there's a past conviction for drugs, then certainly the war on drugs has turned that into a racial issue.
But do they have
that
listed
this out,
as a reason?
Let me read this out so we can get ourselves filled in a little.
Can you link it to me, possibly, so I can...
Well, you can... Okay.
I'm at HOAleader.com.
There we go. It says, Commissioners of Brownwood County passed an ordinance to provide written notice to rejected applicants detailing the reason for the rejection. Here we explain the ordinance and discuss whether other states allow associations to approve or reject potential homeowner association purchasers and renters, and the pros and cons. Screening applicants for what exactly? The risk of the practice of screening applicants is that you could face claims of discrimination. We don't have any provisions regulating the practice of screening potential residents in Louisiana today, says Randy, whoever the fuck his name is, a partner of the Stieg law firm in New Orleans, who represents 15 to 20 associations at any given time. Having said that, everyone is subject to a federal Fair Housing Act, and associations can't discriminate against potential buyers who fall into certain protected classes. Because of that, if yours is among the few associations that screen potential owners and renters. You have to be very careful in rejecting applicants. At our firm, we tell our association clients, there are generally only 3 reasons you can legally deny applicants. Explains Alessandra Stivelman, an associate attorney who specialises in community association law, blah, 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 blah. One is for violation of an inherent regulation in the governing documents. There's a no pet rule, and the owners want to bring in their pet. Second reason is prior rules violations. So,
sorry, I'm gonna mute my mic. My dog is going nuts.
It's all right. If applications have already lived in the association as a tenant and now want to purchase, yet they've demonstrated a propensity to violate rules, blah blah blah. The third reason is if you perjure yourself or make a material representation on your application. A material misrepresentation on your application. Boards can't deny an applicant who's filed for bankruptcy, being convicted of a crime, doesn't have a job, or who's a convicted felon.
Okay, I think the third reason is the one that would most likely need to be addressed. And that's because I don't care who you are, if you've been a convicted felon and you've served your full time, you're supposed to be assumed to be rehabilitated and paid your debt to society at that point.
Apparently not, it seems. You can't even vote if you...
No, I think convicted felons should be able to vote again and eventually own a gun again. I believe there should be a process in place. I'm not quite okay with the moment they walk out of jail being given everything back immediately. That's me personally. But I think there should be a process to re-earn those rights.
Okay, so we've had some clarification on this particular bit here. Now, this is something that's happened as an ordinance in 2013. Now, I believe Florida has been around a little longer than since 2013, hasn't it?
I'm sorry, my dog just pulled my earpiece out of my headset. Would you mind if I just run for a quick 20 seconds to let him outside?
Roger.
I'll be back in a second.
While you do that, I will basically wrangle the conversation back to what we were talking about, because obviously we've just sort of just off-ended a little tiny tangent here when it comes to homeowner associations. We just wanted to double check whether there was a potential to reject and your screening of potential owners, and it looks like Florida County says yes. So, but obviously since 2013 there have been laws put in place in order to basically combat discrimination or people being far too arbitrary in how they actually do this. And this is why I was talking to a few of my Florida friends about this. And this is the information that I was getting from them, along the lines of you really should go out, you literally have to go out and meet people and almost lobby the local residents in order to basically, you've got glad hand them and friend them. It's almost like, running for fucking political office, it seems. This was the flavour of what they were telling me. And this sort of shows me, if you can imagine, Florida has been around for quite some time, a damn sight before 2013, let's say. And so, as far as discrimination laws are concerned, this has come in order to stop discrimination happening, which basically really highlights the fact that there was, of course, discrimination going on here. This could be why, if you go to Florida, they are either extremely white or extremely black.
Well, you see a bigger difference between North Florida and South Florida, and it's not really a black-white difference. It's more like a hillbilly, redneck, meth head, bath salt difference. And
no, I'm not talking
Cuban
about,
and rich people retiring difference.
Yeah, I mean, like, you've got Miami there and stuff like that, so you do obviously have some diversity in this. I'm really talking about the fact that you will, in this particular way, if you've got all these housing associations, they can okay people or not okay people. And before 2013, of course, they were really probably just laws were unto themselves, with either arbitrary rules or basically, shall we let this guy in? No, fuck him, kind of deal. Which will then, of course, mean that people who are not accepted by said homeowner associations, whether they've got money to buy a property or not, have to go elsewhere. Now, if you ask, and from what I've heard from a lot of my friends, that, there's a lot of racists in Florida, it seems, for some reason.
Oh, yeah, if you go into the Panhandle, said meth bath salt regions that I was speaking of, it's... There's a common joke in the United States that headlines that come from Florida begin with Florida man. Just that phrase. And then the next thing you read after Florida man is completely batshit insane.
Yeah.
So, Florida, like I think you probably remember earlier, I used the term Florida is its own unique petri dish because just the different amounts of scum growing in Florida of all flavors are there, and it's insane.
Oh,
that's why I wish my friend good luck when he moved to Florida, my roommate, because I fear for his life, but I think he might be okay in Miami since he also knows Spanish and he's a Hispanic guy.
I'm just tangenting off here because I've just basically seen Spino have to talk to somebody who's basically said to him, the alt-right is a reaction to the far left, hence the new alt. And I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, and the right wasn't a reaction to the left? Shut the fuck up, guys, really. You're just making yourselves even more stupid. Just keep your mouth shut and just go to your voting booth. But yeah, I think this, when we're talking about, institutionalized racism within the police, you've also got, obviously, there's still racism going on in America. And no,
I didn't say that there wasn't. In fact, I said there's different flavors of racism going on throughout America.
Indeed, there is. And, you can understand why. This is the thing. It's like with, say, you remember Occupy? Perfectly applicable, perfectly understandable as to why they were doing it. And now when people think about Occupy, they just think about basically, the fucking, what would they call it, the progressive stack and crap like that.
Yeah. And it was I think it was a very legit movement that, for whatever reason...
that got labelled as crazies and hippies and people who don't understand finance and socialists and this, that and the other. And look what it did to it. This is actually becoming a bit of a pattern of behaviour, and I'm gonna put this threefold here. You look at, say, obviously, Occupy, which is then encouraged to be looked upon by the public as a place where left-leaning or incredibly left-leaning, crazy, ridiculous people who are basically, the progressives or this sort of thing, that's where you're going to find them. And lo and behold, it's an open invitation to leftists to converge. And then I'm going to bring you over to Gamergate, which was then basically because of sick and tired of gaming press basically being essentially an advertising arm rather than actually a consumer protection, then gets labelled as right-wing reactionaries. I wonder who that's trying to invite into their group. And then we have BLM, who are basically being besmirched and told that they are basically a bunch of black supremacist racists. I wonder who they're trying to dog whistle into turning up. Can anyone see a pattern of behaviour here?
Well, not only do I see a pattern of behavior, but it seems to happen most often with horizontally structured things, leaderless or movements. And that's why I'm not a fan of leaderless movements, because eventually, given time, they just all become completely just bogged down in mud. Nobody knows what's going on after a while. The message gets completely just gray areaed. There's like I was speaking while you were gone, I was saying that they become just completely laden with no true Scotsman fallacy. and so on. And we're seeing more and more of these leaderless groups crop up for whatever movements. Groups is kind of the wrong word. Movements, maybe even just the phenomena, these leaderless phenomena that happen, rather it be a hashtag, rather it be, Occupy, Black Lives Matter, GG. You see it happen every time, where it's like, oh, this doesn't represent us, this does represent us, this is what we're about, this isn't really, this person is part of us, this person isn't, and factions break out. It's been a repeated pattern, like you said, and that's why I really just, I can't see much. I see less and less of a point of these leaderless groups.
Well,
I
don't necessarily think it's the point of the leaderless group thing that's the issue. What I'm really talking to you about more than anything else is authorities, the press, the ones that have the actual power over the public. The ones that have some sort of say to influence them. What they do is they basically push people who are fucking crazy a lot of the time, and they say to them, go over there.
Well, wouldn't it make sense for something like the press to do that? Because if you can push crazies into a group, they stir up trouble so that they have something to talk about.
So they invite these fucking crazies over into these groups, who then basically just fuck them up. It's not the fault of the leaderless group that's the issue here. It's the fact that authorities are able to actually destroy, disseminate, and eventually dissolve these leaderless groups through these methods.
Yeah, but is that their actual intention, or is the intention of pushing them over there just to, for instance, the media to do it is just to ultimately cause something that they can cover?
I would go 50-50. I would go 50-50. I think it's initially a cover for some people, and I think some people know that that's going to happen. I couldn't give you, we're talking about people who aren't going to tell you anyway.
We're speculating.
Yeah, I can't basically go and put myself into the mind of every journalist.
Yeah, it's not quantifiable.
Yeah, and have them basically kind of go, while we're colluding, what we're going to do is we're going to paint these people as right-wingers, and that's going to invite all these right-wingers in here, which will then prove to us that we were saying in the first place that they were right-wingers. We can look as if we proved ourselves right. Done. Cut and dry. And then they're dissolved. Over and done with.
Yeah, I mean, it's why I don't like the leaderless movements, but on the other hand, if you have a vertical organization, it's actually defined and you can definitely say who is and who isn't the part, then you have the potential of someone becoming an egomaniac at the lead.
Yeah, well, that's one thing, of course, but also you basically end up with, one of the reasons why these leaderless groups happen in the first place is because they don't want to have, a target to be taken on. Yeah. And, of course, the egos and all the other things that come along with that. So, in other words, those leaderless groups are onto the powers that be as to how they would actually try to undermine them. But this other facet of having them mislabeled, this other facet of having them actually put into a particular bracket in order to attract crazies and people who will undermine their position, that is the thing that, you can have that leaderless movement, but what I'm saying to you, if you are going to have that leaderless movement, you have to watch out for that too. And you have to say to those people that are coming in, because a lot of the leaderless movements, they want as many people as they possibly can. Gamergate was one of those. They'd invite anybody and everybody in. And that's what did it to them. That's what killed them in PR and eventually, as it fizzled out. Is that now, if you go to Gamergate right now, you've got 10% of the people there talking about, say, gaming. And then the rest of them are just whining on and on and on about SJWs. And that means that the press, the gaming press, have already got away with it. They've already moved on. They killed it, it's almost as if when Macintosh was saying that it was dead, he was saying, I very much doubt that he has this sort of forethought, but if you imagine the reason that it was dead in his mind, if you will, is that they'd managed to get that PR labeling down. from that point on, it's like killing somebody. When you shoot somebody, for example, and they're just lying there virtually lifeless, you go, he's dead. No, they're not dead. Their heart might have stopped, but they're not dead yet. But you've shot them in the right place. That means that 4 minutes from now they will be.
Yeah, you delivered a.
That's the
a
killing
definite
blow. Yeah. So
a mortal wound, so to say.
It would be hard to say where this pattern really became not just a coincidence, but a genuine pattern. But it does beg a belief to imagine that no one is doing this. I mean, it sounds conspiratorial, but union breakers exist. Things like that exist, like professional organization fuck-uppers. Professional disorganizers are a thing.
Well, it's. I suppose probably the best way to describe it is a self-reinforcing prophecy, as such. Is that if you, it's a way to be right. You basically label these people in such a way that it will attract people that who you basically, let's say, think they are, or are proclaiming from places that obviously attract a lot of attention. And then your prophecy basically comes through simply from the fact that you've influenced it yourself. The reason Gamergate turned into an anti-SJW shit flick is due to the fact that the press made sure that that's what not only the public thought that it was, but the people that were in it thought that it was. Did you not notice, guys? Did anyone not notice how many suddenly sort of SJW-y sort of things were coming out of the press while this was going on? If you wanted to shut this movement up, you wouldn't give them any ammunition, would you? Would you? If you're in the press, and people are coming out at you, you just think, right, keep your fucking head down, just get on with your job and don't give them any fucking ammunition. And they were handing Gamergate ammunition every single day. All the time. It bolsters it up. It actually encourages it and pushes it and produces it. This, if anything, is the web that they weave in order to deceive. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, whether it's understood or not, I don't know. But if for anyone out there who wishes to start a leaderless revolutionary movement, and you're probably listening, I know, that's the bit that you've got to watch out for. And you do have to police your tag. You do have to police your organisation. Otherwise, you will have invited the very people that will eventually destroy you.
Yeah, I think that is the thing, that the takeaway there is that, plus that it doesn't really matter how conspiratorial we want to be. The point is that this is the nature of the beast. We don't know why that is. We can't say whether this is just a property of people and leaderless organizations, or if it's like that because someone's making it like that. We just know that it is something that happens to leaderless groups.
When Jeff says, I don't think the gaming press was that smart, I think that they, you've got to remember, that, we're talking about the people that run the gaming press. We're talking about the editors. Okay? And they're not fucking idiots. I'm sorry, Jack, but they're just not. And if they're going to basically, if they want to close something down, there's plenty of ways to do it. And if you're, you've got to remember, that if you're studying, if you're working in the press, and you do journalism and all this sort of thing, a lot of this is to do with political machination. If you're not going to be much cop in the press if you don't understand political motivation. Augusto Pinochet, hello, mate. He thinks thinks retard torturers are great guys. I do, indeed. Also, hello to High Priest Autist Airthrin. No social safety nets for filthy electro people. Thank you for your contribution.
Electro people?
I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm just reading it out for him so he feels a little bit more special. So yeah, exactly. Lysander says it, the gut shot. They don't die straight away, but they bleed out a lot, and you bleed constantly. But to be honest with you, if they failed, yeah, they're still there, Jack. Don't know if you noticed. Nathan Grayson's still writing for his mates. Hasn't fucking changed a jot. So I say to you, you know, it's not like Gamergate have actually won. They've got some victories, yeah, but they certainly didn't actually win the war.
But is it a war that could have been won by either side fully?
Yes.
See, that's where I tend to disagree, because I've been disenchanted with the gaming press since I was maybe 11.
Me too.
So
It's more that they moved from being sellouts to being openly corrupt, which and in particular, there was a lot of people who just were not necessarily keeping an eye on things. They weren't necessarily savvy to this. They knew that it's just, you know, they had a general misanthropic view of it. But I think a lot of the anger came from people who, it wasn't sudden. Like, it was, what's the thing? There's this dialectic or something. The idea that, you know, events and shifts and upheavals are not caused by sudden other events. They are something that build up over time. Like, the potential for them to happen builds up, and the resentment for the gaming press was a volcano waiting to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the very similar thing when it comes to, say, Black Lives Matter and the Ferguson riots. It was very much the same as Gamergate. For example, yeah, if you talk to anybody about Ferguson and Black Lives Matter in that particular case, all they ever do is concentrate on one singular incident. They don't look at the pattern of behaviour of the Ferguson authorities and the police force in general. What they do is they concentrate on that one incident which sparked off the shit flinging.
Yeah, it's one thing to point out, oh, well, this was a false narrative, but why was it so appealing to so many people? That's the question. And some people are very quick to respond to that by saying that, oh, well, it's because black people are victim cultures and stuff. And not only does that have some truth to it, but that's been encouraged by people trying to sell them easy answers for generations now. But it's not the only thing as well. There's also some truth to their perspective too.
I think one of the reasons why it's overall appealing to pretty much everyone is everyone has probably had a bad encounter with a cop within their life. And then if somebody is innately racist or believes that, you know, there is racism spread across, they're going to believe that black people have worse encounters with cops than I do. And I've already had terrible encounters with cops. So it becomes even more perpetuating that way.
Well, it's the funny thing, really. They're sitting there kind of going, black people are kind of going, police are treating us like shit. And then these guys are coming, they treat white people like shit as well, so shut the fuck up. And it's like kind of going, that hasn't really solved the issue. You know what I mean?
I mean, that was my thing earlier. Yeah. My numerator versus denominator argument is why don't we stop it being treated like shit for everyone?
Well, the same thing has been happening here with this, you know, with this BLM hashtag as well, this BLM kidnapping hashtag as well. Because I was talking to these guys and trying to explain to them, apart from the fact that they were sounding exactly the same as what SJWs were sounding like when it comes to free speech. And I'm sitting there kind of going to them, look, if you're going to, you know, we were talking about hate speech, and not just hate speech, but hate crime, okay? And like, you know, my angle on this, of course, is that hate crime is basically just another name for thought crime. If somebody has basically beaten the crap out of you, well, they've done a fucking assault. You know, charge the motherfucker for assault, that the crime has been committed. And they said, well, it wasn't just that they assaulted him, they didn't like him at the time. Well, yeah, because they fucking assaulted them, that's why they didn't like him. It's like, yeah, they didn't like him because of their race, so they should get an even bigger prison sentence. It's like, okay, that sounds a bit wrong.
I think the motivation behind it.
Hear me out, Ethrin. Hear me out. And the trick is that I'm saying to these guys, and I was saying this to SJWs when it comes to hate speech and hate crime and all this sort of thing, is that it's thought crime. And that when you do that, when you say, I want those people, that particular group, to be punished more than this particular group, that's going to come back and bite you in the ass eventually. And what happened, I made a sort of like an analogy of, say, the king is basically, subjugating this village over here. And the villagers don't basically say, look, if you're going to subjugate villages, could you subjugate that village as well? This is what the BLM sort of business, they have to be charged with a hate crime. And it's like, okay, you wouldn't like it if white people were being charged with hate crimes against black people. But because that happens, you think it's fair if everybody has that happen. All you're doing is basically saying, well, I don't like the fact that I've got this chain on my arm, but at least I'll feel better about it if that guy's got a chain on his arm as well.
Well, it's more that they oppose it all the time. Sargon does oppose, and just for anyone who's just started watching who thinks I'm bringing him randomly, Robin is referring to a conversation he had with Sargon the other day.
Well, this is actually more to do with the people commenting on that particular LBM kidnapping.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to make it clear to anyone who only just started watching, I'm not just randomly bringing up Sargon. But he opposes the principles here, like on principle, he opposes this sort of thing. And well, actually, I don't know that he's necessarily opposed the concept of hate crime. But I think he's wrong not to, certainly. But
well, here's. Do
you remember
before you complete that? I'm just going to clarify something for you. Sargon has basically said is that they are not. BLM is not directly responsible for this crime. However, BLM is responsible for causing the atmosphere that led for these people to feel as if it's normal to hate on white people. In other words, they are advocating hate speech. So we are talking about, and this is why you're a real fucking weasel sometimes, Sargon. You are basically kind of going, it's not their fault, but it's their fault.
Well, it's not. Yeah, he's denying the responsibility of the 4 youths that actually committed this crime.
Yeah, as though they have no agency suddenly.
Or that Black Lives Matter is the thing that is hatred against white people, and that this cold race war that is beginning to simmer, that has only just started recently with SJWs.
And it's just agenda driving these thoughts consistently. You've got an agenda in front of you. How do I make this about my agenda?
But do you remember when he defended Rushfi, and for basically Rushfi being blocked from speaking, I think, and he made a big song and dance at the beginning of that video about how he really didn't like Rushfi, and that he was annoyed that he had been pushed into defending Rushfi. But principles were principles, so he just had to stick to it. Doesn't matter whether he liked the person being affected by the lack of principles or not. He just had to advocate the principles, no matter who was involved. And now it's individual responsibility isn't a thing anymore, apparently. Of course, you'll say that's a straw man, but what are you arguing, Sargon? Think about what you're actually arguing and saying. It's incoherent, and he's lost his way. And I think anyone who has followed him has lost their way as well by default. Of course, if they haven't been following him, have they? So that's a truism, I suppose.
Well, this is the thing, It's, this is why it's not just Sargon. It's this litany of followers here. You've probably read this comment section by now, yeah?
Oh, I had a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of people that are really angry at me for not actually just propping up their confirmation bias.
Yes, I was thinking about that earlier, especially with afterwards when we were in the Discord. Habib came in, and he had a thought about how you remember when he mentioned that people had started to sort of listen in whenever he tries that slow, deliberate, thoughtful tone. And he said they didn't really know why people did that. And I rattled off a approximate concept about how, thinking consumes energy, and evolutionarily we've evolved to try and avoid thinking where we think we can get away with it. And one of the ways we do that is listening out for when someone has got a thought, an opinion that is well thought out, that they've put a lot of time into, because that's a very valuable opinion. It's difficult to get a thought like that. It takes a lot of work and energy. But I sort of followed through on this line of reasoning, and that it would also follow from this that you'd expect people to have a habit of identifying people whose opinions tend to be similar to their own. Because what the imperative here isn't just to take arbitrary thoughts that have had a lot of thought put into them. It's to try and get a shortcut on using energy to come up with your own thoughts. So their own thoughts are still preferred. Our own thoughts are still preferred. But if we can get similar thoughts for a lot less resources consumed, well, it would make sense for us to find people we tend to agree with and then just agree with them on everything.
And yeah,
if they sound like they've put a lot of thought into something, well, when we do the same thing, we tend to get similar results. So we get used to this and we start accepting their seemingly well thought, well presented points as things that we would come up with if we spent the time to do it. And I think it's just it's not only are we intellectually lazy there, but we actually seek out people whose thoughts we can rely on. But ultimately, that reliance is not based on the actual truth value of the thoughts, but rather how well they conform to the thoughts we would have.
So we've got Taxi Jenkins here who goes, I don't see that this is a BLM thing, but an inner city ghetto mind of thinking. Yeah, BLM has a lot of smaller ideas, but it comes from somewhere. They have grown in an area and told that white people are bad, cops are out to get you, and it's okay to hurt other people. They grew up in an environment that makes being a thug or a gangbanger is something to strive for. It's a culture of tribalism and hatred, and that is what BLM, if they really cared for black people, will be trying to fix.
Yes, certainly. Yes, this incident could easily it's easily usable as ammunition to discredit Black Lives Matter, but not for the reason that a lot of people are trying to do so. I mean, you could argue relative privation is not really a valid thing. It's certainly the police are a problem, but treating it like it's a racial issue and that is if indeed they are treating it like it's the number one issue, then you can use this as an example of, well, clearly there's a problem in the black community. But to say that this is a problem with Black Lives Matter, the problem with Black Lives Matter that this highlights is that Black Lives Matter are ignoring the real problems, or more important problems.
I'm not necessarily in 100% agreement with you on that one. First of all, we're talking again. Black Lives Matter is not actually responsible for the black community at large.
No,
it's not that. It's like saying, Gamergate isn't responsible for what the gaming community is. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yes.
The whole point of the Gamergate hashtag was to address the whole point of the Gamergate hashtag was to address something within the gaming authorities and how they're mistreating the populace at large. Black Lives Matter was to do with the authorities and how they were treating, black people. Now, that being said, if let's say that they were successful and they were treating black people better, maybe there were laws put in place that made sure that the police were actually held to account, for example, of their treatment of black people. Okay? Don't think that's not going to rub off on white people too, huh?
Well, yeah, one of the things that I think is the most laudable idea that Black Lives Matter were putting forward, and I guess probably still are. I think it's on their website, if memory serves. You could probably check that while I'm talking. That they were advocating for when there was an issue involving the conduct of police officers, that it not be resolved internally, but that it should be resolved essentially by a proximate organization of the community, not just like arbitrary random people. I think, but just
I think it was the local community.
Yeah. There would be some kind of community organization, and that they would oversee the decision as to whether conduct had, codes of conduct had or have not been breached, and that it would not be an internal decision, because as it is, the protectionism of the cops that you mentioned before is definitely a thing because of the power structure of it, that local stations, local jurisdictions are policing themselves. That is actually how the system is set up. They're not answering to other people.
But yeah, so this is the thing. I'm sitting there basically kind of going, well, you're apologia for Black Lives Matter, and it's like kind of going, no, I'm just not willing to basically just look at them as one giant obelisk that must be stopped. I'm just not.
Jack Offson in the chat says, what do you guys think is the biggest problems with the African American communities today? Well, one problem, although it's not in answer to your question because I don't think it's the biggest, is the tendency to call them African American. They're Americans, and this African heritage thing is very similar in the fallacies that it shares with the white nationalist movement. This concept that there's an inherent, it embraces the concept of race to the point of nativism of some far off land. And it's not so much in and of itself harmful, but in the same way that religious thinking is harmful in and of itself over time and the things that it causes in a society. That's one thing, but that's a bit meta. It's not directly causing much.
But it does put in a degree of separation for a certain avenue of Americans.
And
you do have Italian Americans.
It ties into what I do think is the more direct boogeyman problem with the black community in America, is what Thomas Sowell calls black redneck culture, which is this not just anti-establishment but anti-society culture of basically treating the world like it's Mad Max.
Well, I was about to bring something similar to that up, since are you in America?
No.
Okay, somebody who's from here, something that I was going to bring up is that I've seen the same thing in redneck culture, where it's the concept of, you have the crabs in the bucket thing, where I've seen rednecks degradate the person that's trying to get an education that's white, and they're saying, oh, you're never going to be nothing but a stupid hick just like all of us. Oh, you think you're better than us, boy? You're going to go get an education? I've seen it happen to white people and black people within Louisiana.
I actually coined that as sinker state philosophy. And it's the principle is that, for example, if, let's say, one of your mates goes to college, gets himself a college thing, then goes to university or whatever like that, guess what? You're still stuck there. And now you've just lost one excuse as to why you're still stuck there.
Yeah, well, I've seen, on the other hand, there are the people that are proud of the person who got out, too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is sinker state philosophy. In other words, the thing that means that you've already lost. You've already lost, and you want to make sure those around you have lost too, in order for you to feel better about the fact that you've already lost. You need those excuses. And if you can,
we're not talking about tribalism per se.
Yeah, it's not so much tribalism. It's about basically poor staying poor.
It's a
you're
coping
going
mechanism for the situation.
Yeah, you're going to live poor for the rest of your life, and you need excuses like it's the Muslims, it's it's people taking our jobs, it's the 1%, all of the other reasons that you have as to why you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, it's a sort of status justification fallacy.
That's right. And if somebody actually comes and breaks out of your little bubble, and they're able to change their lives, and they're able to go forward, that's going to undermine your whole spiel, and it's going to upset you. The cognitive dissonance kicks in.
I think I should have said narrative instead of just fallacy there, because
something else contributed in that if you break out of untraditional mechanisms too, because there are traditional mechanisms in some of these cultures where it's accepting that you've gotten out of the situation, where there's other mechanisms that they don't accept.
I think generally the fallacy part that I was thinking of that made me slip the word in there by accident is that, assuming I'm understanding what Robin's talking about, that there's essentially a fallacy in the way people look at the world that think that it's either personal responsibility, that you get what you work for, or it's like circumstantial and luck. But it's actually a combination of the two. You need to work hard and be lucky to get out of those circumstances.
I know.
When someone works hard and is lucky, you want to assume that it's just because they're lucky. Especially people who don't work hard, and who want to justify that. But at the same time, the people who want to try and insist that there's no luck involved, there's no circumstance involved, that it's all hard work, and they tend to be the people at the top who did get lucky and don't want to acknowledge how lucky they are, or just outsiders, especially the sort of white supremacists trying to condemn black people, black culture. They will ignore the fact that that it's possible to work hard and still not get anywhere. So we get like fallacious thinking on both sides of this. It tends to be two camps arguing extremes.
There's also the other thing, of course, is that if you have grown up in, say, like a middle class place, for example, middle class households, whatever like that, your dad knows the guy that runs the factory down the road there. Has a chat with him, gets you a job in the office or whatever like that, And then, when somebody, you're walking around, you're the office manager, but, a couple of years down the line, and the guy who owns the business is retiring, and he says, do you want to be managing director? And you're like, yeah, sure, why not, And then everyone's all a big happy family or whatever like that. When you're walking out onto the street and people are looking at you jealous, it's kind of going, well, I've worked hard in my life. And it's
there's a reciprocal cycle here that on the individual scale, people tend to get sorted into either one of these perceived schools of thought by rejecting the behavior of those who prescribe to the opposite. So if they do know people who don't work hard and try to justify it as everything being circumstantial, and they find that disgusting and offensive, and then they encounter someone who wants to say that it's all about hard work, well, not only is that a more useful attitude to have, even if it's equally fallacious, it also, you've been primed to reject the alternative already.
Well, there is a piece of truth that you're more likely to become lucky and open up the opportunities of luck through hard work.
Oh, I consider them to be separate, and that your break is when they intersect. They obviously intersect more if you're always working hard.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think that actually enhances the opportunities. It just makes you less likely to miss them.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get lucky staying at home and doing nothing. But at the same time, there's a chance that you could work hard 80-hour weeks your whole life and work yourself into the grave and not make any, measurable distance.
Yeah, Jack, the sort of coon house nigger thing is, it's basically the black redneck equivalent of race traitor. I mean, sometimes they'll just say race traitor, but that's essentially what they're getting at, especially coon.
Well, I've seen a lot more of the rednecks use terms like Hollywood or fancy. They've even used words uppity, which is a crossover term.
Well, this is a thing, of course, about the black community. There isn't really one. There's lots of them. and there is a black identity, and that is perceived, and insofar as it is perpetuated by media, it can be shared and has common influence across multiple black communities. But the communities are separate, and when it comes to interactions between family, people in the neighborhood, that is its own bubble. And that's why gang violence is so destructive to the life chances of people in those neighborhoods, because it's not an identitarian situation you can just opt out of. Then that's where you live, like that's your life, and the attitude doesn't affect that.
And the reason why you don't see that in redneck culture is purely, I think, because of population density. You just don't have that many people in close quarters, and then if you don't have that many people living in close quarters, when a murder does happen, it's one solitary murder, just because of population density, because somebody wasn't getting along with somebody, and then
the chances
there's no media coverage then.
Yeah, the chances of running into someone who's got beef with you is much less.
Well, yeah, you when you're in a rural area, you tend to know everybody within the local region, but you can just avoid the person just by not going around them, and there's such huge distances.
Right, yeah, whereas in places like Chicago or Detroit,
it might be someone in your same building.
Yeah, if people hear a car coming around the corner, they got their hand on their gun straight away.
Well, I've seen people in rural areas that what it is they can hear a car coming from quite a distance because of the gravel roads, and they also have their gun in it, but the car is crossing at such a distance that they're not quite sure if they're going to make the shot, and they know way longer ahead of time that the car is not coming towards their home. So it's almost a geographical issue and difference there, just because of the density.
Essentially, the level of trust has to be higher to live peacefully in a city. Yes, you have to be able, and not just arbitrary trust. No, it's not just a matter of convincing people to trust.
More Sargonisms, guys. More Sargonisms coming in. We've got the same progressives who adore Castro and Cuba despise right-wing adulation of Putin and Russia. Hypocrisy and tribalism, nothing more.
Is it the same, though? Some of the same, sure.
I've just reversed his statement on him and said the same right-wingers who despise dictator Castro and Cuba adore dictator Putin and Russia. # hypocrisy.
Yes. There's the thing, right? Myself and Robin are pretty much the same orientation but opposite around the centre of British politics. But we're both aware, or at least I'm keenly aware, that it is of British politics. I wouldn't go into America and go say, hey, I'm right wing. I wouldn't go into a conversation like that anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of,
if you were in America, you probably wouldn't be.
Well,
judging from their right wing,
there's people who identify as left and who support gun rights and military intervention, etc. I suppose. Yes. So, yeah. I certainly in America, I can't imagine I would ever consider voting Republican. But when it comes to Britain, I would vote Conservative if they weren't that particular party of Conservatives, if you know what I mean.
I just wish Americans hated our politics as much as you guys do. Just they give this weird reverence to politicians in the United States, like you have to respect them, and I'm like, no, that's bullshit. We were completely built on not respecting authority.
I don't know where you've got that idea from. I've just seen 8 years of basically people trying to prove that the president is Kenyan.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure where the reverence is going to kick in at this point.
Well, you see that, but at the same time, you see the other half, saying this is, unbelievable, whereas I wish both sides were just like...
Yeah, and in contrast to Britain, where we have a proud tradition of, the always referring to our leader as a total wanker, no matter whether we like them or not.
Yeah, whereas here, half of the people seem to be like, oh, he's perfectly great, he's fine, and the other half is like, boo. No, I want both sides to despise all of our politicians. You've seen it commonly if there's a senator in the audience, like at a local high school football game, everybody's like all starstruck and shit. It's like, no, how about fuck that guy? Even if he is part of my political affiliation.
Well, hang on a second. I mean, just because he's a politician, you don't have to go with fuck that guy. He might be actually all right.
Well, no, fuck that guy in the sense that he's not any better or worse than any of us, and we don't need to feel any kind of sense of starstruckness.
Yeah.
Well,
you mean you're expressing a resentment for this expectation of respect that is not?
Yeah. I feel like they would have to earn it much harder, and to me, they're just another human being.
Well, out of all of the people that, as far as earning respect is concerned, yes, politicians should try harder than anyone.
Yeah, just as you say, the police should be held to a higher account, because they're in such a position of power, so should our politicians.
Yeah.
But that's not.
I was actually in a meeting with Tim Farron last night. In a meeting, or at a meetup with Tim Farron. I had a word with him directly myself as well. Actually, I said to him that there needs to be a stronger voice in the center of politics, that doesn't just refute the bigotry of the right when it comes to like Islam and oppressing Muslims and denying them their individual rights, but that also makes it clear that that is not the same thing, and nor do they endorse the apologetics of Islam that creep into the conversation.
Did you ask him if that's really his own chin?
What?
Forgive me, I don't know who y'all are talking about.
He's the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party in Britain.
Yeah, there's a picture of him. That chin is just unbelievable. Look at that.
I think I've seen this face before now I'm looking at it.
Yes, that's one of the pictures they like to throw in every news article where he's mentioned, isn't it?
Everything I look about, every single time I'm looking at him, that's the first thing that it just keeps coming at me is his chin.
Wait,
Sort that out, dude.
But yeah, I think we're going to see more and more of these, very difficult issues as population increases in Western society. I don't see any avoidance. I think there's a lot more of the issue of people being within proximity of each other than we think there is.
It's not so much population increase, which is happening, but it's more the population centralization that is occurring.
Well, that's what I
Just
said
one
at the
second.
end was proximity.
Jack, of course you can come on the stream. All you have to do is, like everybody else, you've got that little arrow down there. See that? At RSOL GTP. You've just got to send me a little message and follow me. I will see it in my notifications, and of course we'll hand you the link to this chat, and you can come on and talk to these, let's call them gentlemen.
I will show you a conversation involving Sargon that I interjected with that you might find amusing. You'll note that after my second tweet to him, he had already directly responded, but after I actually rebuked him, he just didn't reply after that. So make of that what you will.
What was this, sorry?
Oh, I just linked you to a Twitter conversation I've had involving Sargon, and he'd already responded to me, but then when I rebutted him, he just didn't respond.
Where am I looking to this?
Just the whole conversation really is the whole context, but in particular,
where you've linked?
Sorry, yes, in the Google Hangout chat, just where you popped that picture link. I assumed you would be looking there first, since you did just drop that picture in there.
Why am I not seeing it from... I can't see the one from Prince of Burgundy, for some reason.
I'll resubmit it. Perhaps you should hide messages and show messages again.
Not coming up.
Clearly the globalists are trying to prevent...
The link worked for me. I can see it.
Did you share it? Because I've seen your shared... You're able to share links for some reason. Any links that you've shared in here, I can't see for some reason.
I think it's because his name's too long on Google.
Hmm.
Everyone knows Google can't handle that level of programming. Also, if they would just stop fucking up Google Hangouts every fucking 3 months.
Stephen K says we're heading for a critical mass of humanity. Are we?
I don't think we're heading for a critical mass. I just think when population density reaches a certain level, you get some really unique issues that there is no clear-cut, easy answer to.
Very little is being done about the pull factors towards cities, so we're seeing increased instances of very high population density. London is a good, or the city of London in particular, is a good example where the cost of living is going up, but so the wages need to start going up. And if they don't, the whole thing's going to get pretty.
Are you familiar with the experiment where if they put enough mice into a cage, they eventually just start all killing each other, even if they have enough food and water? I think that's the case. I think there's just...
people are not mice.
Guys, whatever you're doing in this side chat here, I'm getting nout. Not a thing.
No, I'm DMing you the link.
Good man.
I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Good man.
Yes, former Reformer King has turned up and with classic style said that my balls feel like concrete. So
they look more like bricks.
Speaking of mice not being humans, though, the reason why we do so many tests on mice is because socially they react much more like humans than you would expect. It's startling.
Yeah, well, than you would expect.
But I think there's something that could be said that there may be a critical mass of if you put a certain amount of humans within a certain density, that we're going to have these issues.
That's going to be relative to that's going to be relative to resources and opportunities. Certainly, ghettoizing people is. You can make the Black Pigeon Speaks argument and just say Japan, and then I don't have a rebuttal for you.
Somebody just says Japan to you. That's it.
As far as population density and violence.
Oh right.
Yeah. But the thing is, I was kind of heading in that direction in terms of that humans, in particular. One of the things that marks us out is that we have quite a unique social structure, and it is evolved, at least partly.
There's something else that you have to understand when it comes to Japan, for example. Yeah, they come down hard. The police come down very, very hard on anybody committing crimes.
You're not even allowed to be obese. You know that?
Yeah. So, there are somewhat draconian measures that are in place there in order to keep that down.
Do you think that the violence is just the cost of the freedoms that we have in Western society, excluding Japan?
No. I don't agree with that at all.
If you're giving more freedoms away, then yes, you are giving people freedom to, do the wrong
you give
thing.
them the freedom to be violent, unless you're so draconian.
You try and restrict the laws and regulate it, but I don't believe that actually has a direct effect on.
No, I'm not saying that that's a good thing. I'm not
saying you are. I'm saying that I don't think that trade-off is actually there. I don't think that's a direct trade-off at all, or even indirect, actually.
Well, there's other things to be put into place when it comes to Japan, for example, and let's say Tokyo.
Yeah, you can't boil it down to one variable.
Yeah, you've got the fact that everything fucking works. Remember Chris, who came over from Florida, and he was just overwhelmed by just how well everything in London works. Well, when I went to Japan, I was overwhelmed by how well everything works in Japan.
I would like to see you in New Orleans to see how much everything is fucking broken.
Yeah.
The point I wanted to make is just that, in general, people benefit from other people, not just economically, but emotionally. We actually like other people. What we don't like is being surrounded by people we don't trust.
And if you can imagine in Japan, in Tokyo specifically, you're talking about a major international city with millions and millions of people on there, I couldn't even see a leaf of rubbish on the ground. So, there's a tendency to, I don't know if you've noticed this, but when you're in an area that is very tidy and clean, You don't feel like you can just throw rubbish on the ground. But if you're in an area where if you go down, you go down to the centre of London right now, there's just garbage everywhere. In all kinds of avenues and whatnot like that. Yeah, people just chuck stuff on the floor, whatever like that. It doesn't get tidied up till the next day or whatever.
I do think you need the sense of...
They clean that the next day there?
Yeah.
Man, y'all have it good.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think as a starting point...
So these are levels of comparative... Yeah, this is actually quite a good sort of measurement here. You go to New Orleans and you're expecting the place is just a state. You go to London and it's not quite so bad. You go to Japan...
The thing is, like...
And they've got a guy there at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning stood out there just helping people walk across the street.
Yeah, just if you do ever go to New Orleans and go to the French Quarter, the first thing you're going to notice is your senses are going to be completely assaulted.
Yeah, and in Japan, they've got a lollipop lady for adults. Just to give you this is what they're prepared to do, and then people have the bizarre idea that Japan is conservative. As far as socialism is concerned, and about making sure that the coherence of the community is looked after and cared for. I mean, I think the only thing that you can really say about conservatism when it comes to Japan really is the fact that they still consider marriage to be quite, a strong sort of a thing, and the guys do a lot of the work, whereas the girls generally are more likely to stay at home. That's not 100% by any margin. I think a lot of Westerners over-exaggerate that situation within Japan. Women can work if they want to work. But they can, and
currently it's becoming a population growth issue for them because of that, because there is a undeniable where they're not really, that's to yet be seen how they're going to handle that issue. I think their government is encouraging marriages between young people right now. So, I mean, but yeah, the only thing that stops humans from having a utopian society is humans itself. Whereas if everybody was less of a dick, cleaned up after themselves, treated whoever's around them well, we would live in a much better global society, or even just a local society. And it seems like from what you're describing when you went to Japan, that's what you've seen. And I really wish we could have that here.
Apparently, Putin isn't a dictator.
Oh, Putin isn't a dictator?
No.
All right.
I'm just going to put in they basically wikied me the 2012 presidential election. I thought I'd wiki them the 2008 presidential election, where he's not actually on there. And then gets handed the country back. Here's a reply for you. I wonder if they'll get it.
Well, I think the ultimate question is whether or not if Putin's actually mortal, because I think we've all seen those meme pictures where he was spotted throughout history. Because if he is mortal, then whatever he does, eventually the Russians will shake him off. But if he's immortal, then he's there to stay, now that he's gotten climbed to power.
Love Fist is coming in strong. But yeah, Jack, if you do want to come on, mate, all you got to do is at RSOLGTP me, and I can DM you through Twitter, and you can come on here and you can talk your own shit.
So,
what is this? Somebody's put Donald Trump hat in Russian.
Sorry, but I find that to be hilarious.
I wonder what it actually says, whether it says "Make America Great Again."
Okay, so
the red frog.
I'm looking at some data sets.
Make America Great for Russia.
Yeah, I'm looking at some data sets about fertility rates, and the default thing is fertility rate versus life expectancy, because that's the very clear correlation here. It's wide, there's a wide range, but the trend is very clear. That as we get to, let's say, 70 to 75 life expectancy, then the fertility rate drops well below the replacement rate after that. So any concern that as going forward that the population will continue to increase, that's not actually going to be a long-term problem. It is a temporary problem of how we deal with it, unless we go through such social degeneration that our life expectancies start dropping.
I believe that's actually starting to happen this now.
Yeah. So basically, we need to do something about these corporatist shills, and I don't just mean Hillary, because there's just in generally, we need to do something about that neoliberal orthodox economics, which is just leaving people out there, social welfare. By which I don't just mean benefit payment, free money, blah blah blah. I mean, actually looking after the welfare of society and the life expectancy of the average people, because and not just life expectancy as in rigging the numbers, but just the quality of life associated with that and the freedoms to not necessarily have a family if you don't want to. And which is obviously not a legal freedom, but a social freedom, and there is a distinction to be had there.
Oh, Jackie Pirate Jackie. Right, I said this thing. The same right wingers who despise dictator Castro and Cuba adore dictator Putin and Russia. Hypocrisy. And Jackie comes in with dictator. In 2 years, Putin is gone. I don't think he will go for re-election.
I think he will, because technically he is the richest person in the world in terms of control of assets. He probably won't survive the loss of his power.
Yeah, here's the thing. He then basically pushes a presidential election 2012 under my nose. And I basically then reposted that, but with the 2008 election. Please note who was the actual elected president, Dmitry Medvedev, whatever his fucking pronunciation is. And do you know what he did? He handed his presidency over to President Putin.
Yeah, I mean, has anybody ever argued that Dmitry wasn't a puppet?
Oh, give Sargon a minute. It's amazing, absolutely
and this is
amazing.
The thing is, I'm somebody who doesn't really have any real issues with Russia, for the most part.
But wasn't there a stream where he was? I'm sure
from them.
Yeah, Sargon was in a stream with someone a while ago, and well, not that long ago, but not very recently. But he was in a stream with someone, and they said something like that many of Putin's actions foreign policy actions have been defensive, and then Sargon said basically all of them have been, as if he knows, for one thing.
No, when he went into Crimea, it wasn't defensive. But you can't argue that going into Crimea was defensive.
Yeah.
No, like...
But you're just a partisan, don't you see?
I mean...
You're just a partisan. Why don't you criticize Castro, you partisan?
Well, I don't like Castro at all.
You're clearly on the left. Because you
No, but you're not doing it enough. You're not doing it enough, that's the thing.
The thing with Sargon is he does call people like partisan and left wing, and it's like, why? Why is that? Why is that Sargon? Is it because they disagreed with you? What would that say about your position then?
Yeah.
See, that's my favorite thing about when somebody tries to use that as an argument, is because I've been called left and right wing by so many different people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I as a centrist, I've been called left wing by the right and right by the left. And it's really funny when I'm talking to somebody who says that he's a lefty calling me left wing. Do you know what that smacks of, Sargon? It makes me think that you're a right winger. Admit it to yourself and be done with it.
Oh, but he's not on the he's not quite shouting leftists with gusto just yet.
Leftists.
But he's certainly saying partisan with a similar inflection that Alex Jones says globalist.
So I got a quick question, and this is somewhat related, but you know how they have the left, right, up, down with liberal and authoritarian? I'm sorry, libertarian versus authoritarian on that spectrum. Do you feel like maybe there's a need now for a third dimension to that?
I don't think that any such thing will ever properly describe people, because ultimately it's more about how we rationalize our own sensibilities and how we perceive the world around us. And that's not necessarily tied to any particular political philosophy. The majority of people don't have a political opinion by the definitions of the political philosophies that went into those compasses.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm just thinking that the traditional left-right, and up-down paradigm that I've been seeing for the last, I want to say, 5 years.
Well, take for example, not per se Muslims, but the apologetic, like Islam apologist Muslims, though not the ones that just are relatively secular and don't give a shit, but the ones that do think that they need to go out and proselytize and protect the good name of Islam from the upheaval that has been happening over the past decade in particular. But look at them and look at how they regard themselves and what they think Islam is and what they as Muslims get to say what it is. And each of them will say very, by definition of the type I'm talking about, will say quite authoritatively that they know what Islam is, and that this is what Islam is, and that if you don't agree with this, then that's not proper Islam.
Indeed.
And there's loads of them that say that.
But before you continue
very few that say the same thing.
Don't forget that we've got comments coming in from the side chat here, guys, and we've got Love Fist Legend with a very important statement,
of course,
which is chew you enemy like a food and eat him until he never live again.
I think Love Fist should write
spit
a new
him
Quran.
in garbages where an enemy belong. I think we can all get behind that statement.
In Love Fist's defense there, I do that in EVE Online.
But just to finish my point there about, you notice Muslims do that, and because it's fair to say that we're on the outside of that, it's quite easy for us to see that happening, that we can see that these different communities of people going, no, that's not Islam, this is Islam. There's lots of them that will agree and point at something and say, that's not Islam, but when you ask them what it is, they all give you different answers, but they identify with the same flag, as it were. Figuratively speaking, they identify with the same.
So is this kind of an extrapolation of the No True Islam?
No, well, it's actually.
No.
Remember what we were talking about earlier about, like, these disparate leaderless protest movements that.
Yeah, they all think that they have the correct one, and it's not a No True Scotsman because it's not. They're not defining a No True Scotsman.
It's not that.
I didn't say Scotsman. I said No True Islam.
No. It's not that, guys. It's not that. What it is that there is no pope. They don't have a leader.
Well, if they did, they would just say that guy doesn't count. Some of them.
Unless he kills them all and forces them to go under his definition.
No, they are the libertarians of religion. If you didn't know.
Well, the point I'm getting at here is that people, and this is also true. This is also true of right and left identity politics. That people will say that this is the right and that this is the left, and they will have common ground and get on with other people who identify as that. But if you actually drill down on what their core beliefs are, what they think is right and wrong, their affiliation with right and left is not going to be a predictor as to whether they get along when they actually know what each other thinks. It's an identity thing, just like this identity Islam apologetics thing, where they'll say that.
I had when I was talking about sort of like Tony Blair being basically a warmonger and a this and a that and the other and stuff like that. I've got quite a few left-leaning mates who are like kind of going, you can't say that. That's not true. We're and it was interesting.
He did go to Iraq.
Yeah, the whole business with the rat. Just because, that this is the difference between me and partisans, is that's where I split off from them. Is that the partisans generally what they do is they kind of go my side no matter what, my side no matter what. That's the difference. To not look at the left and not look at the right because you're right or you're left or whatever like that, but to only look at the other side and to point out their faults and their mistakes. This is why, one of the reasons I'm a centrist more than anything else is so that I can basically chastise more people. Because, if you are a partisan, then you have to shut the fuck up about your boys. You've got to back up somebody, whether they're right or wrong. Fuck that shit. No, I want to be able to yell at everybody. So, in order for me to be able to facilitate my distaste with humankind in general, you've really got to be a centrist, because that means you're able to be an arsehole to everybody.
Or to put it another way, you can't be the internet's disappointed father if you have a favourite child.
That's right. Exactly. I love and hate you both equally.
Yes, there is a subtle distinction I want to point out, though, since Jack has rightly said that ISIS hates Shia Muslims in Saudi Arabia more than the West. But it's I'm not saying that you have misunderstood me, I'm just realizing that I want to clarify that the thing I'm talking about is the misnomer regarding one's own identity and what other people are saying when they say that they also identify with that thing. And that people believe they're part of a much larger group when they're not. And that's not the same thing as when people they knowingly claim something that is in direct opposition to another faction, like ISIS and other Muslims saying that you guys are no true Muslims. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about those that will say no true Muslim. I'm talking about those that will call themselves Muslim and defend Islam and the values of Islam, but then when you listen to them, and they will openly agree and say, see that other guy who's also defending Islam? He is right to defend Islam. But when you listen to the values that they're expressing different values, sometimes directly contradictory values, and not acknowledging that. They aren't saying, oh, they're different from me, therefore they're not Muslim. They're saying they are because they're failing to see the differences. And they think they're part of a much larger community.
Yes.
That is true of left and right, in my opinion, as well.
Exactly. And I would interrupt you there by saying, from some of our guests here, yes, rubber goring, you fuck that shit and yell at the enemy. May all God's furious strongs be with you as you crunch opponents' balls and live like a windrammer as you fuck. If an enemy tell you you are asshole, I will say to them that rubber is asshole who belong to me. Any kids I see, I will tell to them, respect my asshole. I think he's pretty much boiled down what you were trying to say into a much more succinct thing there. All I can say is yes. Everybody is right and wrong. A Muslim who is a devout Muslim who thinks that Islam is that way is right. But they're also wrong if you go and ask another Muslim who has interpreted the Quran in a different way. I'm afraid, believe it or not, for some reason or another, religious books tend to be a little enigmatic. And thus, I honestly, I think, I remember sort of like somebody talking to me, we're talking about sort of some of the reasons why you have like these really weird arbitrary rules in religion. And I was talking to a mate and I was just kind of going, yeah, shellfish. They sort of ban you from shellfish because, of course, when somebody used to eat shellfish or whatever like that, they'd get ill. And at the time, nobody understood microbacterials or anything like that, so they think they're being cursed by God and stuff like that. And, you know, for example, like wearing sort of like clothing that covers the whole body. You know, if you don't wear clothing that covers the whole body, you're more likely to get a severe skin cancer. And I mean, it wasn't exactly like they had like SPF factor 52 fucking sunscreen at that time, isn't it? So those ladies covering themselves up, the interpretation came across as, well, if you keep yourself covered up, God won't punish you. So obviously he wants you to stay modest. That makes some sense. You know, don't eat pork. Why? Well, because pigs share a very close sort of like relationship to human beings as far as their biology is concerned. So a disease that a pig can catch can also be passed on to a human being much more easily. You know, swine flu, exactly. And plus, pork does not keep well as a meat. That too. It's very difficult to smoke pork, for example. So all of these different things sort of make some sense. And then he basically asked me, so what about the fucking banning to having not wearing two fabrics and stuff like that? And I said, well, now and again you've got to look a bit enigmatic. You know, put a bit of mystery in there.
It is interesting.
It's tangent to go off of what you said.
Thank you.
It's fascinating trying to get inside the head of those religious nut jobs setting up. Because at the time they weren't religious nut jobs; they were seen to be the height of wisdom.
Well, that's the other thing with being enigmatic. Yeah, you can fake wisdom really, really well with being sort of like, kind of going, what does he mean?
I suppose that's it, isn't it?
This is you need to educate yourself, shitlord type.
Well,
type deal.
The difference between saying something profound and saying something nonsensical ultimately is reputation.
Precisely, yeah. But also, some people think that what you're saying, because they don't quite understand it, it must be too profound even for you to even understand. That guy's clever. You know, whatever that guy said, I haven't got a fucking clue, but it's obviously clever. Otherwise,
are you aware of Terry Pratchett? Well, of course, you're aware of Terry Pratchett, but in one of the books, I think it's Thief of Time, but there's a character called Lucy, I think, who is some sort of like time custodian monk who goes and makes sure certain things in history happen or something. It's a bit vague, but one of the peculiarities is that instead of him being like a wise monk who has wise sayings from some monk that people will very tritely trot out sometimes when they want to quote, he has like the way of Cosmopolite, which is from a character called Miss Cosmopolite from Ankh-Morpork, and it's just daft old lady sayings. But he, being a foreigner to the area, just came in, and he just happened to be staying in like her room, boarding in her room, and she just said fuddy-duddy old lady things, and he, being a monk seeking wisdom, was just like, that's so profound. It's like he developed a philosophical system based on fuddy-duddy old lady sayings because he didn't realize how daft she was being.
So concerning the covering your whole body with the skin cancer thing, I'm going to tweet you something, Robin, or DM it to you, since I know you can't see the chat. And I thought traditionally throughout the Middle East there was many different style of garbs before the burqa, where plenty of skin was exposed.
Yeah, I seem to recall Habib telling us something about how the burqa.
I'll put it in the chat for you to see too.
Was like a rebounded cultural thing. Like it went over to like the Punjabi region where they would wear like headscarves, and there was a traditional belief that someone was like pure because they covered up their hair, and that it apparently sort of had the culture went over there, it meshed with Islam there, and then it sort of started to backtrack the covering part of the culture, and the concept of purity started to backtrack, and then it was just a matter of one-upsmanship of, well, I can cover up even more and be even purer. So
there's a piety competition. A competition of piety. I mean,
not necessarily competition, but the belief in some kind of progression of the concept.
You're saying that they're like the regressive left.
I'm not sure in what way I'm saying that.
I love it. This guy basically thinks that. You remember I was talking to about Russia, and he kind of goes, "It is a quasi-democracy with one party far stronger than others." I'm sitting there kind of going, "What you mean, like the Ba'ath Party?" To compare freedoms in Cuba with Russia is preposterous. Putin has support from the people.
Yeah, and speaking of
is that why they were
pro-democracies-
protesting? Is that why they were protesting for 3 years in a row?
Well, speaking of democracies that have one very strong party with the others not really getting much of a look in, have you noticed the state of British politics over the last, say, 50 years? Yes, the Labour Party had an interlude, but that was basically because Blair went, "Oh, that Tory economic orthodoxy, yeah, we'll just go along with that." That isn't to say that he didn't manage to get in some good social reforms early on, but the war really fucked up any genuine sort of pull to the left that he might have had.
Well, if anything, he certainly stopped having in 1993. Basically, they were calling for people's pensions by that point. They were, this is one of the reasons. It's interesting to me that people kind of look at the left and think that they were the Labour Party was, or even Tony Blair was responsible for Labour getting in. It just makes me laugh every single fucking time, because I was there at the time. They could have put Gordon the Gopher up against the Conservatives at that point, and any puppet you like, and they would have got in. And who after basically Margaret Thatcher, somebody who a great friend of Rupert Murdoch gets in and stays in and is propped up by newspapers, telling the British people that they've never had it so good. And then she gets replaced by Major, who's a bit of a wet blanket, who's basically just an apologist for Conservatives at this point. And then what happens? A new person comes up who is basically a Thatcherite and who, is good friends with Rupert Murdoch. Coincidence? I don't think so.
It's so if you've ever looked at his career, he just basically was straight-edged, aimed at power the whole time. No principle whatsoever, just avenue of power.
Yeah, the only reason he wasn't a Conservative was I think he just picked the wrong tie as he walked into the shop or something.
Well, it's more that he had the opportunity, and he's Scottish, but had the opportunity to. It actually probably a lot to do with just being raised in a Scottish Labour household, actually.
Perhaps,
but,
yeah. But
maybe.
as far as him being different from Thatcher, I didn't see any real difference there. The only real difference was it was a lot like the Obama years, in the sense that you got exactly the same person, but at least it wasn't those people that you hated.
Well, I think
Obama is the first person to be to get a Nobel Peace Prize for not being Bush.
There's certainly a greater degree of economic competence during the Blair years, but unfortunately, due to the sort of deals with the devil that he made, that competence was not necessarily turned to the full use that it could have been.
That wasn't really Blair, that was Brown, to be frank.
Well, yes, but the point is that Blair did actually have that partnership with him. It wasn't him just going, "No, this is my delusional assumptions about how economics works."
And he did
something
sell
about
off all the
striving.
Gold. And he did sell off all the gold. Oh, this just makes me laugh now. Guess what? I basically sent this Jackie pirate person basically a page showing them about showing him the protest from 2011 to 2013, like 2.5 years worth of protest, yeah. And then he just goes in Moscow. President Vladimir Putin has an 83% approval rating.
According to who?
Let's have a look. According
Have
to
you learned not to trust any polls?
Russian pollsters dispatch an army of workers, to canvass the country's 11 time zones, the people's views on Putin, the economy, and other issues. On behalf of the Kremlin...
I can appreciate why people are very, very skeptical of this whole Russian hacker business, but the degree of Gnostic denialism, that's not skepticism. It is the claim that you know that it's false and that it's clearly ridiculous. But that aside, then we get a lot of stuff where people are just unironically or seemingly without any self-awareness just going, here is some information given to us by people who openly work for Putin or work for organizations controlled by Putin.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine.
I know this. People have a tendency to associate all patriotism with nationalism, or rather, all patriotic statements with nationalism. But what the fuck is wrong with being British first? And I don't mean the party called that, but like, what's wrong with putting your Britishness first? Why do we have to go? That guy's
no,
It sounds awfully
nationalism.
racist.
No, dude, that's not nationalism.
No, I know. I said that I don't think it's nationalism, but it gets conflated with nationalism quite a lot.
Yeah,
People
being
are
English.
often worried about expressing
Yeah,
it.
being English is nationalism.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm talking about just sort of. There's nothing wrong with having a loyalty to one's country.
Indulge me.
We are teams.
Indulge me a second here, yeah? Indulge me a second. When you see somebody having a Union flag up, for example, yeah? You don't really think too much about it. What is it when you see a guy with an English flag?
Well, to be honest with you, and this is probably because of how out of touch with sports that I am, if I see an England flag up, I assume that it's probably because the World Cup is happening. It's strange, the amount of World Cups I've been seeing recently.
I can tell you what it looks like from my perspective across the ocean. To me, it sounds like the same difference as, and that's because I have a really southern perspective of somebody having a Confederate flag versus a United States flag.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a symbol of hatred or of nationalism. Yeah, I don't necessarily. I think nationalism is a particular thing, and they tend to like that kind of identity. That's a hallmark of their thing, of their stuff. But it's not a defining characteristic.
Yeah, I mean, so let me ask you this: if someone has an England flag up as opposed to the Union Jack, is it seen as racism?
I don't
offhand,
think so.
Just without any other
evidence. I don't think so. I don't think people necessarily.
That's usually how I've always felt the Confederate flag when we just have that. We have that issue rise up every 3 to 6 months in the United States when it comes to the South. Is the person with the Confederate flag isn't innately, racist? In fact, I have a friend who's a black guy who fucking flies a Confederate flag all the time.
Yeah, because it doesn't mean the same thing to them as it means to the people who only know about it because of like civil war, about slavery and racism.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like to somebody. Let's say if you were living in India and you flew an English flag, how would it look? You know what I mean? Like symbols always mean different things to different people, pending the situation.
Yes.
Oh, I love it. I love it. This guy basically kind of goes, Putin has an 82% approval rating. And I just said to him, what is that an indication of? And I just posted something talking about Saddam Hussein having a 90% approval rating.
It means the people that answered the survey of the people that answered, if the answers weren't lies, that's the thing. It's like I can take a cup of water, stick it in the ocean, and say 0% of this cup of water has whales.
Yeah. But it's not just that, but it's also...
if you've got a 90% approval rating in a country, you're not living in a democracy.
Yeah, it's a cultivation effect, essentially, that what you do is they're going to know which regions like you best. And let's say you're trying to maintain your power. And let's say, well, we've got some ability to reinforce the infrastructure over here. Or like, we can build a hospital over here and try and prevent a few deaths. And let's say your primary motivation is to maintain your power. Well, who do you build a hospital for?
Well, I mean, I'd like to sort of like draw you over to Saddam Hussein for a second, who had
he had a more proactive approach.
Yeah, he had a 90% approval rating. I wonder where that remaining 10% might be.
They were. I thought their heads were put on spikes along one of their major highways.
Well, I think it might be perhaps in the Kurdish area.
Yeah, they were gassed in the north, in the Kurdish area, or their heads were put on spikes.
Yeah, so if you don't approve of a dictator, generally you might feel a little bit worried.
Well, not only that, but you're not going to approve for long because you can't disapprove once you're dead, and then you're no longer a statistic of living people.
Lumpfist Legend is telling us why he supports the Ba'ath Party.
Gets clean and shows off a bare muscles you can crush an enemy with. Well, I take your point and dismiss it. But yeah, I mean, now he's asking me about what's my opinion on the Crimea annexation. I didn't realise it was an annexation. So there you go. As far as I was aware, the people of Crimea wanted to go back to Russia.
Of course.
And they decided to. They had a vote to go to, and then off they went. And then the people of the Ukraine went, hang on a second, you're not having that. And then they tried to annex the Crimea. Sorry, it's up for the people of Crimea. As far as I was aware, they voted, they had a referendum, job done. Sorry. Now, I know this is somewhat of a nuanced bit here because you kind of go, I thought you were anti-Putin. Well, yeah. But guess what? That doesn't mean that the Crimea couldn't want to go back to Russia. It's up to fucking them.
But how would that
what happened was that there was a demographic shift and that many of the people living in the Crimea were actually Russian natives.
Yeah, they've been that. Well, no, they were always that way. There was a huge Russian contingency within the Crimea always.
Yeah, wasn't it?
It was a gift
for the guy after that.
No, like 100 odd years ago, it was actually a gift to the Ukraine by Russia. I mean, it's the maddest thing. They just handed them the Crimea. The Tsar at the time just gave the lands over to the Ukraine, the country, and with all the people there too. It's like, yeah, you're now Ukrainian. Sorry, what?
Well, it depends. We're not necessarily talking about the expectation of some kind of cultural shift. It's more a handover of jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's not necessarily
and in this particular case, well, yeah, if you can imagine, those people historically have identified themselves as Russian for a very long time. Over a very long period of time, they've never really identified as Ukrainian.
See, I'm seeing
You'd almost think
in 1991.
Loyalty, though, eh?
Well, no. Imagine, say, Wales, for example, was actually sort of like landlocked to Europe. It's in that sort of vein. I'm not getting in the middle of the Ukraine and Russia on this particular front. The Ukraine. A lot of people don't understand this about what happened with the Ukraine. I mean, basically, the Ukrainians wanted to go into Europe. The majority of Ukrainians were looking to go into Europe, and the head of they voted on it. They had a referendum, all that, and it was like, yeah, we're going to go into Europe. And then basically the president went, no, we're going to be Russian. He just basically just dismissed all of these people and said, no, I want to be in Russian. He happens to be culturally Crimean, who would have thought. Huge brouhaha. Everybody's fucking protesting. There's fucking, shit burning in the streets, all of that sort of shit. And this guy runs off to Russia. And then, the Ukraine is trying to get its shit together, yeah? The Crimeans feel a little bit scared by all of this and kind of go, you know what, yeah? We were kind of happy to do that whole Russian thing. So if you don't mind, we're going to have our own little referendum, split off from you guys and fuck off to Russia. Is that all right? And then the Ukrainians just went fucking nuts over that too. I'm not going to say anyone's particularly to blame here.
I think it's a similar kind of situation to the territorial disputes in Northern Ireland. In terms of whichever way you slice it, there seems to be a pocket minority that don't like the situation.
Ah, right, okay. So this is the thing. Crimea was Russia. You see, this is the bizarrest thing, yeah? I can say Putin is a dictator. Is a dictator. And I can say that the Crimea should go to Russia. I bet he can't even coalesce that thought. Because there's so many people out there that kind of go, Putin's a dictator. Oh, no, the Crimea's been annexed by Russia. And I'm sitting there kind of going, why don't you just look at the fucking situation? The situation is the Crimeans wanted to go to Russia. That doesn't change the fact that Putin is a dictator.
Yeah, they're two separate things. Like, Putin could not be a dictator, and Crimea could still go to Russia, and vice versa. If, tables were changed in some kind of way.
And now he's talking about fucking Kosovo. Why are you wanting to talk about fucking Kosovo at this point?
Well, if they keep saying things, Robin, eventually you'll just admit that you were wrong.
This is the point. Some people are just so fucking dumb. It's like kind of these set of principles. Yeah, if this is true, then this is true, and this is true, and this is true. Otherwise, you're on the other side. And it's like there's no nuanced opinion here. Yeah, Russian. The dude is an oligarch who is in control of your country right now. He didn't even get elected to president last time round. He got 2008. Somebody else got elected president and handed in the fucking presidency without your permission as a Russian. Yeah, that's a bit fucked up, is it not? Protest after protest after protest after protest, and now you've got somebody who's ex-KGB who is gaslighting America all the fucking time, gaslighting Europe all the fucking time. Now, you can say whatever you like about that, but guess what? The Ukrainians wanted to join Europe, the Crimeans didn't. So let the fucking Crimeans go. Otherwise, you're just going to have basically a civil war with part of your country that doesn't even want to be part of your country. That's why the Ukrainians took so long for it all to fucking calm down. Because they didn't want their country to be split. And it's like, have you seen the Ukraine? It's fucking huge.
I mean, it's sort of huge. It's not that big.
Yes.
But I come from a skewed perspective.
Yes, Mr. America. It's like Texas style size.
No, I'm just giving you shit.
So it's pretty fucking big in state
It's one of the larger
standards.
European countries.
That's right. It's pretty fucking big. So a chunk of it going off into Russia is like hardly any skin off its nose, to be perfectly frank. It's the rich end.
Crimea is really small.
It's the better off bit. That's why a lot of them weren't interested in it, because it's the nicer region, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. It also doesn't have the warm water port.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what they wanted. That's up to them. Strongman will always have to have support from Russia. Support dropped before Crimea. West did nothing. His support increased.
That's the thing. People going on about how Obama is escalating the situation with Russia. I wish I had made a video explaining to people why Putin was not going to do shit. because then I would get to be able to say, I told you so. But unfortunately, I only told a few people in private conversation.
Well, have you ever heard of something called the Russian reset? Anyone? Anyone know about this? No?
I've heard
Russian
the
reset?
term.
Yeah. Well, this is 2009. I've just put up the wiki for it. The symbolic reset on 6th of March 2009 in Geneva, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton presented Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov with a red button with the English word reset. Roman alphabet translation of the Russian Zibrit alphabet word.
I've seen an amazing edit of that.
It was intended to basically. It was supposed to say the word reset, but actually was for the word overload. Never mind. Good try. Okay, but the idea, of course, is that let's be friends. So the very idea that Hillary Clinton is basically some sort of like freak that's just trying to basically take over Russia, or start World War III with Russia, or this is where it all goes fucking bad for these guys, because you actually have to look at what they were doing. The substantive reset. Prior to the reset, the Russia-US relationships had been hurt by the 2008 Russo-Georgian diplomatic crisis of Ossetia and the Russian-Georgian War, leading to immediate response 2008 by the Bush administration. In private, several Obama officials expressed doubts about the reset and were concerned that it would be overly optimistic, particularly Secretary Hillary Clinton. So, like, everybody is saying to her, Hillary, you can try, mate, but it's probably not going to get you very far. And over the course of the last 8 years, she's probably learnt is that, you can't deal with Putin like that. You got to be strong against him. Otherwise, he'll just walk all over you and just fuck with you.
I mean, the edit of that I've seen is where they push the button and it just says Allahu Akbar and it cuts to an explosion somewhere.
Yeah. But this is the thing. And then it moves to the subsequent deterioration of relationships. As early as March 2014, censure of Russia by the United Nations over the Russia annexation of Crimea, which I still don't think it is. The reset was described as in the press as fail. State reasons include the Russian annexation of Crimea, the 2014 pro-Russian unrest in the Ukraine. So obviously this is, the lack of Russian cooperation. I'm sitting there kind of going, I'm sorry, but you can't blame Russia for how the Ukraine fucked itself about. This is a problem for both America and Russia here in this sense. Is that if I was Russia right now and Crimea was just about to come over to me, I would be stating in diplomatic circles, this is what they want, and I'm really sorry that they do want this, because I know that this is going to cause a lot of problems. And, we need to talk to the Ukrainians to try and get them to calm themselves down. And, this is going to happen. It's obviously going to happen. I'm not going to just walk away from people who consider themselves to be Russian. I just can't do that. You wouldn't want somebody in, say, Guam, for example, who considers themselves American, to sort of like just be, taken over by another country or whatever like that. But which Russia has not done prior to the reset. He said that Putin was a bully and that nuanced behaviour by the US towards Putin tended to enable bad behaviour. And this is Jeb Bush saying this, a Republican. So you can't just go, this is a lefty-righty business. This is the thing.
The left and right here in America use Russia as a boogeyman whenever it suits them.
No, it's not Russia. It's Putin. It's not. It's not Israel. It's Bibi. This is the thing. It really depends on the leader. And in Russia's case, Putin is a dick. He fucks with people. He likes to fuck with people.
Mm-hmm. It's part of the swagger and the image. Essentially, in economics, I've been doing game theory. I'm supposed to be revising this, actually. So I'll try to explain. But essentially, when you have a game, the parameters of that one game, circumstances,
Back in a second, guys.
then you are just going to look at the circumstances there, and that's generally how it's shown to people. The sort of next layer up that you have to go to uni to really be shown. Obviously, you could just read a few books, but if you're keen on learning without any assistance, but there's real life. You can't model as just a game that is played once and then is over. Circumstances are altered by how you played the previous games. There are no genuinely independent situations if we're talking about full information here. Because if you have a reputation for doing one thing, well, that means that you got influence over how the following games are played and how people treat you. And when it comes to escalations of conflict, essentially you're playing chicken. And if you try to maintain a reputation for actually sticking to it and going into conflict, then people who are trying to avoid conflict will de-escalate first, and you'll win those games. And really, the most advantageous position is to bluff conflict, and then at the last second, when it comes to the final decision to actually initiate conflict, you don't do it. So, essentially, the positioning and maneuvering that politicians tend to do is usually focused around trying to get the other guy to be the one stood there with the button right in front of them. Nobody actually wants to have the last word. They want somebody else to be there with only the option of backing down or escalating to an unresolvable situation. That is what Kennedy did in the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis. That is how that was resolved, by essentially him openly threatening to go to war. He wasn't there going, oh, well, we got to resolve this situation. We don't want to go to war. No, he resolved that by going to his Russian counterpart and just saying, no, fuck it, we're willing to start a war. And Russia had to back down because...
I have to interrupt you. I'm just letting you know I'm stepping away from my machine to go answer the door.
Okay. I've been left alone. Hello, audience. You're mine now. Ha 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 ha. Jack, yes, it's supposed to be every Saturday, or rather, it will be regularly on Saturdays, usually. It hasn't been every Saturday, and it isn't always Saturday, but roughly speaking, yeah, Saturdays. And the guests will vary and rotate as well. I'm relatively regular, but not all. Hashtag not all. So yeah, with this, essentially what we're dealing with here is credibility. Your threats need credibility. If people know that you are just saying that you'll carry something out because it's the advantageous thing to do, to make that threat, so they're going to anticipate that you're just going to make that threat. So you have to earn credibility by following through on what you're saying. Now, Russia and America both have actually been dropping their credibility. Obama has actually been very successful at maintaining a healthy level of credibility. But Putin has not been very good at maintaining credibility through action. He tends to rely on propaganda. Before ISIS declared themselves, and the conflict in Syria and Iraq, mostly Syria, where America was, and Britain, and NATO basically, was gearing up to just bomb Syria into the ground and get rid of, what's he called? Assad. That situation prompted China and Russia to have battleships in the Gulf. And that wasn't exactly comfortable for a lot of people. There were many people openly saying that we're at high risk of entering World War III because of this.
I'm back.
what Obama did essentially was the equivalent of just basically pulling the trigger and walking away. He just said, okay, fuck it, I'm not fixing this, and just made it clear that he wasn't going to be the one to fix it, and made it so that he actually couldn't. He took actions that made it impossible for him to really just get in there and say, okay, we're not going to go on with this. And then Putin basically panicked, and he was trying to seem nonchalant, and he was off doing some nonsense. But then he ended up flying halfway around the world in apparent panic to actually stop World War III from happening. He is not someone who's willing to actually engage in conflict. And likewise, when Obama actually built up some credibility by taking action against Russian diplomats, and that's especially important given the situation in Crimea, where America did nothing.
He has a speciality. He has a speciality for fucking with people.
Yeah, he goes for propaganda, but he doesn't actually back up his propaganda with action. He has a habit of pulling away from conflict. He wants to look scary.
I don't know if has anyone ever seen a Jack Russell? Do you know Jack Russells? Do you know what a Jack Russell is there, Zeke?
Yeah, they act just like miniature Doberman.
Yeah, they're just fucking mental, aren't they? Like that. Yeah, and you could chew them up in a fucking second.
Yeah, miniature Dobermans. We commonly talk about them as having the attitudes of thinking that they're full-size Dobermans, but not realizing that they're not.
That's Putin for you. Do you know? And talking of dogs, he basically did a little bit of research on German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who has a irrational fear of dogs, and so decided to invite one of his dogs along to one of his meetings with her.
Yeah. Yes.
This is the level of fuckery that this person decides to...
Confusion tactics type propaganda as well are original to Russia. That is something to bear in mind as well. And not Soviet Russia, we're talking modern day Russia.
Yeah. This is his way of basically, this is it. The thing is, he can't do it through military might.
And they are influenced by Kafka as well. The person who is responsible for converting, essentially, they saw Kafka and saw Kafka's art style and learned about it, and leaving people uncomfortable and uncertain about the nature of the world. And then realized that had applications in propaganda. And so that is where that orthodoxy comes from, and it does come from Russia. But to finish about this thing with Obama kicking out the Russian diplomats, I am not remotely surprised that Putin did nothing. Something you'll notice as well is
he would need an excuse, for example.
Well, yeah, but if you notice, one of the blatancies of this is that you capitalize on everything. You don't just back down. You pretend that you won anyway. And you'll notice, of course, how much was made of Putin's underlings urging him to really bring the boot down on America. And they're all like, it's insane advice that they were given. And there's no way that it was genuine. I just don't believe that. It's laughable. You'd have to have no conception of political maneuvering to think that it was honest. It's just too perfect a propaganda front. It's exactly what he wants it to be, and where people are urging him to take action, and he is the wise Putin who says, "No, peace. We will tolerate America," and that way they get to run with the narrative that America owes them one. And Trump seems to be buying into this. Trump may, in fact, be under more direct leverage from Putin. Maybe that's why he wasn't showing anyone his tax returns.
Well, there is. It's not so much about the tax returns. There's if you know anything about Trump from throughout the years, as far as sort of like his hotels and stuff like that, yeah. is that he is basically somebody who runs illegal gambling in New York. If anybody didn't know this. Illegal gambling, private parties, let's call them, I prefer to call them compromising parties. He has been caught using surveillance of people's phones and things like that. So he's basically inviting, rich and famous people into his establishment and wiretapping them to find out things about them in order to basically have leverage over them. And all kinds of naughty little shenanigans going on. Not just with these rich and famous people coming over to his establishment, but actually using those whatever. I'm thinking sort of like Eyes Wide Shut type deal. Do you know what I mean? Orgies, all that sort of business. I mean, people keep on talking about Clinton going on those flights with that guy who's basically a convicted paedophile. Guess who else is implicated in that little deal?
Yeah, Trump was very close to Clinton with that.
Well, not just Clinton, but the guy. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy.
Yeah, his name escapes me too, but it's that one of the reasons they do that too is the whole mutual destruction thing, which is why I kind of hoped that this election would have went way crazier than it did. Is because that they had dirt on each other. That was the equivalent of just pushing the button.
So yeah, this is why one of the reasons why I was very much afraid of a Trump victory was because the guy is a known mobster, and the thing is, all of these fucking kids that are coming in there going Trump, 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 have no fucking idea about him. They've no idea about what the kind of guy that they're actually advocating for. They're sitting there kind of going, "Yeah, I'm anti-corruption." No, you're not. If you are, then you've completely missed the mark with this one. By comparison, we're talking about somebody who uses blackmail and bribery as a course of action daily. So yeah, that's who you've actually voted for, Americans. Well done. Good spot.
In my defense, I voted real crazy, man. I voted John McAfee.
Well,
because if I'm going to vote crazy, I'm going to vote the crazy.
You know what? Yeah, I've got a damn sight more respect for that than either voting for Clinton or Trump, because at least you fucking.
No, I couldn't pull the lever for either of them, so I asked for a write-in ballot, and I put John McAfee with the vice president of Harambe.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fucking stupidest. This is the. I don't know what to call it really. It's almost an irony, I suppose. Is that when you have two really bad candidates from both parties, for example, both parties scare you into voting for the other one because the other one's so bad. And really, it's the best opportunity ever for someone to vote for third-party candidates and get rid of these fucking idiots. But because everyone...
There was a little bit of a drive for that, but Gary Johnson's kind of a moron.
To be honest with you, somebody independent of either one of them. I wouldn't have minded if they were libertarian, fucking, even green. Fuck it. At least it would have offset something. But in this particular case, it's now what you've got is an entire Republican, no checks or balances on any of them at this point. Legislative, executive, they are across the board. They've got everything that they want right now. And I mean, all of these Trump supporters right now, now they have to basically watch as the Republicans do what the Republicans do best. And they're going to be sitting there, now they're going to get really fucking angry. Not at the Republicans though, not at the people they voted for, no. They're going to be angry at all of these people telling them how fucking stupid they are for fucking letting that happen. That's the thing.
Jack says, not to get too tinfoily here, but what do you guys think about Steve Bannon?
Steve Bannon?
I don't really have an opinion.
Breitbart editor, isn't it?
I'm trying to think of the name here.
Is that the
Breitbart editor? He's like the head editor of Breitbart or whatever. He controls the whole establishment.
Oh, isn't he going to be part of the Trump administration now, though? Isn't he?
Isn't he?
He's got chief of staff, I think.
Yes.
Well,
which is like an eternal position, but it's not like a position of like. It's a position that puts other people in power of things that actually can happen.
Yeah, well, all it really means is that basically Milo's ego is going to get even larger because now he's probably going to be in total control of Breitbart, and all you're going to see is pictures of Milo in fucking half naked in bathtubs for the rest of Breitbart's
Well, and
history.
of course the ghostwriters. I mean, those people could be.
I need to ask Robin a question about what he just said. You don't like Breitbart, right, Robin?
No, I think it's exactly what Gamergate was fighting against.
So, real quick, if you don't like Breitbart, do you have a problem with all of Breitbart just becoming pictures of Milo and bathtubs?
I'm just saying that's what it's going to end up in. It's my problem with it or not, regardless.
So you
that's
should
what
be
it's
okay
going to
with
end up
that, though, right? Because then it's just going to cause Breitbart to, bite the shitter and become Infowars.
Of course, yeah.
So.
All I'm saying is, this is the thing. I'm talking to everybody here, and that includes those who are really big Milo fans. You've been played. You've been played by Milo. You've been played by these folk. They have lied to you. You have somebody who says, "Oh yeah, all these sort of games and tech companies putting propaganda in. You don't like that now, do you?" And then you go down to the Breitbart Tech, and they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody, even people that are fans of Milo and Breitbart, have ever said that Breitbart isn't biased. It's just biased towards their bias.
Mm.
Well, yeah, and this is like I said, then stop saying that it's about bias. If you want to be biased, then be biased, but don't start telling other people that they're biased. If you're going to be biased, you don't get to say to other people you're biased and say it as though it's some sort of bad thing. It's that simple.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, for me, I do tend to lean right in as far as what's going on with the Trump presidency. I guess a lot of it is it's a reawakening of political apathy for me.
Yeah, I mean, as a right winger, yeah, as somebody who is right wing, do you really think?
Who leans right?
Okay,
yeah.
you lean right, yeah. So you're looking at a Republican Party basically that has got a full sweep across the board. They've got all houses under its control, including the executive branch. You must, of course, think great, yeah. Or
no.
Are you thinking, holy fuck, this is very dangerous?
No, that's the thing is I never want one party to have complete power, ever. That's not how our political system in the United States was ever to be built. Our political system in the United States was made to be different branches,
that's right.
Even internally, constantly conflicting with itself.
Jack asks, I wonder if Milo is a character performance. That would require Milo to have character.
I think he embellishes
to answer
himself.
Jack's question,
but I don't.
The British snark. I think it is a character he's portraying.
I don't know that he's necessarily portraying a character per se, but he is indulging certain personality traits.
Well, at the least, it's an exaggeration of a part of him.
Yeah, like he's letting himself go with the flow, or whatever the phrase is, just so that and there's a reason he's doing it. It's not just that he has no self-control, but I think his expressions of like inner thoughts and stuff, that's not like pre-planned or anything. The kind of persona he's going to put out there, I think he is just talking shit, and that shit does come from his own mind. He didn't just he didn't devise a character that is different from himself.
I would say it's an exaggeration of his own traits.
Well, he is somewhat. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not altogether sure about that. I think he is somebody who thrives on negative attention.
I think exaggeration is the wrong word.
Yeah, I think this is rather a spoilt little bastard who thrives. Who's probably not had a lot of attention as a child from his parents. Because this is the sort of behaviour that people who don't get attention from their parents tend to do. If you can't get good attention from your parents, you can always try for negative attention.
Which he's admitted himself that according to his claims, that the reason why he
is a drama
became
queen.
gay was to piss his parents off.
Well, no, he says that, but he's a drama.
No, he says
queen.
it, but if you were to believe it, that would match what
Right, but I have a problem with like the idea that it's an admission. It's like it's not. He says things to be he says things to be outrageous, but that doesn't mean that he's playing a character. Like he says stupid shit. We have people in Britain that do this. Katie Hopkins, for example, has just built a career on being famously stupid. And how everyone's angry at what she says. But they, of course, click through. They read the paper to see what she says. Yes.
Well, then he's no better than Zoe Quinn at this point.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he ever was.
Yeah, this is the thing. He says, I love to upset people. I love to piss them off. But,
I mean, if you notice that book, he claims to have been
really
writing about
classy
Gamergate.
people, really classy people can do that. But they can do that in such a way as to make it make a decent point. It's not really making a decent point. You walking into a room full of people who may consider themselves feminist and go, feminism is cancer, and then complain about the fact that they're upset by that sentence. That's basically somebody who's throwing ice cream on the floor and then laughing at people getting upset about the fact that there's ice cream on the floor. This is not somebody who's making a point. This is just somebody who's trying to make a fuss.
It's like, I think you should be kicked out of educational institutions. You've got a problem with that? Oh, you're just a snowflake.
Yeah, and it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, to be honest with you, Milo, I mean, I always, when people, when he went on his little tour on universities and stuff like that, and it's just a screaming match everywhere, left, right and centre. And I always just put like Hitchens out and just kind of go, well, we've come a long way, haven't we? You go to universities or whatever like that. Like a university that's just filled to the brim with like Christian apologetics and sort of like theology class or whatever like that. Yeah, and goes in there and just politely tells them how full of shit they are. Whereas Milo just goes in there and goes, "You're full of shit."
Yeah, I don't think it's a character though. That's the point. I really don't think it's a character.
No, it's a character flaw.
Yeah, he says stupid things and he's a drama queen, but it is an honest representation of him. Just because he isn't honest doesn't mean that we're not seeing what he is really like.
But we agree he's playing it up. Because I think if you had him in like a one-on-one conversation where he can't milk it.
He's playing for attention. Yeah. I don't think he's misrepresenting his personality. I don't think that. He's not moderating his personality. That's as far as I'm willing to go with any assertion about it.
He wants to lead the charge of a social culture war.
Yeah, but there is a comparison with Zoe Quinn because he made that book about. He claimed that he was. I don't know if he did end up coming out with something, but he said he was going to be writing a book about Gamergate and really challenging.
I don't think it ever surfaced.
It'll never surface.
Yeah, but even if it did, isn't that basically the same kind of thing that Zoe Quinn did?
People talk about you. Good or bad, Hitler, look at fucking people like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to compare Milo to Hitler, really.
That's something to start.
I don't give a fuck if they're famous and known and stay relevant.
But Hitler at least was a bit more of an achiever. Let's be frank. And his books sold a lot more. I mean, let's be honest.
He probably wrote it himself.
Yeah, let's be honest. That book is going to be on the bestseller list for a week.
But
like every single, the publishers of his book, these are the same Ann Coulter publishers. These are the publishers for Bush. So this is how it works for this lot. Yeah, it's essentially almost a scheme that a lot of sort of these right-wing polemicists do. They go, look, my book's on the bestseller list, and it's like, yeah, but for how long? A week? But it's
which one?
And but then they get to run around and call it a bestseller.
And they get the kind of title of best-selling author too.
It's such a common tactic that they will purchase their own stock and then resell it when people are interested.
Yeah, And it's it's just the same old. It's just this propagandist nature to this sort of thing. It's a joke. I mean, the guy getting 250,000 for it, I suspect he'll probably the actual company itself probably won't even make that.
But the comparison I wanted to make, though, is that isn't that very similar, even if he did come out with it, isn't that very similar sort of pandering for the sake of personal glory that Zoe Quinn did with that game about depression? It's like, oh yes, this is to help people understand depression and things. And if you just swap out Twine Game with Book and Gamergate with depressed people, then it's exactly the same thing.
Well, to be honest with you, as far as putting in work for this is concerned, I think Zoe might actually have put in more time on her game.
She actually did it.
Yeah.
So we're actually comparing him unfavourable to Zoe Quinn, and the reason it's unfavourable is because she actually comes out on top.
Well done,
Because
Zoe.
I've
It
actually
took
made
you a
a
while.
game.
You're a hero
I
by
can't ever
comparison
give
to
her any
Milo
credit.
Yiannopoulos. I'm not sure if that's you're in you're not in
I
good
don't.
company,
Yeah, I
but-
don't think being above him is necessarily being given credit.
Let me have my little Spurg spew real quick. That I can never give her any credit for game development because I have done game development. I made a first-person shooter, so I know that's biased. And yeah, Milo probably will never write his book. His book's probably going to be written by a.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to do a game. I think he had to have
I
games
think he will
played
do
for
more.
him.
I think he will put more effort than Zoe Quinn put in writing her game and the marketing of his book.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you think about it, she did put a lot of effort into the marketing of her game.
So I think he will put significantly more effort than she did, and I want to give him the slight edge because of that. Because I just can't give her any credit because I know.
Yeah, he's only going to be sucking cock for fun.
Yeah, but you have to admit, when it's for fun, you do it with more enthusiasm, and enthusiasm changes the situation.
Hey, don't put Zoe down like that. And we mean.
See, because
only
I work
bad
in
people.
business apps, I can talk badly
Probably.
about the whole Gamergate thing, and it
Well,
hopefully won't
clearly
follow me in the tech
we're
industry.
monsters. We're inciting hate mobs to go and harass people. All 10 of our viewers, if that, right now.
Which one of them's talking to me on Facebook? So it's one of my friends.
I'm really pleased to see that Wendy's has completely shaken off any sort of accusations of racist tropes, and just keeps on steaming on through. Whoever's doing the social media for Wendy's management, you don't need to give this person a raise. You need to give them a CEO position.
Yeah, whoever's doing the Wendy's thing is fucking fantastic. I want to shake their hand.
I hope they're black, and I'll send Milo over.
Yeah.
You, sir, or you deserve a blowjob. So yeah,
God damn it.
I mean, this is the problem that a lot of people have with nuance, is that when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the left and the problem with the left, and I'm talking about the right and the problem with the right, and apparently that makes me partisan these days, doesn't it, Sargon?
Well, in particular, that line that he pulled out, going, "Oh, partisans are always doing this." It was so ridiculous because he wasn't even talking about Black Lives Matter at that point. He was just smearing the left, going, "This is just what the left does," and for you to try and interrupt him there, and then him to call you a partisan for having a problem with that, it is just so nonsensical. I mean, I can understand why that might have made sense to him, because it is a tactic when people talk about a specific thing. I saw some people making comment that, "Oh look, 4 black teenagers did this thing. Get ready to talk about Dylan Roof for a month."
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, people do that as a distraction. They go, "Well, what about this?" all the time. But in their minds, they're countering a blanket narrative. So if you weren't blanketing people, then it wouldn't be appropriate and they would be distracted if you're talking about the specifics of it. But if you're drawing attention to their race or their faction or something. It's very confusing because he shouldn't really have been talking about the left there for some reason. He just was for some reason. So yeah, he was talking about the left in general, and saying the left does this, and then when you say actually there's people on the right who do exactly the same thing, and then he's like, fucking hell, you partisan.
Jack says, I hated Robin the first time I heard him. Yeah, but I grow on you, don't I, like a fungus. Can't shift me after a while. And even if you do, I end up leaving a stain.
I don't think that's how you spell contrarian.
That's okay, it's a YouTube comment.
Yeah, you're allowed to misspell YouTube comments, it's okay.
In fact, I would say you're probably required to.
Yeah, what you don't know is when you view your own comments, you don't see what everybody else sees. YouTube actually scrambles up some of the letters for everyone else.
That would be an interesting filter. Just have on the channel.
Things.
Everyone misspells.
I've made a form do that before. On a form that I've edited.
I've had problems with that, trying to get packages delivered. Actually, put in first name and last name, and it's like, well, what if the name I need to put in is more than just 2 words? But it truncated and only the first and last word. So it was like, oh, well, that's not getting where it's going then.
Yeah, I've wrote a lot of algorithms on name and address matching, and it's a giant pain in the ass because the human language is fucking terrible.
Harmful Opinions just tweeted something, so he's online now. Shall we poke him and get him in here?
Yeah, I did.
I would love to hear from Harmful. I've only been in one stream ever with him, and I doubt he remembers me. Because I'm a nobody.
Just tell him if he does come in here, he is allowed to drink.
Oh shit, I'm allowed to drink?
Yeah. It's almost mandatory, really.
Yeah, but when you guys start, it's noon here.
It's up to you, bud.
Well, now it's 5 p.m., or 5:30. So it's even after 5, but I live in New Orleans, so I can drink anytime I want. Because there's no such thing as alcoholics here, just New Orleanians.
I love it. It offend intellect to think that there is nothing to do with BLM. Anyone who think otherwise is progressive retard.
Okay, what you're reading right there is somebody who's posting from their trailer in Georgia, and that is one of Sargon's followers.
This is
just keep that in mind.
You know. I love it when somebody talks about. It's like saying, sort it out, moron. It's like that's it. I've just copy pasted it right there. I've copy pasted it for you guys to actually read that. You can see how bad that is. It offend intellect to
wow. Think. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in the chat so that you can, since you've got it in your copy paste. What's it?
Offend intelligence.
Yeah, just put that in the YouTube chat for everyone to see.
There you go. Look. Now that's what we're trying to. Yeah. Now, if you're going to call somebody a retard, or use the word intelligent or intelligence or whatever like that, and you're talking
maybe
about
this guy's just
stupid,
a masterful troll.
Yeah. If you're going to talk about other people being stupid, make a coherent sentence. It just goes with it, really.
Did I ever tell you about the message board that I programmed where people can actually fight each other to edit each other's posts?
What?
Yeah, like what it is with every account, every time you posted, you got a little bit of currency and a little bit of experience, so you had an avatar attached to your account. Well, in certain form areas, you can click their post and challenge their post, and if they accepted it, you would do a wager. And you could be like, edit the post, delete the post, or you can go deeper into all the way to banning each other's accounts. And so the winner would be able to, let's say if he challenged a post and won, he could edit the post. Nobody would know that he won a challenge. So it just looks like he was talking out of the other person's mouth. So you can imagine the kind of like fucking flame wars and shit posting that went on there.
Yeah, this is, like I said, I've been going down this little list here and trying to sort of school the idiots as much as possible. I understand that, you're going to say this to these people and they're not going to respond. Hey, Liz, check the guest list or whatever. You should be able to drop in. How are you feeling? It's only 11:30. Anyway. I'm just gonna give Liz a link in to the chat directly because I'm that nice to Liz. I don't make her run around. There we go. So we should be getting. I expect Liz coming in. Hi, Liz. Come on in, darling.
Yes, so I don't imagine. No, Harmful doesn't follow me, but the messages are open. I sent him a message, but because they're open, I imagine he's got dozens of them. People sending him their favorite.
Yeah.
Hey, Liz, how you doing, darling? Are you woken up? Are you woke?
Yeah, I'm the woke. My throat's just not the wanting to talk very well, so meh.
Well, don't you sound ready to go, don't you?
Oh, yeah, just all sorts of
Kazumi
live.
Is Kazuma up? I'd like to invite him in as well.
I have no idea.
Now that you Americans have got yourselves into your afternoons. Usually,
I love how in that article I was reading it as you were.
No idea where Kazum is at. Besides, I have to sit there and really figure how I think I know what the disconnect is between the two of us. And it's probably pretty easy to figure out. And my husband's snoring horribly behind me.
Is he drunk too?
No, my husband's just asleep behind me all the fucking time. So it's really annoying.
But all the time?
Well, yeah, pretty much every time I'm fucking online, he's behind me asleep. Have you ever noticed that?
Well, I don't really look behind you that much because I'm just too busy looking at your gorgeous face.
Oh, yeah.
Or your gorgeous knees.
My knees, yes, the knees. The epic knee boobs. But yeah, there was if anybody wants to know, there was a little bit of a tism between Kizum and I, where they spat back and forth in video form. And Robin would like us to resolve it here.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, I did invite you at some sort of area of common ground. Where, I can tell you to shut the fuck up if you're going over the top. That sort of deal.
Problem is that you're also kind of already completely on his side, though, in this. It would be kind of hard for you to stay biased.
Do you remember? Well, I was talking to you at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wasn't on your side when I'm talking to you. That doesn't mean that I will be on his side when I'm talking to him. You know me. I'm a bit of a dick.
All right.
So in other words, when I'm seeing two people fighting, I've always been of that it takes two to tango, and that means that there's two people tangoing. So somebody, it can be two people getting each other the wrong way round.
I think that's pretty much what happened in this.
It doesn't mean one is right and one is wrong. You can both be right and both be wrong at the same time. It's like looking at a 6 on a floor. One of you's looking at it from one direction and the other one's looking at it from the other direction. You're both wrong and you're both right. No, it's a 6. No, it's a 9. No, it's a 6. No, it's a 9. No, it's not. It's an upside down 9 and an upside down 6.
Congratulations.
But yeah.
Or actually, it's a lowercase Sigma.
Shall we? Yeah, we could always drift into the conversation when it comes to. It's only been 7 days now since we're now in current year. How were you at last current year?
How was I at last current year?
Yeah, in other words, what was your most defining moment of 2016?
Buying a house.
I was thinking more along the lines of, outside of your own individual bubble.
I know. I was being a dick. You remember? I can be a bit of a dick.
Big moments outside of the personal.
I know. I'm being a dick. God, I don't really know.
I was confirming with Robin.
And I don't know what I would consider. Oh, pardon me. That was a big yawn. I would not know what I would consider like the biggest what the fuck. The defining moment of this whole year has been me learning about all of this shit in the first place. And it started with me learning about Gamergate, and really learning about that with getting really involved in that, actually. And then it going to finding out that almost everybody around me is fucking insane. Because my defining moment was seeing the ideological bullshit actually being taken effect on my dad, because he was taking feminism and shit like that in college. My dad had gone back to school, and watching all this shit that we keep saying is going on, actually affecting somebody, going, I have white guilt and shit like that, and me going, what the fuck are you doing? Like, holy shit, Dad. Wow. That's... you need to... whoa. And I had to deprogram him.
You had to woke him?
Yeah, I had to deprogram him. And that, I think, was the most fucked up shit, that was seeing this shit actually in real practice happening. It was so fucked up. And then also seeing how literally... like, one of the things that he had learned is that, it sounds like there's a bomb going off. It's my husband's alarm. There you go. Yeah, we have product. There we go. There he goes. Okay, he got it. So, sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts, and I don't have enough caffeine to do so.
Collect away. Take your time.
I don't know, man. It was just learning everything that I'd learned all the way through, because I started really learning how to animate, or learning how to make videos, and just absorbing all of this information as it's hitting me. Talking with people like Habib and learning what's really going on in other countries, talking to people like, Kraut and shit like that, and getting the perspective of other people, around the world, on how totally fucked up 2016 really was. There's no one defining moment. It's all just holy shit. I went from living in a bubble to going and immersing myself in this shit, and it's enough to make anybody need to take a few weeks off. That's where I was at.
But less personal to you, for example. I'm thinking along the lines of, on an external, the sort of like the swing and wave of the political pendulum has been interesting. I mean, we've seen the sort of rise and disintegration of the alt-right in minutes, indeed. It seemed to just basically, pop up, and then everyone turned around, looked at them, and went, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah,
which is the proper response.
It has been, yeah. How you doing, Edgy? You right, mate? So it's sort of along that. No, he's not here. I'm just basically saying, the edgy sphinxes of this world, for example, the dog whistlers. They're still out there. They're still out there.
I called an alt-right guy Nazi, and it really pissed him off. I'm supposed to have a debate with him at some point.
You'd think they'd just go, yeah, so,
I pissed him off so bad he tried to flag my channel. I thought that was rather hilarious, that I pissed off somebody from the alt-right that badly.
It's not hard to piss them off. Depending on which variant of alt-right you're dealing with.
Millennial woes.
Yeah, I'm thinking more or less that I know a few alt-right people that they're just more or less shit posters.
No, I did this to Millennial Woes. I took one of his older pieces and I looked at it and I went, wow, you sound a little bit like a Nazi there. He got mad at me. He flagged me.
There we go.
That was fun. And YouTube, of course, fixed it, and I also made him file a counter to it because it was completely
too far away from you. It's probably on manual focus. That's why.
Mute up, Robin, if you're covering
Sorry. Mike was just looking at a photograph. So yeah, carry on.
Right. Okay. But yeah, so that was entertaining. Deciding that every time one of the fucking alt-right decides to do anything stupid, I now have a pair of fucking edgy glasses for Icon. That was pretty fun. So,
as far as events happening that were outside of my personal life but affecting me, really not all that much truly affected me about 2016 because I'm a massive asshole. Oh, and that's naturally apathetic towards everything. I was highly entertained by 2016.
Oh, most crazy tweet on the BLM kidnapping thing came up. It's at Salon. Don't let apologists for paedophiles fool you. Hashtag BLM kidnapping was a Jew war against Europeans using BLM. Hashtag Soros-funded hoods.
Who the hell did that?
I can't make this up, but he can.
That's quite beautiful. That's just a shit post.
It's got to be, isn't it? You'd think. It's just a meme, right?
That's the fucked up thing. Is I understand that post.
It's just a meme, isn't it?
It's a nice piece of artistry there that he did. Remember, Robin, I'm in Goons and Eve.
Yeah,
that's
I know
the kind of
you
person
are. I know you are.
But yeah, that's a beautiful post. Please send me that. I need a screenshot that right away.
Don't let racists fool you. The Chicago kidnapping isn't about Black Lives Matter. It's about violence faced by people with disabilities. Oh my god. Really?
Come on, the account name is Fiesta Europa.
No, did you read the article that goes along with that? Salon is being dumb again.
Oh, you mean Salon's being Salon?
It's literally the article that they're shitposting against is don't let racists fool you. The Chicago kidnapping isn't about Black Lives Matter. It's about violence faced by people with disabilities. What now?
Well,
I don't think it has anything to do really with Black Lives Matter that much either.
It's a yes and a no. Yes, it's to do with people with disabilities, because yes, you do get... I struggle to say right-thinking people here, because, you know, those idiots that did this to this person aren't really... I don't think they have all of their marbles really either. But picking on slow people... You know, this is the thing everyone sort of forgets. Bullying is fun. Bullying is fun. And it's just not fun for one of the people in that little group. I suppose it's a bit like, you know, that rape joke where they say 9 out of 10 people prefer gang rape. It's... What? What was wrong with that? Come on.
No, it's a bad old
It's just dark humor.
It's very dark, isn't it? But the thing is, and it's the same thing when it comes to bullying, 9 out of 10 people enjoy bullying. You know, it's just that one person who's being picked on that doesn't enjoy it. Everybody else is having a great time.
Yeah, actually, Robin, just to point out, you said what was wrong with that gang rape joke. The thing that's wrong with it is that you said prefer rather than enjoy, which fucks up the whole meta. Get it right next time. Try harder.
I'm sure the person who is receiving it doesn't prefer it any more than enjoy it. I think those words are interchangeable, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, but thank you for
I
spurging.
don't think so.
Thank you for the spurg. But it's the point is that kids will bully people. Childish people think that bullying is fun. Most of us grow out of it. Some of us never grow out of it. Donald Trump, for example. Putin, for example. They enjoy it. It gives them pleasure. Some people, enjoy giving gifts to others. Some people enjoy receiving gifts. Some people enjoy being abused. Some people enjoy being an abuser. So, and bullying is fun, and it does actually affect the reason that it affects people who have mental disabilities and stuff like that is not so much the fact that people don't like people with mental disabilities or anything like that, more to do with the fact that they're an easy target. So in that sense, yes, Salon is right. In the other sense, it doesn't have to do anything with Black Lives Matter. I would say that they're right there as well. It really doesn't have anything to do with Black Lives Matter, and I don't think necessarily that these kids, if they had been given, it's like with anyone, you can tell people all day that it's bad to do something. Doesn't mean that they're not going to do it anyway. They say, it wasn't about it. So in essence, I'm having to actually kind of agree with them.
Well, especially the kind of thing that Sargon was intent on putting out, and it's not just him, but people who are acknowledging the lack of a direct connection and just saying that Black Lives Matter is responsible for the climate in which these kids thought that this was okay to do this. But that not only denies the agency of the individual, it also is making a conflation that is right at the heart of why I'm absolutely unwilling to go along with this "it was BLM partly responsible" nonsense, because they are not responsible for the resentment of white people by black people. And I'm not saying that all the resentment of white people by black people is justified, especially the racism of just saying that, strike against any white person and that's justified because blah, blah, blah. That's direct, that is definitely racism. But that's narrative is not something that Black Lives Matter invented. They didn't turn up suddenly and go, by the way, let's just hate on white people.
Here's a similarity for
Black
you.
Black Panther Party. There are black nationalists, just like the white nationalists.
Yeah, this is basically the same. It's along the same logical vein as rape culture. Imagine some students or whatever like that go and basically, gang rape some girl in a frat party or whatever like that. That's not rape culture or anything like that. It's basically kids who know exactly that they're not supposed to do something and they do it anyway. That's it. The problem is people, like I said, I said it in a tweet the other day. I said, 4 people basically tortured and imprisoned a mentally handicapped person, and everyone is asking who to blame. It's those 4 people.
Yeah, of course, it's those 4 people's fault. Undeniable.
Good enough for you lot? Oh no, you need to be outraged. And why do you need to be outraged?
And as I said earlier,
I'll admit to being outraged by the people that were defending their actions.
Well, yeah, you can be outraged.
Yeah, there
by
were
that,
some people
certainly.
doing that, and maybe BLM could. You can criticize BLM. I mean, Sean King is directly related to them, isn't he? I'm not that clear on.
Well, I've seen him claim that he's part of Black Lives Matter. Then I've seen after the some issues where he quote unquote allegedly stole some money from a charity. He get expelled from Black Lives Matter actual organizational structure. I don't know the full story behind that because I fell off of keeping up with it.
Okay.
If anybody can correct me on that.
Sort of beside the point. The point I'm making is that, have a go at Sean King about the way he's responding to this, because I saw he wrote an article that, it's sort of well-written polemics, actually, but it is simply trying to distract from, there's some black kids that committed a racist act, a hate crime.
Yeah, or the girl on CNN called Simone, I can't remember her last name, from the Bernie Sanders campaign, who said that it is not a hate crime at all.
Well,
It's clearly
personally, I
nonsense.
don't think it's a hate crime either.
Well, personally, I don't think hate crimes exist.
Exactly.
But,
Yeah.
but if we're going to apply these set of rules that have been written, they have to be applied across the board indiscriminately.
Yes. And
I
no matter
do
what the
think
racial
there's
makeup is composed.
Yeah, and I was basically combating that angle earlier by saying if you don't believe in hate crime, then you don't believe in hate crime. If you wish hate crime to be a thing, and yes, you wish it to be fair across the board, but you don't believe in hate crime, then you're basically just kind of you're putting yourself into a bit of a mental cul-de-sac there.
No, but I do, and if I may take a moment to defend the idea of it, and that is that essentially we have mitigating circumstances based on if someone was in desperate circumstances, we would think that a theft they committed under that circumstance was not so dire. If someone was being the victim of violence and they killed someone, we would not consider that to be murder in the same as if they had planned it.
Those
or
are
anything
mitigating
like
circumstances.
no, but it's based on diminished responsibility. Now, when you did something partly motivated because you have a hatred of a type of person, now, in a society that does not permit that, you know that's wrong. You know that's something you shouldn't be doing, but you allow that to fester in your mind anyway. Now, that's not necessarily a given that you do live in such a society, but if you do, then there is an argument to be made that you are more responsible for that action than you would have been if it was simply an arbitrary opportunity to do wrong.
Okay, I'll give you an example thusly, yeah? I'm in an argument with a black fella, okay? In a pub or whatever like that. I've spilt my drink on him. I've tried to apologise, but he's not into it. And he wants to get into a fight, but he doesn't want to throw the first punch. Starts calling me a fucking cracker. And I've already had to listen to this twat basically just frustrate me and fluster me or whatever like that, and I end up calling him a nigger. Have we been racist at this point?
No.
Now, if we get into a fight, and let's say I win, and then somebody kind of goes, well, he did call him a nigger, suddenly it's a hate crime.
No, right. You're conflating hate crimes with false narrative of hate crime here. Just because there are circumstances where people would wrongly apply the hate crime status doesn't mean that there is no such thing as a hate crime status.
Well, once again, for example, if you murder somebody because they're black, you're a fucking murderer. It doesn't matter. I don't think it really matters whether you.
But the justification of harm to a particular group. If you are living with the belief that you can just do harm to one group and that that's okay, or that their lives don't matter as much as others, that is something you can do something about. That you have more opportunity to have. You've had more opportunity to not do the bad thing, right?
So wait.
Because you've had the opportunity to not be a racist scumfuck, you know?
Well, let me ask you this. The point of it is to try to disincentivize the crime, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If they're so racist, do you think it's really going to disincentivize them? And on top of that, hate crimes they mostly apply to stuff like assaults, the torture in Chicago's sense, murder, things like that. Well, most of those have in the United States anyway, have really bad punitive, really long sentences anyway.
Yes.
So how is setting up another 5 to 10 years on, 40 years in jail for murder really going to do anything?
The point is that it's another rung on the degrees of punishment that you can have.
I can counter that very quickly. If you say Jehovah one more time, you're only making it worse for yourself.
How does that relate to anything?
What it means is that if you're talking about an extra layer of agitation. That's all. Aggravation when it comes to a crime, for example.
No, I'm not saying that I'm not adding a layer of aggravation. I'm saying that because aggravated assault is a separate thing, and that is a mitigating thing. That I'm not suggesting that you throw in like racial slurs and that makes it a hate crime. I'm saying that a motivation of hatred, if you've got a hatred of something, someone, some group, you have the ability to not do that. You can seek to reduce that. That is it's essentially, the distinction I'm drawing here is a similar distinction between premeditated murder and just opportunistic. You happened to get angry at the time, you know? We distinguish between those two things.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think I don't think it prevents at all, because I've met many racists, and the only way that they become not racist is a long process.
I never made any claim whatsoever that it prevents anything. The point is that the category exists.
What's the point of the charge then?
Yeah, what's the point of the law at that point?
Because it is more heinous to commit something out of hatred. Because
so it's purely for punitive reasons.
When you murder somebody, you already hate them.
Not necessarily. That's the thing.
Not necessarily.
You don't necessarily hate someone when you murder them.
But that's the thing.
Like
I'm sure it doesn't matter you hate the person or not. It
manslaughter.
doesn't change the result.
It's to do with the perception of security of people in society. One of the functions of justice isn't just to correct the individual; it's to provide the structure to which people feel secure with. They need to. People don't just. You don't just have law and order because of criminals. You have law and order because of law-abiding citizens as well. It helps people to know that they live in a society that has rules, that has order and safety in it, and that certain things that they are regarded as more heinous are treated as more heinous.
Once again, we're still back to basically you murdered somebody and you committed a thought crime.
I'm
sorry, I can't boil it down better than that.
But
you're not getting through to me here.
Are you suggesting that the premeditation of murder is a thought crime?
No.
So premeditation of murder is that you've got some kind of prior justification in your mind that you're going to murder someone, and then you plan to do it.
No.
Well, the thing is the premeditation itself isn't actually a crime. It's the premeditation plus the execution. I've thought about killing
murder.
people all the time.
No, but I'm saying that I'm not. Yeah, obviously. So hate isn't the crime. It's that a crime has been committed.
If you kill somebody by accident,
add on top of that.
If you kill somebody by accident, yeah. And you are culpable because you were negligent.
Robin, that's not murder.
I know. If you let me finish my sentence, I would have said that. It's manslaughter, and thus not murder. If you wish to kill somebody, you plan to kill somebody, that is murder. That does not make it a thought crime.
There are distinctions of murder in law.
You just stated one.
I'm perfectly aware of this.
It's not just accidental or deliberate. The point is that murder is deliberate killing. But if you took steps to plan it, or if you have rationalized in your head why you're going to kill someone, that is treated
you can murder
as
someone on the day. Yes,
that is treated. I'm not talking about the planning phase itself, but if you've taken the steps in your head, the rationalization of killing someone, that is treated as a more heinous crime than if you just killed them because you were angry at the time.
Once again, that's quite correct.
Right.
That's because that's because of premeditation. That's got nothing to do with thought crime.
No, I'm making a separate point. It doesn't help that you keep interrupting and telling me that I'm making a different point. I might be able to get my point out if you didn't do that.
I thought you'd finish, that's all.
I paused to get your agreement that you understood what I was saying, but you interrupted and revealed that you didn't.
If you're going to ask me a question, hoping it to be rhetorical, just be careful.
It wasn't meant to be rhetorical! I wanted an answer. What I didn't want was the fucking lecture and telling me what I'm thinking.
Right, you better fucking calm down now. Because when you're asking me a question and you don't like the answer, don't shout at me, thank you.
I am fine with the answer, but when you go on to then tell me what I'm saying when I'm simultaneously saying, no, that isn't what I'm saying. And I've already done that. We've already been through that loop once. And you keep insisting that that's what I'm saying.
Point of order. What the fuck are you talking about?
That there is a distinction between whether you have taken mental steps, not planning of the act, but the justification that you think it's justified to kill someone, as opposed to whether you just did it because you were angry and that you didn't have such a concept of justification in your mind. The state of mind does make a difference in how we treat people with other crimes.
Okay. Let me answer.
So there is a concept in law where we differentiate. Is that thought crime?
I understand what you're saying now. What I'm saying to you now is this. Do you think that somebody justifying their murder matters that they've murdered someone?
In what way? I've already told you that people do need law and order in society. It does matter there. It doesn't matter to the murder victim. They're dead.
No, I'm talking about the actual crime itself. Would it matter if I basically murdered somebody because I didn't like them as a person, or because I didn't like them because they were black?
In what sense do you mean by matter? I'm going to say
the
yes.
Court, my man.
I'm going to say yes, because that's just an appeal to authority.
How is it we're talking
Look,
about
there is
basically
a reason
sentencing
we have
here?
Law and order.
So,
there's a reason we have law and order.
Look, please don't accuse me of interrupting me when you're interrupting me. Okay? I've said to you this. It is not an appeal to authority when we're talking about authorities and how they deal with crimes. And when we're talking about dealing with this crime, it matters not whether somebody did it for this reason, for that reason, for money, for love, for greed. Murder is murder. They should go down for murder.
Maybe you don't care. Maybe you don't draw a distinction.
What, you think that there should be a distinction between somebody murdering somebody for money or murdering somebody just because their husband basically, fucked their wife, or what? What should it matter?
There is a social pressure for punishment based on the heinousness of the crime.
There's social
punishment does not exist solely for the person being punished or for the victim of the crime. It exists for the society. It exists for individuals who are not directly involved in the crime taking place.
If you're going to basically say that social pressure is enough for law changes, then we're going to.
No, I'm not.
Well,
and if you had listened to what I literally just said, you would know that's not what I'm saying.
You're talking about social pressure. What
no,
social pressure?
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about social pressure in general as a thing, as some amorphous thing. I'm talking about the actual reason societies have law and order.
Once again, you've still not actually given me something here that's actually cogent here, I feel. I'm sorry, but
there is a reason that we have rules in society, and that isn't just because of the individuals directly involved. It affects people what the rules are. It affects people to know that there are rules. You might not have any intention to do a thing, but it is still beneficial to you as a member of a society that prevents the thing that you didn't want to do, because it means no one else gets to do it too. And it's not about discouraging it from the perspective of the criminals either. It's about people's perception of their society and the security that they feel as members of that society.
And once again, this is still meaningless.
But why is it meaningless, Robin?
Because
you don't draw a distinction.
I'm not drawing a distinction between the idea of somebody murdering somebody for whatever reason and it not being called murder. It's going to be murder regardless.
I never said that it would be called
To add some extra layer to it, for example, and we're not just talking about murder, for example, we could say assault, for example. Now imagine if you will, somebody basically assaults another human being. The victim could just also say, maybe there weren't any witnesses there, for example. The victim could basically say, well, I'm going to add a little extra ratchet onto this one. I'm going to make sure that because it's a white guy against a black guy, for example, and the white guys hit the black guy, it could be an argument over a drink, a girlfriend, whatever. And then they are actually given an extra arm. Because here's the thing, yeah? I have actually had someone race bait me to my fucking face who would actually use and exploit basically race hate crime as an excuse to try and basically, intimidate me. And that is what you're encouraging. It goes the other way as well.
I have a scenario that I'd like to propose. Two blind guys get in a fight and one of them kills the other. They both use the N-word, one's black, one's white. Is it justifiable to charge the blind white guy that's not aware that the other guy was a different race with a hate crime because he used the N-word?
No.
Why not?
Is that supposed to be a dilemma? Because he obviously didn't have any hatred.
No, but it's the problem of enforcing the law. How do you get into somebody's thoughts? And it has been misused quite a lot in the United States. I don't know about Britain per se, but I know that
we don't
in the United States, if you're going to commit a crime against somebody, you need to make sure they're your own race.
We don't throw the hate crime thing in there just off the drop of a hat. We don't go, oh, because one was white and one was black.
Well, for you guys, I'll take you at face value that it's
well,
like
yeah,
that in Britain, but in the United States it is.
Maybe it's different in America, but if it is, then that difference is not the codification of hate crime in law, is it? It's something else.
Okay, we're not really talking about whether it works or not in the UK or how it works in the UK or America or whatever like that. We're actually talking about the principle itself here, guys.
Well, I'm pointing out that with the principle itself, it's very difficult to prove because it's thought.
Well,
it's with the
also,
motivation.
It's also very easy to exploit.
Yes, that too.
That's the real thing here. And like I've said to you, I've had somebody who was prepared to exploit that very
It's very
same
easy
law
to
against
claim
them.
that you're going to exploit it, but it's another thing to actually carry out that exploitation.
Well, that's right, but once again, you were talking about the idea for people to have that in society. That message has filtered down to this particular person who thinks that they can just walk into a police station and have someone basically kind of go, yeah, what happened to you? This man called me a nigger.
That's not a hate crime, Robin.
Yes,
feel
it
like
is.
this is just a dishonest.
In the UK, that has now been codified. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I've heard that is in the UK. Thank God I have the First Amendment protecting me still to be an asshole.
You might want to double check, mate. Yeah.
No, it's getting worse, but you know,
it's considered a racial intimidation at this point.
Depends on the jurisdiction you're in.
I'm not saying that there isn't a degree of slippery slope to the way people talk and the way politicians enact policy and make laws and what is labelled as what. But I'm not saying that all instances and all versions of a system that has hate crimes does so correctly. I'm just saying I'm saying that your dismissal, the justification of dismissal that you give of calling it a thought crime, doesn't sit right with me because it seems to apply to other things that we do have as necessary parts of our laws. So
I think we're at an impasse.
Well, let's explore this. Let's explore this on the fact that you would look into the difference between premeditation and basically somebody say doing it on the night, as sort of like a crime of opportunity.
I've repeatedly explained that I'm not talking about a distinction between in the moment and premeditated.
Did you want to clarify, or?
I believe I have done more than once.
Oh, and I'm struggling to get the thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
yes,
we have.
I'm getting that.
I'll leave that snide remark behind. But
if you think that you can hurt someone freely and that's justified, that's different from if you just didn't care because of an altered state of mind. Let's say you're angry. That's not the same thing. You're not doing the same thing. It's not the same decision.
But that's for mitigation.
I have a question to propose. What if the person in question believes that they can commit the crime? They believe they can, because of some justification. How do you prove it was hate based on their race, religion? What if they just believed they could do it because they were wearing red shoes? So But they don't propose any hate. They don't say people who wear red shoes are lesser people. They don't say people who wear red shoes are scum or something like that. They're just like, I don't like red shoes. This is why I'm doing it.
I'm gonna
Something
just do a little
arbitrary
bit of a
like that.
Gamergate attack real quick.
Hi, Mycroft. How you
Troy
doing, mate?
says you're all. Troy says you're all faggots, and
Why isn't he coming in?
well, you know why he's not coming in, Robin.
We're all faggots.
That's exactly because you're faggots.
How drunk are you tonight, Mycroft?
I am extremely drunk.
On a scale of 9 to 10.
9 to 10. See, the problem is
There's no
that
point
you
asking
haven't
for
actually
8 or below, really,
yeah.
is there?
Is there an integer or
But
is
you
it
have,
just decimal?
you haven't extended scale far enough, my sir.
I think we're
It should
at
be
9.9,
1
I'd
to
say.
20.
Thank you for your contribution, Mycroft.
No problem, buddy.
You're still there. I thought you'd just sort of like just fallen over and fallen asleep then. And he has. There he goes. Anyway, faggotry aside, Jack says hate crimes should be abolished. Atlas Side says the intent of the law and its execution by individuals are two completely different subjects for debate, and you can't justifiably lump them together. Robin, if I murder you because you're British, RE at the end, and maybe have a little comma in there. Otherwise, it just drives me up the wall. British, I hate the British. That's a hate crime. If I murder you just because you're a pompous prick, with no real hate, that's not a hate crime. I can see what you're saying there, but once again, I don't think hate crime, you've still committed a crime there, and there is still a punishable offence there. Saying that you did it for hatred doesn't... There's mitigating circumstances, I can understand, but those are a point of innocence, you see. What I'm saying is that the rule of law is to favour innocence. So mitigation is understandable, okay? So if you were to kill somebody in the heat of passion or whatever like that, there is mitigation by comparison to premeditation. Murder is on its most, its first degree murder. That's what premeditated murder is. Yes? Are we all in agreement here? Airthrin?
I wasn't quite listening.
Sorry. First degree murder. That is premeditated murder.
Yes.
And then you have second and third degrees, which are levels that are falling away from severity.
Mm-hmm.
This is the point of innocence. Whereas premeditated murder with hate crime attached is like an extra layer of guilt. Do you see what I'm saying here? I mean,
well, you could argue that killing someone is murder, and that whether or not they intended to do it is an extra layer of guilt. The point is, one is more guilty and one is less guilty.
That's right, culpability, for example.
But there's no reason to assume a 0 point there. Like, this seems arbitrary to me. Why is one of these things the 0 point?
Well, yeah. Well, if you imagine, you can have somebody who is killed premeditated for the colour of their skin, for example. We've had such cases in the UK. Now,
well, never mind
that's still murder.
Never mind the specific motive to hatred, but if someone kills because of a profit incentive, or do they kill because of hate?
That's right. It doesn't matter. It's still premeditated.
But it can matter. If there's an incentive to kill someone, then they are slightly less culpable. I'm not saying there's a huge difference here, but there is a difference. They are less culpable for that murder than someone who did not have an incentive. who did not have a rational incentive.
You see, this is where things get really weird. Because, for example, do you think that racism is something that somebody is born with?
No.
It's taught to them, isn't it?
I suppose, yes, you're going with the infinite culpability thing. But
Precisely.
Ultimately, I think
Yes.
the difference between our positions here, and this is one of the sort of points of right and left, probably. Although I, actually, having said that, I'm just going to retract that, because I do think it's better to stick to our sort of identitarian definitions that we agreed upon earlier. But I think our difference here comes down to what we consider the purpose of law and order.
Yeah, I think it's to protect people.
I'm here, by the way.
Not punish. Punishment is required.
I would phrase my reasoning in a similar way, but I suspect we would mean slightly different things.
Well, I always, for example, innocent until proven guilty, yes?
Mm-hmm.
We can at least agree upon that.
Yes, because you don't want there to be a risk, or you want to minimize the risk of innocent people being punished.
That's right, and this is why hate crime is simply something that is an agitation that somebody who is maybe even a sufferer or a victim of the crime, for example, can use to hurt the person further.
I'm not suggesting that all laws respecting hate crime as a concept are inherently justifiable. Certainly, there are ways to mishandle the concept.
And
I don't think I can make the distinction unless I can get you to understand the reasoning for my position, which you seem to be...
It's not that I don't seem to understand it, mate. The fact is that we've talked this through, you see, is that we're actually landing on a lot of muddy ground here.
Yes.
And
there
that's
seems to be a lot of subjective definition.
Exactly, and that is my... And when it... Yeah, exactly, and when it comes to the law, that is a problem. When you have such muddy ground there, that is not something that you can consider to be cut or dry. And in that sort of sense, you put too much emphasis on the idea of actually the innocent being sort of attacked. And yes, there are laws put in place right now that if I walk out in the street right now, call a black guy a nigger, I'm in trouble. And that's the state that we've got here of basically freedom of speech is now basically replacing a thought crime here.
Isn't it in Scotland if you just
if I call that black guy a twat, yeah,
in Scotland,
I'm off. I'm fine. But if I call him a nigger specifically, that's when I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Back in a second, by the way.
But did you guys hear about? There was a guy in Scotland. And he wanted to wind up his girlfriend, so he taught her pug to do the Nazi salute when he said "gas the Jews."
Yeah, that guy's a hero.
Yeah. Well, the police came and knocked on his door and went, "Excuse me, sir, we believe you've committed a hate crime." All that jazz. I don't really know how that all panned out. I don't know if they pressed charges, I'm not sure, but he basically, I think he got a suspended sentence, I'm not sure. I heard something about it. I might be
just like it's the pug's fault, it's not my fault. I mean, the pug did it.
Of course, where is Pug these days?
Where is Pug, anyway?
Yeah, he should be here advocating genocide to solve all the problems.
Yeah.
So how was everybody?
Not advocating for genocide. Just
well,
putting
maybe
that out
that's maybe that's why you don't feel too good, because it seems to make you happy.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm advocating for white genocide.
I'm gonna have to go against you on that.
No, the way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna have to breed you guys out. So all the white women just line up, and I'll take care of that. And
good luck.
Oh, I'll.
Wait a minute. Wait, what? No, I don't think so.
Line up, bend over.
I have a fully functional womb. I did not consent to having any more fucking babies.
Who says anything?
Brown one.
Yeah, he's salty.
God damn it! Do I have to honestly have a brown baby to make you happy? Come on.
You're black. Disown you.
Oh, Sebby just said once you go black, your parents disown you.
You know, actually, in terms of
America went black, and they went back so hard they went orange.
Here's the thing about the Okay, I know I'm going to take this in another direction for just a little bit before going back to hate crime. The ironic thing about the alt-right going like, yeah, the brownies, just mating with the white women is white genocide. Actually, the brown people are committing brown genocide in that sense as well. So they're both committing suicide, genocide to each other.
You're forgetting there's many shades of brown to be a POC, but, you gotta be white as the driven snow to be white.
Well, yeah, but you're not going to be pure brown.
The tans will stick better. The tans would definitely stick better in the sun.
Anyway, about hate crime, let me just present this. And I'll just add a caveat before I even present my case, because I don't agree with whatever I'm going to say. I'm just going to be the devil's advocate here a little bit. Because the way law was constructed is to protect some protected groups. Those groups are seen as more vulnerable to crime because their groups are kind of hated. Let's say homosexuals, the blacks, the Jews. So, and it's not just murder, like just beating someone up. And when you beat someone up, let's say in a bar or a social setting or whatever, your punishment is not really that life-destroying. You would get like a couple of weeks in jail, maybe a couple of months, a year max, and you're out. So, if crimes against a certain group increase just because that group is hated by society for whatever bigoted reason, maybe the law should protect them that way. And
but
be like,
you have a discrimination.
Yeah.
And that's, for instance, in the United States, that's one of the things is you don't want to codify any discrimination whatsoever, rather it be protective or, penalative.
No, but if for some reason there is an increased incentive to commit a certain crime, and one of the differences, one of the factors in increasing the incentive for a crime taking place is something about the victim, then you're going to want to classify that as a separate crime because the incidence of it and the incentives to it are different, and you combat that by having a different punishment. Because the crime is different, because the incentives to commit it are different.
Yeah,
and therefore the prevalence is going to be different.
The reason I'm not a fan of that because it judges intent, and intent is very hard to prove in court.
Except in British courts, at least, you have to. If there's no ill intent whatsoever, I'm not even sure you can commit a crime. You might, in the pursuit of proving that you're innocent of this, end up accidentally proving that you need to be sectioned. But and that is one of the defenses. But that is a thing in our law. You have to prove ill intent, or show it reasonably.
I mean, look at it this way. I beat up a black dude in a bar. And it could be just like, because I hate blacks, or it could be just because he was hitting on my girlfriend. Now, if there is no way to prove that he was hitting on my girlfriend, then how would they prove that I just hate black people? And even if I did hate black people, did I beat that person just because I hate them? Or did he just irk me in another way? Or maybe I was just drunk and didn't even know what I was doing.
I'm personally not interested at all in these sort of grey areas. I do think if it's a grey area, then that shouldn't be counted as a hate crime at all.
Okay,
no, it's not.
That's the problem.
Atherin, and here's where I am standing right now then. Because if the hate crime laws, or just having this category of hate crime presents these kind of gray areas, then why are we having it to begin with?
I'm not saying that it should apply to those cases. There are cases where it's evident. For example, this kidnapping and torturing of this kid and saying fuck white people while that happens. And certainly that could be defensible. You could say, well, for some reason, if you can explain why you said that, then maybe you can get that hate crime part of the charge dropped.
Okay, yeah, I was just basically just away having a cigarette with Magda, and just wanted to clarify the differences between the different levels of murder here. And so, we're going with murder. Premeditated is first degree, so planned for, all that sort of thing. Second degree murder is basically something that is intended to kill the victim, but didn't plan to do so prior to the act. Third degree murder is also known as voluntary manslaughter, meaning the act leading to the death was voluntary, but the resulting death was not. So these are.
Okay.
Remember what we were talking about. This is the thing. There's the first, the second, and the third degrees here. But the thing is this is an aggravation. You can have aggravated burglary, for example. But this is like aggravated manslaughter, aggravated murder here. So that you're actually zeroing murder at this point. So, premeditated murder is your first degree, whereas premeditated murder with hate crime involved is like 0 degree murder. But then you can add that to, say, second degree murder. So all it is like second,
it is an additional consideration, sure. But what if the murder rate of a particular type of victim is higher because it's that type of person, and there's a meme, a concept in a culture where they just hate those people, so they get killed more often. Therefore, you're dealing with a different crime rate based on the nature of the victim and the nature of the motivation. Now, if you're legislating laws based on, like, if the punishment and severity of the law, of how you actually sentence someone, is going to be based on essentially the prevalence of that and how big of a punishment you're going to have. If you're basing the severity of sentence on the prevalence of the crime, when you legislate, not when you sentence, when you legislate based on the prevalence of a crime, if you are in that paradigm of legislating more punishment for a more prevalent crime because you're trying to get those crime rates down, you're trying to disincentivize that action. If the nature of that crime causes there to be different prevalences, well, then you would have different punishments.
Okay, so you would say, for example, a racial murder, for example, you would say, for example, it would be against minorities, for example, more often than not. Is that what you're sort of like getting at it, if you will?
Yeah, I'm thinking of, like, say...
so in order to mitigate that,
to mitigate that, let's look at the American history, for example, and when the abolishment of slavery just began.
Well,
I'm not that, I'm not that vested in American history, to be honest, but I can bet that there was a high.
Well, I'm going to go with
rate of black
UK history. I'm going to go with UK history, actually, because I'm looking at The Guardian and just reading up some Home Office release official figures as police claim that political correctness is stifling the debate.
Mm-hmm.
This is the police saying this.
It kind of is.
Nearly half of all victims of racially motivated murders in the last decade have been white.
Yeah, and yet I can imagine how political correctness would stifle any debate against that.
That's right. So what we're looking at here, is that it doesn't seem to matter. That's what I mean. We've already got hate crime laws on the books, and all it's done is have pretty much no effect.
I wasn't defending the hate crime laws that we have.
No, what I'm saying is that that is evidence that having a hate crime law has really no effect on whether it mitigates against people being murdered for their race or not. Certainly, it doesn't actually favour, say, blacks over whites, for example. So, in other words, a minority is not actually, it's not changing that.
Yeah, to be honest, I've met more. I met a lot of British people and American people as well, from all walks of life, and the kind of race relations, or let's say the acknowledgement of even what race is much higher in the US than it is in the UK. For example, in the UK, it's hard to find like a black community within London. Like, black people and white people are just hang out. They don't care. They don't segregate.
Mate, there are segregated areas of London. I'm sorry to disappoint you on that, but there are.
Just as as often as the U.S.? I doubt it.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, there's more of the U.S. for it to occur, but I'm sure that UK has its segregated areas.
Yeah, if you go to Birmingham, for example, or Bristol, for example, you have black, you have Indian, you have predominantly white, for example, areas that they basically have segregated themselves in. So that's you go to Brighton, for example. That's not really much of a thing. I mean, you do have a sort of like a little gay quarter. The expression is "Don't bend down" in Kemp Town. But that's about it. Pretty much everyone's all lumped together. It is what they really mean by multicultural. Whereas these segregated areas and stuff like that, it's not really multiculturalism. It's sort of, if you will, sectarian sectionings of peoples.
Well, what is the percentage of the blacks are in your area about? Like, is it the same as it would be in...
We have a much smaller minority of African Jamaican. We've got more Jamaican than we have African. We have a lot more Indians than anyone else. I would up to actually British demographics. Let me have a look.
Where I'm from, it's 60% black.
Where I am right now, it's about 30% black where I live in this part of Florida, and if not more, actually. And it's about 10-15% Mexican, and so like there's not a lot of white people where I live, and it's fine. Like we don't have.
It still sounds like it's the majority.
The only real problems we have are like in this one part of this one place called Kenneth City. And that's because the cops have kind of formed a little militia, and they are assholes in this like one part of St. Petersburg, where if you get pulled over and you are brown, you will get beaten up, and it is a known fucking thing, and it's nasty, and it's like wow.
Yeah. Okay. I've got some figures here for the United Kingdom. A country of birth, United Kingdom, about 54 million people. So vast majority by comparison to anyone else. About 831 born in Poland. India comes in second with 795,000. Pakistan 500,000. Then we've got the Irish. Then German at 286,000. Romanian, Bangladeshi, this is all going down. South African, so that's the first one, 200,000. That has been a big change from considering, but that's not necessarily black people, of course. You've also got to remember that with South Africa, you had it used to be an apartheid state. So many South Africans, white South Africans, basically left South Africa when they weren't going to be able to subjugate any blacks anymore. I
mean, I do have a housemate from South Africa, and he's as white as Sean Kane.
Exactly. Then we've got Nigeria. So of course that's these are obviously people that are coming out of there. China, United States, all that sort of thing. Then we get to Jamaica by this point. But the thing is, we're talking about origin of birth here. So these are people that have obviously come in within their lifetimes.
And you can't prove their ethnicity necessarily.
Indeed, yes. So when we come to ethnicity, 54 million whites. Asian and British, or Asian British is about 2.5 million. Specifically Indians about 1 million. Specifically Pakistani is about 700,000. Specifically Bangladeshi is about 250,000. And specifically Chinese, which is obviously in the Asian market, about 250,000 again, and then Asian other another 250,000, and then we've got black or black British is about 1.1 million, and then you've got British mixed at about 600,000.
Hey Robin, real quick,
yes.
You mind if I give Vex the link? She doesn't have a Twitter. You've spoken with her before.
Whoever? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to her in like a year. Jeez.
Yes, the @RSOL thing. If you want to talk to us here, you can just click on that. Well, not click on that, but obviously go to your Twitter feed, type that in, have a little say. Can I come on, please, Rob? and I will give you the link. But guys, if you have anybody that you are perfectly content with having in here, and you feel they're a trustworthy person who isn't going to be a douche, then yeah, sure. I invite anybody to share the link.
Then why did you let me on?
I
hate yourself.
I make mistakes. I'm not. Nobody's perfect.
A token female.
So it's then we get to the religious angle. Christian, 42 million. Muslim, 1.5. Hindu, 500,000. Sikh, 300,000. Jewish, 250. Buddhist, 150. Other religion, 178. No religion, about 16 million.
Well, here's the thing about the UK, if you allow me to interrupt a little bit. I think you guys have been at this melting pot experience way longer than anywhere else in the world that I can think of.
Maybe Syria.
Not even Syria. Like, if you've been to Syria, it's more homogenous than you might think. But when it comes to at least the postmodern world, like, you guys have been doing it since, I don't know, the 1800s.
We have been importing people and exporting people for quite some time, yes.
Yeah, so at this point
Foods,
in time...
languages, the lot.
At this point in time, having hate crime laws that are, that are defined by the race of a person or their ethnicity is just ludicrous, because at this point, most people in there would just identify themselves as British. There's a joke that we make fun of the Pakis that we find here every now and then. They come from Britain, and you just they look Pakistani, they speak Pakistani, they're hanging out with Pakistani friends, and as soon as you tell them, "Hey, you're Paki," they're like, "No!" They get offended. They're like, I'm British.
That's right. That's
you have
right.
that with the Indians as well.
Well, no. The thing is, British is not a country. People get this confused all the time. England is a country. Scotland is a country. Ireland is a country. Northern Ireland is part of Britain. Scotland is part of Britain. England is part of Britain. To be British is to be British, and it is a way, an identity all on its own that does not actually require a country.
Are you differentiating between the two identities of British and English?
Well, we tried our best to make pretty much everybody in the world British, but for some reason or another you weren't into it.
Yeah, that was not really that great. I mean, the way you did it, you just sailed around the world, stuck flags around, and you're like, you're ours now.
We went to all the best holiday destination and stuck flags in the world, thank you.
Yeah, and now what we do is we use comedy talk panel shows. It's much more effective at getting people to actually want to join in.
Yes, we use sarcasm, spite, and self-deprecating humour.
Our biggest exports.
Indeed, yes.
Our biggest export was condensation.
and hovercraft, making a big resurgence this year. So yeah, that's British is more of a. I suppose you could call it a bit more like American, but Americans have got it completely wrong.
No, I don't think
I call bullshit.
I mean, because I met a lot of Americans that that migrated there. They could be like second or even third generation Americans, and they still identify as the original
there you go.
identity.
See?
That's the difference.
That's the problem with Americans. They never get it out of their system.
Yeah, that's the problem with those Americans.
No, and I don't know if I would blame these people or I would blame the system or society in America. Like, there is something that is not clicking there.
No, it's exceptionalism. We've all tried it.
Or maybe it's just because, like I said before, the UK or Britain in this aspect have been doing it for not even decades, for centuries now. So it just stuck. Like it had its time to be cooked and be well done, and now it's just done. Maybe it just takes time for these kind of things to happen.
It's got quite a solid skin on the top, to be honest with you. Could do with a stir. Yeah, it's there is actually a little tiny bit of mould at the side of the pan if you didn't spot it.
All right, let me ask you something.
Is that in Swindon?
Do you guys have any?
I like that.
Like, are there some people in society in the UK where they just mourn the death of a British kind of identity because all of those minorities and different immigrants from all over coming in? Do they exist over there?
There's what exists over where I had to get a cat that was in heat out of my room.
Oh, okay. I'm asking, like, okay, if you look at you see it a lot on the internet for these days, like people mourning the death of the white identity or the American identity or the German identity. Do you have that in the UK as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
To what extent?
White people got a white.
But to what extent? It's just not just the white. It's like the British identity, like, you know.
Okay, well, it's not so much about a British identity. Here's the thing. Xenophobia exists in all nations, in all places, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it does.
The British, certainly the English, more than the Scottish, I would say. The Scottish have an identity of their own, which they are proud of. The English have an identity which most British people aren't proud of. That's the simple thing. Is that if you are a British person, you don't necessarily consider yourself an English. You know, if you are English and you are British, when we look at, say, somebody who thinks of themselves as English, the only time I think of myself as English is when I'm applying for something and they ask me what my ethnicity is. That's about it. But I don't really think of myself as English so much as British. And this is the, you know, like I said, you know, I look at a Scottish person and I just think that they're British too. I look at an Irish person and think that they're British too. But there are some English people out there that are like, you know, it's almost, these are the ones that, we were talking about this earlier, is that you have the Union Jack, okay, the Union Jack, which is the British flag. It's, you know, it's got the Scottish symbol in there, the Welsh symbol, blah, blah, you know, it's this amalgam. Whereas the English flag is what most British people think twats have. You know, it's like when you see an English flag on some fucking builder's van or anything like that, you're almost guaranteed to find somebody who probably voted Brexit. You know, and when you know, these are the sort of people that have this mentality, even on a localized level of xenophobia. Even you know, I used to come from Cornwall. Yeah, it's white as a fucking sheet. Okay, you go down there. I mean, no lie, yeah. In 2000, not 16 years ago. It's not a long time ago, to be perfectly frank. I'm going home to visit my mum, and I've just come down from London, and I'm talking to the taxi driver as he comes in. He goes, "Where are you from, boy?" It's like, "Oh, I just come down from London. My mum's sort of, you know, just lost her dad, so I'm coming down, sort of like, you know, making her feel better," all this sort of thing. He goes, "Loads of nignogs up there, innit?" And it's like, ooh. And, you know, there was a bit of me that kind of went, oh, you fucking racist piece of shit. And then I went, oh, how quaint. How provincial, you know? And, you know, I've just looked at this guy and just, you know, he just shut me up at that point. He's kind of going, you know what? I ain't going to get angry at you, but I ain't going to fucking talk to you.
Yeah,
you know?
It's like sometimes racism is like that. Oh, it's retarded meme.
Yeah. You just think you're not worth my mental energy at this point. And yeah, you know, I remember I was with my girlfriend on a bus, and we're just about to go down to Falmouth, which is basically about 12 miles away from the central city of Truro. It's a city. It's called a city because it has a cathedral in it, not because it's large. It's basically this ginormous cathedral in this tiny little town. And yeah, and I get on this bus with my girlfriend in the back of the bus, and this guy just runs on to the bus and just starts punching the shit out of this guy. And I don't know this person. I just stand up and go, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he obviously knows me because he maybe knows my brother. And he goes, "No, Geffen, I ain't got no fucking problem with you, mate." And I go, "Well, get the fuck off the bus then. What are you doing?" And he's going, "He's from fucking Falmouth, isn't he?" It's like, that's not a fucking reason. You're scaring the shit out of the bus driver. Fuck off. And it's like, you know, that you know, xenophobia, or, you know, whatever you want to fucking call it, can be on a town to town level. You know, so there is that is in there. And when Sargon fucking kind of talks about, they're all calling us racist, they're all calling, no, they're not calling you racist, they're calling you fucking xenophobic, because you fucking are. Stop fucking shying away from that bullshit.
We definitely see very many, like, we see district to district xenophobia in, like, cities like New Orleans.
And
in Manchester there's definitely postcode wars.
Yeah, and you know what, that's why you're a dog whistler, Sargon, on that front. Because you're bullshitting. If you think that there isn't xenophobia in this country, you're fucking lying and you know it.
I think he just genuinely doesn't understand.
No,
I think the dishonesty of Sargon isn't so much as what he understands.
No thinking human being wouldn't know it.
He claims to understand things that he hasn't really looked into.
It's in our
really
culture,
given
mate.
enough thought.
It's in our fucking culture. He come on, he gets all his fucking news from the Daily Mail. Bullshit. He knows what he's doing.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck because he wants to get something through. That's all. And that's I'd call that over and over and over again. I don't give a fuck if he's going to fucking deny it or not, because it is bullshit to say that there's no xenophobia in this country. Fuck off. You know it so. You can get fucking xenophobia towards people in the fucking opposite side of fucking town. Never mind from another fucking country.
Regardless of what motive he may have for doing it, like the level of denialism that Sargon has started to engage in now is... particularly over this last year, but I think especially more recently, the level of denialism now is approaching performance art.
Well, Queen Jinx has just shared one, and it's that dilemma thing where you've got the guy sort of sweating away and the two buttons.
Yeah.
And it says stop calling us racist to shut down our ideas. MTV is racist. BuzzFeed is racist. You're the real racists.
No, there was a little rant that I had on Twitter after the last attack, in Florida, and it seemed to me just like the other attack, or not the attack, the kidnapping of that white kid, that people, instead of looking at what happened, they seem to focus just on the race of the perps, to the point where a trending hashtag was white Hispanic, because the attacker was like, I don't know, pale skinned compared to most Hispanics. And I'm just like, why are we so obsessed with race? And to be honest, I don't really see it from the UK as much as I see it from the US. I don't even see it in most of Europe as I see it from the US. Maybe in Europe, when they have a terrorist attack, they would look at the motives, and when the guy is like has an Arabic kind of name or an Islamic name, they're like, oh, it's the religion of peace striking again. And I get it, because religion is kind of the motive here, but the color of someone's skin, that's not the motive. Why are we focusing on that? Maybe it was the motive when it comes to the black kids, with that little kid, because they were pretty much racist. But that Hispanic dude, I don't really think the color of his skin mattered. And they were so outraged. They were so outraged because the photo that was published on the CNN article, they took the photo of him and they made it like grayscale, and it looked way more menacing because it's all grayscale and like harsh shadows. And they're like, they're making him white. They're making him look white. And I'm like, no, he's gray. Gray is not white. What is wrong with you?
I think it's multiple factors contributing to that sentiment in society right now.
I think a foundational one might be that America, rather uniquely for countries, certainly of countries of that size and relevance in the world, it's quite unique in that it was founded mostly by groups of people from different ethnicities, but that were occupying social classes as their race initially. And so the language and culture did initially treat class and race more or less like the same thing.
Larry Bundy says, anyone else getting absolutely sick of that money supermarket advert with the builder and the bowl guy having a dance-off? I'm replying with, or slightly aroused. But yeah,
the U.S. tends to not whitewash its racial history, but just not discuss most of a great deal of it is just kind of swept under the rug.
By the way, hi. I forgot to say hi. You just came in. We just started with the discussion. What was your name there?
Anna.
Hello, Anna. Welcome to the open house. Is this your first time caller?
I believe so.
Oh my god, nervy.
Yeah, hello Anna. It's been a while.
I'm nervous. I don't know. I'm scared.
We're popping your open house cherry.
Oh my god. Oh
That's
my
right.
god. Look at the diversity. Look at the diversity in this. You know, you've got two ladies in here. We've got somebody from the Middle East, half man, half machine, a robot Spurg Lord, and Zeke. Feel really sort of.
I kind of noticed that you guys were just all white, so I decided to add some more diversity to this.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you, because we can't have a legitimate conversation that's going to be taken serious these days unless there is a brown person, a disabled person, and we need somebody that is. We got somebody that's disabled, so I guess that counts with me.
Exactly. Yeah.
So now our panel can now officially be taken
So
serious.
yes,
I was
I'd like to start
disabled
this
before
off.
you were here, Liz.
Yeah, I'd like to start this off by asking Habib, as a person from the Middle East, do you think traps are gay?
Oh my god.
Well, gay as in homosexual, or gay as in stupid?
Is that a meaning?
I think you have to be more specific and ask if the attraction to traps makes you gay.
Yeah, and Anna, as a woman, pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
I'll tolerate it.
Oh, you are a tolerant person. That's nice. I had some pineapple on pizza, and I can be perfectly frank. No,
I won't tolerate it at all.
I'm now intolerant to pineapple. I think.
But
after
then
having
again,
it on
my
pizza.
family's German.
I liked it before in a fruit salad. Now it's like. Ugh.
Well, Robin.
I like it. It's my favorite pizza.
Robin, speaking as a mother, do you prefer your kebabs with chicken or lamb?
Speaking as a mother, what? This makes no sense.
If he identifies as a mother, then who cares?
I think he's meaning that as an insult. You know. Habib is, as a Middle Eastern person, how do you feel about furries? Former king. I was thinking how you feel about Polish guys, but you know, you missed your chance.
Why aren't you in here, former king?
Yeah, former. What we think about furries, we don't really deal with.
It's too hot for furries. Love Fist has been busy. He's put some great poetry up there.
Could you imagine a furry convention in Saudi Arabia?
I think Robin's going to do some dramatic
Jesus.
on Love Fist.
You're encouraging me to do this. You know,
maybe by accident. No, I'm just anticipating.
Are you trying to create an atmosphere where this is normalized?
No, but I am doing.
Furry convention in Saudi Arabia. Now that, imagine all the yiffing.
So if I start reading this and everyone gets upset, it's Aetherin's fault.
Okay.
I think
Wait a minute. I just got a mental image. I got an image in my head of what it would sound like to have a bunch of Saudi Arabia people yiffing, while saying like Allah Akbar, yiffing Allah Akbar.
No,
Fucking
it would be fur is great instead of God is great. So what would be the translation?
What would be the Middle East's favorite animal?
Camels.
There wouldn't be dogs, that's for sure.
I thought I would have actually, seriously, it would be horses, wouldn't it?
I thought it would have been.
I was going to jokingly suggest goat furries.
Horses here, they're for like the bourgeoisie kind of class of people. Like, not everybody gets to play around with Arabic horses. They're kind of expensive. So it's only the higher class of people that gets to enjoy horses.
Well, those are the sort of people I'm interested in.
Okay.
Do you want to be talking to the pros?
Robin, you should put that voice on as you read the work of Love Fist.
God, they don't even wear shoes, no. Shall I do it in that way? If you live in a shits and you can never have respects, crush all you enemy to fight to top. Then you are win. No? Not selling? No?
It works. It works.
Or sort of like Cali Girl. Take your fist and put them in the fire now. You never can be stopped by the enemy because you can punch fires on them if you try. Like,
Robin, you need to totally work on that.
Yeah, I haven't really.
I'm actually from California, and I am actually a Valley girl. So let me just pull out my old voice here. In my let's see, let me go here.
Uzbekistan, I think.
In my country, Uzbekistan, we have no Jew or chocolate face person, so it's no crime. I never know a parent, but I know they'll love me. They give me to a church, a fight to make me strong and be fighter. Oh my God! And I learned how to grow. I love to fight.
It's when you do it in that screechy high pitch bit.
Yeah, it's
oh my God.
I can also do the next one as the Jewish lady if you want. I can bring out Dinah for this.
Bring out the Jewish lady.
Yeah, you
gotta get the phlegm in there.
You gotta get the phlegm and you gotta get it just right. You gotta go tear penis off and throw like boomerang. It come back and then you are ready to be a man.
I think we found the voice for it. This is the voice for it. Right, you and Love Fist need to do a thing where you just basically just read off that in that voice. I think I found the formula.
Oh my God! Hold on, I'm getting. I think I might be getting summoned to dinner. Hold on, just a second. Find my buttons. Yes, I have to go eat for a minute. I will be back.
Okay, so, take your time. So, what were we talking about?
We were talking about a furry convention in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so lots of camel yiffing. Just that.
Camel spider yiffing.
Yeah, I mean, they do it anyway with actual camels, so.
I'm so glad I'm never going to that region of the planet.
Yeah. I mean, there's a running joke is that why do you call a camel the ship of the desert? Because it's filled with semen.
Nice. Peter Dow. Have you seen this guy who's basically looking for Self-Awareness Lack Award 2017? He's coming out strong with Bernie did more damage to Hillary's reputation in a few months than Republicans did in 30 years. He is part of the reason Trump is going to be president. In 2016, Bernie and his surrogates pivoted from a positive issue message to a character assault on Hillary. Must have been some speeches. I chronicled every day of Bernie's systematic takedown of Hillary's character. I called it the Wall Street dog whistle. It was brutal. Bernie turned a generation of young progressives against the Democratic Party. Thankfully, millions came back home and voted Dem. Bernie's movement became a hate mission against one woman, with people throwing dollar bills at her on the street. Heinous and sexist. Dollar bills on the street. What do you think? What did they think they were doing it like she was a stripper?
I thought that would be more anti-Semitic than sexist.
Yeah, but anyway, Bernie's issue. This is where he loses all self-awareness and doesn't realise what he's just said. Bernie's issue message became secondary to his central and unjust goal to make Hillary appear corrupt and in the pocket of Wall Street. I think she was doing that all on her own, mate. Jeff Weaver and Tad Devine took up resident on cable news and bashed Hillary's integrity day in, day out, relentless and vicious. Bernie called Hillary unqualified and said she wasn't a progressive. He enabled a culture of Hillary hate that exceeded the far right. Really. And then we get to the thing that just really just makes it perfect at this point. Bernie never released his full tax returns. He wasn't going to release his full tax returns because he didn't win the primaries, mate. Bernie never released his full tax return as his surrogates pretended the primaries were rigged. And this is the bit that he doesn't get. Trump just ran with Bernie's message. Yeah, he did. And he beat her, you twat. Now Bernie has the nerve to do the self-promotion circuit and lecture Dems?
Well, he was right.
Yes, he was right. You just lost to possibly the worst possible candidate even the Republican Party could have, and all he had to do was use Bernie's message.
Yeah, he's one of the least impressive winners they've ever had of the general election, isn't he?
And she's the least impressive loser that they've ever had. Let's remember this, is that this is the worst turnout for the Democratic Party.
Well, yeah, and looking at the turnout, and in particular that the Democrats tend to win if they get a large turnout, and the Republicans tend to win if there's a lower turnout. And the fact that they thought, oh, well, we'll get people out, won't we? And they didn't seem to have a coherent idea as to how to actually get people out of the House to vote.
Well, it played right to the South Park joke that's been going on for 2 or 3 elections of the douche sandwich, or turd sandwich versus the douchebag. That's really what this election was to a T. You have no, great choices presented to you at all.
Yeah, and the fact that they thought, oh, well, there'll be a high enough voter turnout for a Democrat to win.
Yeah, and the stupid thing that the American public did was swallowed it too. Because if you've got 2 really bad candidates, why did you decide to vote for one candidate and either to stop the other bad candidate, where you could have just ignored the pair of them and picked somebody else completely different?
I did pick somebody else.
Yeah, you know what? The only people that I would have respect for in this particular election were the Vermin Supreme voters.
I know a friend that voted for
I have
Vermin
a special
Supreme.
place in my heart for the Harambe voters.
I had Harambe as my vice president pick.
But actually, though, it's not just that they should have shitposted or anything, but there is, I believe, is it 5%? If there was a 5% on, say, the Libertarian or Green Party, that they would then officially be part of the process for the next time.
Oh my God! Okay, guys, real quick, remember, I gotta do this just right. Remember a time of love, it is forever, and you will always have a fist to show it. Dance forever in a heat of town. They can never stop it if you dance forever in a heat of town. Rubber, you tell to Habib, my inspiration. I want to tell to him this thing. Tell all you clothes off and fly. You are a wind now. The will never be stopped. Cookie Monster Eyes.
Okay, I have just one little problem with that statement. They are assuming that I have any clothes on.
Wow.
Clothes are haram, aren't they?
Yeah, I live in Dubai and it's hot in here, so.
It's all hot in here.
I mean, that's actually why you abandoned Islam, really, isn't it? It's because they're all like, oh, you got to cover up, you got to wear this white man dress thing, got to, not let them take your clothes off, and you were just like, fucking hell, man, it's hot.
Yeah, and it's that and the bacon.
Yes.
I mean, it was that, yeah, but the bacon. Really.
Not allowed to take your clothes off, not allowed to eat bacon, not allowed to wear bacon.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine you there kind of going, okay, the subjugating women thing, the killing the Westerners thing, yeah, but bacon? Really?
Hey, Habib, it's 0 degrees Celsius here right now.
Right now.
It's 23 degrees Celsius right here.
Give us 2 or 3 days and it'll be that hot here again.
It's been 75 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, so I have no idea that is in Celsius.
23 Celsius, man, that's about the same temperature as in here, and I've got a jumper on.
Yeah, it's 42 degrees Celsius here. Oh wait, no, that's my GPU.
Here's the thing. This is the coldest it'll ever get in Dubai. It might dip below 20, to 19 degrees, but that's it.
What is that in Fahrenheit? Because they do things in Fahrenheit in Florida.
Well, then you're just going to have to find out the rest of the planet.
Google it. I don't do Fahrenheit.
Robin, would you support the proposition?
We
that-
don't measure our temperature in redneck, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Robin, would you support the proposition that if you don't know Celsius and metric units, you don't really speak English properly?
I would say so, yes. Personally, it's America. You are very anti-imperialist, and yet you use imperial measurements.
How are we anti-imperialist?
Well, you're anti other people's empires.
Well, aren't all empires anti everyone else's empire?
That's a good point.
All right, guys, it's been 26 degrees Celsius today.
No, not bad.
And that's considered chilly for Florida.
I personally I'd like to coin the phrase that when somebody makes a good point, you should say, "That was Elvis." Because he always made great points.
Oh, okay.
If you say so.
You ever seen him on stage?
Yeah.
Huge points. Those points would last hours.
What are you fucking talking
pointing there.
He's making a joke.
I'm supposed to laugh, okay? Ha! Ha!
Someone didn't get it.
You're not the audience.
The fist said, "Stop, make a woman who be a Jew read my inspirations." My inspirations.
Oh, but you love it, love this.
I was thinking with that voice that it's like that must be, you have to call that your Jewish grandma voice.
It's Dinah. Lippen. God damn it! I have her whole name. It's Dinah. Oh fuck! I can't remember how to say her full name. She's actually a character I created with Reformer King and everybody's help to create the Jewish Mother Dinah that gives you great love advice and life advice. So far, she's given you dating advice, and the next one is going to be sex. Because you need to get good sex advice from your mother. She's everybody's Jewish mother, and she's going to give you some really good sex advice, because that's
Now
really
make
going to make
sure,
you have a lot of
he knows how to stimulate your clitoris.
Oh yeah, we're going to get really down into it, because he's got to make sure he gives you, the proper attentions down there. Because, if you don't get your attentions down there on your vagina, you're not going to give me any grandchildren. So if I find out that you've used a condom even once, I'm going to take your dick and I'm going to hit it with a brick.
Now, baby, now, Litland, we're going to talk a little bit about ass to mouth.
We don't ever do ass to mouth unless you're really drunk, like you did that one time on New Year's, but we'll give you.
If you do ass to mouth, make sure he wears a condom.
No, condoms stop babies from being born, and we don't want that. And I've been trying to get a grandchildren out of these guys for years.
I don't think you should use the word babies whatsoever. I think you should use the word grandchildren exclusively.
No, you use what was it? One of them was babushkas, or god damn it. Oh my! I went full on fucking Jewish mother shit on the first one, and people are wondering when the second one's going to be out.
Reformer has said in the chat, Dinah Golden Rodenstein Lippenschlitz.
Dinah Golden Rodenstein and Lippenschlitz. Family name.
Double-barreled, I presume.
Yeah, it's hyphenated between me and my husband. It's fucking it's really bad, and I had to take a little bit of time off of making regular content because I got burnt the fuck out, and I needed to relax after the holidays, and I was so fucking just out of it dealing with all my fucking real life shit, so I needed to take a little bit of time off. So I was thinking about doing a video where I catch up on all of the shit that I've missed by taking time off. The fact that, yesterday there was this shooting in Fort Lauderdale, the kidnapping of the white retard, go through everything that I've missed and give a little bit of what I think about those. Yeah, the kidnapping of the white retard.
You said that so sensitively.
I know.
The kidnapping of the white retard.
I love this. It's wonderful comics.
Well, what else do you want me to say? I don't curb my temper. I am not sensitive, alright? I don't give a shit who I offend, and I don't always. The worst part is I don't. I don't
notice?
I don't do it intentionally. It's just the way I talk. You're like, oh my god. You just...
Oh, Liz, did you see? Did you see those guys in the comment section after I took the piss out of Trump supporters? Did you see that?
Which comment section?
On that BLM kidnapping thing, because basically.
Oh yeah.
All I said, the guy was just basically saying, sort of like, kind of going, they're beating up on a Trump supporter, and I just said, how do you know he's a Trump supporter? Is it because he's retarded? And all these people in there were fucking getting really upset the fact that I was taking the piss out of the kid. And it's like, no, dickhead, I'm taking the piss out of you.
Yeah, it's so funny when people can't take a goddamn joke either. Like, laugh, it's funny, it's a joke.
But Liz, we are now at full circle here. That is Sargon's audience. That's the irony of all of this. This is Sargon's audience getting vicariously upset.
Because they can't take a goddamn joke.
Yeah. That's the level that we're at this point. This isn't a horseshoe anymore. This is a fucking slinky.
I mean, it's not something new. I mean, I remember the days of Gamergate, even the early days, when Tim Schafer was in some video games award and he made that sock puppet joke about Gamergate, and people lost their shit.
Well, no, that wasn't really so much about Gamergate. That was really about Not Your Shit, was it?
Yeah, but it's people just lost their shit, and I was just like, it's a joke. It's a silly joke.
No, the difference between that was he was basically stating that all of these people who are saying, you're calling these people racist, and I'm in this group, and I'm black, I'm a woman, or I'm a minority in your eyes, and you've just completely ignored me. So that he was actually playing on that. He wasn't basically, in the sense I'm taking the piss out of Trump supporters, I'm not taking the piss out of the kid because he's fucking retarded. He can't help it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but
I doubt he cares much at this moment either.
Well, exactly, yeah. And he's got, he's going to get a fact check coming his way. Does anyone know the how much that GoFundMe is going for at this point?
Yeah, like I said, it's just a silly joke. It's a stupid joke. It didn't really click. And you see most of the people, like, you see the picture, like, the video of the audience of that joke, and they were just like, nah. Everybody was just cringing. Because even if you were not, like, if you were the anti-Gamergate kind of crowd, that joke still kind of bombed.
I do find it funny, though, that every time that there is a problem where, like, look at what, I'm going to put this into words properly. Humongous. Sets up a fucking GoFundMe to, like, deal with, his shit, right?
Yeah.
And it does very well. And it was for some sort of charity or something, too. That fucking woman that he set, that really weird cunt, and I can't remember her name. Zana. She sets up one to try to fight them white bastards. It's like, oh my god, have you guys seen that shit? But I still don't know which one is, like, is it a good thing that he is getting money, or is that, like...
No, here's the thing. Here's why he got money. First of all, like, when H3 Productions, they promoted the fuck out of the guy, and he became friends with the guy because, he's a cool dude. So some people were willing to give him money, and he completely refused it. He's like, oh, just give it to this charity, give it to that charity. So H3 did just that.
They actually asked specifically for it to be given to a woman's shelter charity.
Yeah, they pretty much promoted the charities, and then there was a Skype call between H3 and humongous guy, I forgot his name. And he's like, hey, what are you doing, man? How are you doing? And he's like, I'm sick, I'm losing my home, I can't pay my bills. Like, he was just at the worst situation ever. So H3 was just like, you know what? We're going to help you out. And he started this GoFundMe campaign, and it raised like $140,000. And that campaign had nothing to do with humongous promoting himself. It's just by people going like, no, we need to save this man from poverty.
And the funny thing is that Zarna does it all on her own because she's a victim. That woman is fucking insane. And I think that right there.
Zarna
is the woman who went nuts over the humongous joke in Seattle.
Humongous what?
And then she started this campaign, and she's been going to all these town meetings and saying she's like watching the townsmen,
she's batshit crazy.
She is like, we're watching you. We're watching you. We know what you've done. Like, holy shit, this woman is insane.
Yeah.
And I think when you were trying to ask me earlier, what's the thing that stood out about 2016 that doesn't directly relate to me, I think I know what it is the absolute blatant insanity that these people are basically promoting, and they're getting the fuck away with being the most narcissistic twat waffles I have ever seen in my life. And people are giving them money, a lot of it, to continuously be insane and like Orwellian nightmare kind of crap. Like, wow. They're not even trying to hide how nuts they are.
How much did she raise anyway? She raised like less than $10,000 last time.
Yeah, it wasn't impressive by any means.
Dude, $2,000 to me is impressive, but, you know, I'm sitting there going, what the fuck? Wow. The idea that somebody has even given her $1 is fucking amazing to me.
You know, a lot of people just promoted like $1 just to write on that funding wall, just to, you know, make fun of her. Which is weird to me. Like, why would you give her $1 and make fun of her at the same time?
Yeah.
I guess they would just pull the donation later, maybe.
That woman
is... They're giving her money so that she stays in the public eye so that they can continue to laugh at her.
I mean, that's the same silver lining that I look at from Trump winning. That's going to be 4 years of lulls for me.
You're assuming he's going to last 4 years with his health or without being impeached.
Yeah, you're assuming Dubai will still be there.
Oh, it'll be here. It'll be here. He's got his golf course here. He's not going to bomb it. Besides, he just signed up for 3 new businesses here. You know, conflict of interest much? I don't think so. It doesn't happen in the U.S.
When you have that many businesses, though, how do you not have a conflict of interest being the president?
No, he signed for those businesses after he won. After, not before.
God damn it. He's why we can't have nice things.
Because he has to have them all.
This is how we get ants.
I miss Archer.
This is, you know, like I said, I keep on saying this. If you're, you know, like people kind of going, yeah, go Trump, get rid of the establishment, get rid of the sort of like, you know, the all that bent shit and people lying, and like, you've no idea who you're voting for, do you?
Yeah, he is the fucking
not a Scooby-Doo.
And people were like him.
I did one of those sort of like, you know, the dilemma images, and it just says Trump has 250 businesses and this is a successful businessman. And then on the other side is Donald Trump is not part of the establishment. Guess what, kids?
It can't go both ways.
Yeah. Pick one. I dare you.
No, I had a little bit of well, I didn't really have an argument because I didn't want to argue that thing, but it was something that I found on Twitter. Someone posted a picture of the map of the U.S. with all the mass shootings that happened, or just like the fatalities that happened from shooting just this year, the first week, and it's all over the states. And some guy was like, just posted another map, and he's like, look at where this map has all the black people around. Like, this is all black people. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna apply with another map then. This is where the, like, you know, the high density cities are, and you know what? These two maps correlate with one another. So, which one is it? And then the argument went into like, let's look at stats and whatever. And I was like, you know, I don't have any. I don't want to argue this because, again, I could open a can of worms by going like, hey, whenever there's a program to help the black communities, they'll go like, hey, let's help the impoverished people. Let's give them grants to go to school. Let's give them free tuition to go to universities. Let's give them, some affirmative action to get jobs. And you have people going like, no, but white people are impoverished too. But then when it's the other way around, when it's about crime, then it's black people, and those communities are all black people. You can't have it both ways, man. You can't. You either go like, it's because those people are impoverished, and they get into the gang kind of mentality. They get into gangs, and the whole community is just kind of fucked up. You either go with that, and it has nothing to do with race, or it has everything to do with race.
Well,
Pick one.
Well, the thing is that if you imagine if you do have put yourself into a place where let's say, imagine that guy running the country. We're talking about somebody who doesn't like blacks. Let's be honest. He's not going to fucking give a fuck about them. He's going to mistreat them, make them feel like shit, make them feel as if they're basically don't have a stake in society. And then when, of course, they blow their fucking tops and show how much of a lack of stake in society they have, they'll just point to them and kind of go, see, why we didn't bother with them. It's the Israeli effect. You just basically kind of sit there and kind of go, so you're just going to keep winding these people up, keep on putting in new places and all this sort of business. They kick up a fuss about it. And then you just tell them to go fuck themselves until the point where they've got nowhere else to go. And then you wonder why they start firing shit at you? Are you fucking kidding me? This is why BB needs to go. And hopefully, there is some hope for the 2017. You were obviously sharing that business with that Saudi, was he a general or something? Or a...
No, he was...
He was part of the army.
He's a lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
He'll be a lieutenant, and he was a secretary of a general as well.
Yeah. Secretary to a general. So he has on his way to Germany, from what I understand.
He made his way to Germany, according to the sources that I got. He's already in Germany. We don't know which city. We don't know where he is exactly.
Don't want to know, do you?
I don't want to know,
exactly.
actually. Yeah. But he, in his video, he said that there's going to be new videos, and I'll be public about every single detail that I know.
Now, the implications that this person brings forward are war crimes that are actually being officially sanctioned here.
Yes.
So this isn't just somebody accidentally killing somebody out of a rage or whatever, or any of that business. We're talking about officially sanctioned war crimes by the Saudi government.
Yes, and pretty much like minority Shiites. Genocide in Yemen, targeting civilians.
So this this isn't just basically like a slap on the wrist type deal when it comes to the UN here. We are going to be having, if this is all legitimate, and then this guy's just not trying to get out of the country. If this is all legitimate, then it's enormous implications as far as the Saudis are concerned, because who's in Saudi government? Saudi royal family.
Well, here's the thing. Saudi is already sending diplomats to Germany trying to extradite him back to hang him.
I bet they are.
Yeah, it's already been done, and it's been documented, and it's on the news, to be honest. It's there.
They really don't want him to be talking. Because once that happens, once that kicks off, the UN's going to want somebody's fucking head for this. And that's going to be a member of the royal family. It's going to be somebody along that line. And they're not going to give him up. And if they don't give them up, they're going to be out of the UN if they don't do some sort of contrition here.
Well, wait. So Saudi Arabia won't be on the Human Rights Council?
If they don't actually go with the Geneva Convention and give up their war criminals, they'll be rogue state status.
Well, the royal family would be more than willing to throw everybody under the bus,
except the royal family.
Well, they would throw some members of the royal family, and they'd be like, well, they acted on their own accord. It's not our problem. It's just this guy. Prince whatever.
However, of course, that's if they don't have documents that are implicating them.
I don't know if the guy ran away with documents, though.
Well, from what I understood, he had, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, from his video, he didn't say anything but documents. Probably some. I don't know if he has like solid proof or not. We'll see later on.
But like I said, we're only speculating here. But if this is as big a bombshell as this person is making out, this is ginormous implications as far as the Saudi government is concerned.
To be honest, like look at the Human Rights Watch report for the past 2 years of the war in Yemen, and it's all there, but nobody even cares. But now this guy is, because of
this is
the way
he
came
International
out.
Criminal Court, mate. This is a totally
No,
different thing.
hold on. I mean, the reports from Human Rights Watch would have more than enough to implicate a lot of the Saudis. But this guy played it smart. First of all, he made sure that he made it to Germany and then went straight to social media, where things like that spread around like wildfire. And it did. You can't ignore it anymore.
So yeah, this is the level that we're talking about here. So I'm reasonably pleased with this. So this is good news that a country may be coming under a lot of pressure, because when I say that they won't be giving up anybody, contrition is the word. And the reason that I've used the word contrition is we all know their human rights record right now.
I'm sorry for being a pleb here, but what does contrition mean?
Oh, sorry. Let's say if you do something wrong and you sort of say sorry for it, and I say not good enough, and then you kind of go, well, what can I do to make this up? That's
to make amends.
That's you showing contrition.
Okay.
Okay. So, in other words, they're not going to give up members of their government. They're not going to give up members of their royal family. So they will be forced into some line of contrition, either by the International Criminal Courts, which will still be baying for someone's blood, or they'll have to go to the UN with a ginormous smile on their face, kind of going, really sorry, guys, what can we do? What can we do, guys? Because they're not going to be able to just blow hard their way out of this one.
Well, I mean, I can't really say much of the Twitter feed that I got. I mean, there's a couple of hashtags and some important people tweeted in, and most of them are in denial. They're just like, no, he's just a paid spy, but he's just a plant by the Iranians or the Israelis or the Americans, or just fill in the gap with whatever. It's just the Jews. Yeah,
it's the Jews now. Yeah,
No,
he looked real Jewish.
No, some of them blame the Jews. It's like, yeah, he's just an Israeli spy, or just, he's just a plant from the Iranians, and he's just lying and fabricating things. And some people went like, no, the ID is a little bit fake. And I'm like, no, it's not. This is the idea that because they showed an ID that looked way more official. And that's the idea that you get when you sign up for the army. The idea that he has is for people who got drafted into the army. It's a whole different thing, because that's a temporary thing. You're just there temporarily, and then you're out, back to your old job, back to your old life. So, yeah, they tried to discredit the guy in every way, shape, or form, and it just failed.
But yeah. So, once again, this is good news on the horizon. This was a 2016 What the Fuck Happened stream, and obviously we've got, maybe Dubai will still be there, as long as you obviously grant Mr. Trump his hotels. The question I have for everybody here, what are your hopes or fears for this particular year?
There's a lot of fears.
Yep.
I think there will be more terrorist groups, not terrorist attacks, because they're going to be in the crease, because ISIS right now is being cornered in Syria and Iraq. They're like a cornered fox, so they're going to increase their activities internationally. So
that was, do you know what? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And you know what? Yeah, America is due.
No, America is going to get its share of attacks this year. Europe is going to get its share of attacks. The Turkey deal in Europe kind of mitigated the risk a little bit, but it's going to concentrate itself in Turkey. So Istanbul, I mean, you've seen how Istanbul has been doing for the first weekend of 2017. It's not doing pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think that's
going to continue.
From what I understand, that's not necessarily ISIS involved. That seems to be more along the lines of obviously the relationship with Syria, but also of course after the coup, there is a lot of I'll lowball it and say tension.
No, I think ISIS is going to strike Turkey pretty bad.
See, I've got a feeling that there's somebody who's looking to organise something in America again. I've got this feeling, and the reasoning being is that it seems to be that they're not stupid folk, and they know who they're dealing with a lot of the time. I think it's one of the reasons why they went on George Bush's watch, is that they know that they can goad somebody into coming over and wasting all of their money, wasting all of their time. And what did the American occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq achieve as far as their goals? But a radicalization of many Muslims. It created an almighty shitstorm that basically made relations between the West and the Middle East were at their most strained because of this. And this is what they're trying to push. This is what they're trying to actually get. And now you've got Donald Trump, which looks like he could fly off the handle just by being near it. This is a guy who's having a fucking Twitter meltdown over a fucking TV show. So, as far as a guy who's going to be ready to rock and roll, lock and load, yeah, I think they've got their perfect guy for it. Half of America wants him fucking out before he's even started. So it's a perfect shitstorm to have. Basically, you start some sort of 9/11 type event in America. Donald Trump's going to take the bait and do another fucking Iraq or another fucking Afghanistan, or God knows where he'll want to go this time. Maybe even go after Iran, perhaps, and blow up the whole fucking area. Yeah, and you can imagine that's going to just turn America inside out, and also basically just the Middle East on fire at that point. And yeah, that is my chief worry. I just get the feeling that America is due for another 9/11.
Let's hope not. But yeah, it might be in the horizon.
It's just a big feeling. It's just
beep that keeps going on. What is that beep?
That's that's Zeke's, I think.
No, it's not. It's not me.
Oh, who knows? Who cares?
If we weren't being listened to by Big Brother, we are now.
Yeah,
there are three watchers on the stream.
Yeah, I'm not really saying that this is. I have any evidence for it, but it just feels like there's all the right conditions for this to happen. Every ingredient required for 9/11 is present.
I was thinking it was going to be Russia or just more increased activity in Europe.
I don't. As far as Europe is concerned, you've got Germany filled to the brim right now. So it's more along the lines to do with that and this steady sort of up and down about all of that lot. I think a lot of that is to do with the population there of Germany and the population of people that are in there that have come over very, very recently that are struggling to coalesce. So I think a lot of that is to do with that situation rather than a, say, Saudi Arabian or Middle Eastern bunch of guys suddenly deciding to do something really special for America. I think it's a different cell, if you will. You've got it's not one war against Islam as such. These are small factional things going on in various countries for various reasons. In Germany, it's pretty obvious. You've squeezed every single European immigrant, an immigrant that was coming into Europe, and squeezed them all into one country. Who would have known that would be problematic? So that's a separate event from, say, a bunch of Saudi nutcases flying a plane into a building, isn't it? Sorry, America. I know you probably didn't want to hear that, but
if it's going to be an event in America, it's going to be
New York City or somewhere on the West Coast.
And if you can imagine, we're talking, one of the reasons that 9/11 happened, if you believe the mainstream press, is that basically Bush and Ethel really didn't know that it was going to happen. They didn't really notice it. They just basically disregarded it. Well, guess what? You've got a guy who's coming in right now who can't even attend the daily briefings for security. He's asking them to tell him once a week over the fucking phone. The guy's busy enough to fucking keep slamming away at Twitter, and he's too busy to basically do a daily security briefing. So, as far as basically not really having your finger on the pulse when it comes to American security, you've got the worst possible candidate you could have.
Well, you got to keep in mind, too, that Trump isn't really the president in those aspects. I have a feeling that he's going to hand all of that over to Pence.
He ever actually wanted to be president. It was just an ego trip. This is just kind of where he disappears at some point.
Well,
I have a feeling a lot of that foreign national security and all of that is all going to go into Pence's lap.
Well, he's going to spend far too much time apologizing for what Trump just said on fucking Twitter, though. That's the thing. There's, you've got to remember is that, your attention is where your attention is, and the problem with Trump is that he loves all that attention.
Yeah, but I have no evidence for this, but I think more or less the shit he says on Twitter is a smokescreen. It's a smokescreen, and it does play into his ego, but it's mostly just fucking keeping our media completely fucking dumbfounded and focused on different shit.
I actually think
10 stupid things on Twitter, and then something else happens, and they barely have any time to cover it.
Judging from
is this 4D chess?
Judging from his egotism and judging from his behaviour and vindictiveness towards others, I actually don't think he's that clever.
He may or may not be that clever, but we also don't know if it's 100% him on his Twitter or not.
He is rich enough to manage to avoid losing. This is not a winner, folks. This is somebody who is just too big to fail. So,
hey kids, I gotta get going because I'm getting one of those I've been on headphones too long kind of headaches.
But Liz, any sort of hopes or fears for 2017 before you go?
Yeah, I hope that things don't get any worse, at least for a couple of months. But no, I do see that, especially with just already what we are starting to see happening, and I have a feeling that there will be something very large in the United States soil, and that's what I fear. And I fear people taking things out of context before giving proper reporting time to go through. I did a small test on Twitter when the shooting in Fort Lauderdale happened, and I was actually pleasantly pleased that people didn't immediately jump and say terrorist. Because I was like, what do you guys think is the motive? Before anything else happens, let's just play a little game, basically. And people for once said, nope, we're waiting. I was like, oh my God. But that's just they're learning, but that's only from my side of things. Most people are not waiting. Most people are not waiting to get all of the facts in the news, and I have a feeling that that is going to cause more problems this year than anything if people do not be patient and wait for the investigation people to do their job to find out really what's going on before you make broad assumptions and start riots for no fucking reason. Just remember that, America and the world. Take your time. Do not point your finger until it's time to point your finger.
Rioting is the American way.
Yeah, well, that's my biggest fear is that people are going to take things out of context faster than anything else because everybody is so wound up. It's immediately going to be the white guys did it. It's going to be immediately BLM. It'll be immediately terrorists before people go individual situation as individual. And that's my bit of trying to be intelligent for the day. I am going to go fuck the right off, and I will talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
No worries, mate. Take it easy, Liz. Much love, bud. So who's left? Who hasn't explained? Anna, any thoughts?
Yeah. I think I'm probably most interested to see how the mainstream media is going to try to rebound from its multiple fuck-ups the last couple of years.
The last couple of years. You poor
they've just
innocent
been...
girl.
Well, I mean, from a standpoint of just they're losing ground in competition to social media now in a way that they can't ignore.
I don't think they'll ever recover, to be honest. I think it's a constant, consistent trend.
Oh, it has been. They've definitely gotten far more consolidated than they used to be, which is half of the problem. Thanks, Clinton.
So, is that a hope or a fear?
A little bit of both.
So, Athrin, any projections that you'd like to place a bet on?
Projections. Okay. I think you have father issues. No, I don't know. I'm sort of mainly.
Don't bring up your daddy issues here, mate.
Yeah. They're yours, Robin. I don't know what you're talking about, you fucking partisan. No, to be honest, I'm sort of more short-term focused on my degree, I say, as I boot up a game. But, yeah, I'm sort of wanting to pass my economics test that I have the second week back. So, that's a thing. Yeah, just sort of focus on that. I'm considering doing like a sort of vlog style stuff on YouTube. I don't have the time to do like fully edited videos, but it occurred to me maybe to sort of try and formulate quick thoughts and just sort of speak to a camera for a short while and see if I can actually come out with anything worth uploading.
Yeah, I can just imagine your vlogs just going, like, I have a thought about, whatever. Like, it could be the most mundane thing, like, I wanted to make a
15 minutes
sandwich.
later, we're discussing genocide.
No, not 15 minutes later, minutes. No, I would say like 3 hours later, and you're still speaking about the same thing.
Have lolcats finally gone out of fashion?
No, cats will never go out of fashion, no matter what the variant is on the internet.
So, who's left? Habib?
Something that you guys said about the media, I think I'm more pessimistic. I think even new media is going to be on the chopping block because they're going to go, well, they already are partisan, and we're going to be able to see them more clearly going more and more partisan because, hey, when you're beholden to your audience, guess what? You're going to be a populist. When you're being a populist and whatever your audience is, you're going to have to accommodate for them to make more money. It happened to a lot of people, and it's a risk that a lot of independent media people are facing now. I think the only few people that are kind of aware of it, you see the example of Dave Rubin, for example. He's aware of it, and he's every now and then in his tweets, he goes like, yeah, I'm trying my best not to fall into that. But he is the exception, and even for him, I when I watch his interviews, I'm thinking maybe one day he's gonna fall into it. I don't even know. So yeah, we're gonna see the fall of even a bigger faction of the media, which is new media now. It's been on the rise for the past, 10 years. We've already seen the fall of TYT, which was at a point in time independent media, and now it's a joke. So,
you're talking about a fall in. Well, I would say they don't really. I don't think they've necessarily lost. TYT, for example. I don't think they've necessarily lost anything that much. I think there's some people who feel as if they're not. They're not. They wear their bias far too much on their sleeve. But to be honest with you, in this particular vein, I don't think they've ever not been like that. That's the thing with the Young Turks. I mean, I remember Jenks talking about this. And he kind of goes, I used to be part of the Republican thing. I used to do the Republican thing. And then I've realised that they're total fucking assholes. And I never thought to myself that TYT was, say, unbiased or balanced. I don't know if anyone actually thought that before, but I didn't think, they at least had some sensibilities. I think they still do in places.
In places,
yeah,
I think their affiliates are way more respectable than the actual GYT. Like you see someone like Secular Talk, Kyle, pretty brilliant man, and he's got his principles and principles first, even when his principles were against the candidates that he was voting for or against the people who he's voting for. He would call them out. He doesn't even care. He's like, this is my principle and this is where we disagree. I like that. You have someone like David Backman, less than Kyle, but yeah, he's got his principles as well. Although some of them are a little bit misguided, but at least he wears them on his sleeve. And it's principles first, people second. I don't see that with the Young Turks, though. It's not about principles for them. And that's what people are missing with media or news coverage. We want someone with principles to give us political opinion. And, not everybody's a political junkie. Not everybody's going to look into all the issues and who the people are and what their history is. They just want it to be digested for them and given to them on a silver platter.
A lot of the time they prefer the most well-dressed too, which is the shame of it.
I know.
They sort of like authority is I'm afraid, and this is why, I do me, you do it too. We both do presentation, don't we?
Yep.
And the better your presentation, the more people trust it. It's just the way of things, I'm afraid. So, it's I suppose the opposite can be true for the underbelly people out there, the people that like to be the almost prefer to be the underdog. They obviously hang around, or at least hang on to, the more, I would say, scary angles. The Alex Joneses of this world, the conspiratards, the conspiracy porn watchers, who are really sort of
Peter Molyneux and all these kind of people.
Oh God, I actually have a tiny vainglorious hope that we're going to see that lot actually fade away and explode because of Trump being elected. Simply for the fact is they've basically ruined all of their credibility in this case.
Well, InfoWars always has the out to just say that Trump has been taken over by lizard people.
Yeah,
they do have that out.
Yeah, and at that point, everyone else, all of these people, it's like a really butch guy trying to do ballet. At some point or another, he just looks at his cock and in his things, and goes, "What the fuck am I doing?"
I mean, they've done it before.
And I'm hoping that a lot of people who've been following this conspiraporn, which is just so rife at the moment, are going to just finally sort of grow out of it and kind of go, "What the fuck have I been doing? Look what I've created in front of me." I'm basically my commander-in-chief is a fucking TV fucking presenter, and you're talking about sort of like I said with Alex Jones, he's backed Trump at this point. So in other words, now he is sharing. We see this a lot of the time. Everyone blames the mainstream media for buddying up with the powers that be. Guess what? Now Trump is and Alex have a certain affiliation, and those guys will remember this. They'll try their best to forget it, but that's going to cause cognitive dissonance. They're going to get angry and they're going to get upset and they're going to splinter that way. And I'm hoping that Alex, time to retire, mate. The Paul Joseph Watsons of this world, the Stefan Molyneux of this world, they need to fall by the wayside. Because they're just poisoning people. They're just turning people up into the bizarrest folk to listen to and talk to.
What if we compromised on that and just had them put a giant word of satire across their entire thing? Because I find them to be infinitely entertaining.
Yeah, if it were satire, that would be okay. That's the thing. But yeah, that's my only real hope, at least. Forget about the Middle East burning or the 9/11 thing. You know, those are my worst fears. But the only hope and silver lining I can feel on this is that those supposed alt-right dog whistlers are going to have a really hard time with their credibility now that they've actually now that they're in the mainstream as such, in the sense that now they have advocated for a president and got that president, because now they have to suffer the consequences of people questioning them. This is one of the reasons why I think Sargon has tried to distance himself so much from this. Not that stupid, Etherin. Is that, you know, if he distances himself from that decision, then he doesn't have to take all the crap that comes along with everything that we all know Trump's going to do.
Oh yeah, I recognise that with his responsibility. The stupid part for me is the fact he thinks he can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing that a lot of people like Sargon and people were like supporting Trump but not really supporting Trump. The way, the only thing that I hated, the most thing that I hate, not the only, but the most thing that I hate is the way they shut down any conversation when it comes to Trump presidency. It was like, yeah, but it's better than Hillary. And I'm like, yeah, Hillary's out of the question now. She's playing with the squirrels. Let's just leave her be. About Trump.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously, like
it's an excuse card at this point. It's like a race card to them.
And they've done the same with Brexit, and they're still doing the same with Brexit. It's like, yeah, but we don't want to stay in the EU. Okay, but now you have problems in the UK. Like, you know, the economy's not doing too well, and you have this and that. The visas problem is going to be there, and how are you going to solve? And every time he's tried to open a conversation, they're just like, yeah, but the EU. And I'm like, no, they're in the EU now temporarily until they actually go ahead and enact Article 50. The EU is no longer the issue. It's being out of the EU. They're already out. The vote is done. It's just a matter of time now. So let's discuss the implications of a Brexit without just going like, oh, but the EU. Give me a break. It's not about the EU anymore. It's about how you restructure your entire system outside of the EU that you've been part of for like 15 years now. I think it's 15 years. I don't know. I lost.
No, a bit more than that.
I don't know. Like I said, I lost track of time. But, you know, I like to have these kind of discussions and go like, yeah, this is the economy and this is how it's doing. And, you know, you have a lot of partisan people that go like, yeah, everything about the EU is bad. Like someone was the other day arguing with me that, or you know, with me, I just saw the argument on Twitter with two people that I follow, and one guy was like, yeah, but the EU is still good for businesses, and the guy was like, no, it's not. I mean, look at how small businesses are suffering. So I pulled like a couple of reports, one from the Central Bank of the EU and one from the European Commission and one independent report, and they all said the same thing. SMEs are doing pretty well. SMEs, for people who don't know, this is small and medium establishments. Not enterprises, so basically small businesses. And what's happening in the EU right now, they're not getting new businesses, but the businesses that are already there, they're increasing in their value from 15 to 30% per year. And with that value, you have more people being employed, you have more people getting jobs within them, and they're expanding their business, but they're not a lot of new businesses in. And you know the biggest obstacle to getting new businesses in? It's getting skilled labor, because immigration to the EU, unlike most popular believe, for work purposes, it's not easy. So when a company tries to go like, hey, we want some nuclear physicists, or we want some sushi chefs, or we want some specialized kind of thing that we need to import people for, it's a little bit hard within the EU. And that's one of the biggest obstacles to creating new businesses. And when I said that, he's like, yeah, but I know a guy who lost a business. I was like, so you want me to believe your anecdote?
Single anecdote.
Yeah, over 3 reports that I just read. Give me a break. And that's when he said, yeah, you're being a Robin now. You're just arguing like Robin.
Now I know who you're talking to. Now I know who you were talking to. It's insufferable, isn't it?
I know, and I'm just like, dude, I'm not.
No wonder people like that get angry after a while.
Are we talking about someone whose name begins with an M?
I mean, here's the thing. The first letter of his name is Shrek. So there you go.
Oh, right.
But here's the thing. I mean, you guys know my stance. I was quite like measuring the pros and cons of each stance, and I was like, I would be leaning Brexit. And I guess if I was a UK citizen, I would vote Brexit because I see a little bit more pros than cons in the Brexit thing. That's just me. But again, because I measure all of it, I know that there's a lot of cons of Brexit, so we have to solve them. And if we can't even have the conversation, they're not going to be solved.
And that's one of the reasons why, guess what, I wasn't interested in it, because you creating more problems to be solved when we can barely solve the problems that we've got already. It's certainly bad timing. I mean, as far as the whole Brexit thing was concerned, if we were in a brilliant position, we've got stuff on the horizon, and the EU is stopping that stuff on the horizon from coming through, you'd have me on your side. But the very fact that it was like, we're in the middle, we're basically just about on the edge of recovering from a recession. You know what? Let's fuck up the economy again. It's asinine.
I love the narrative that they're trying. I mean, Ethrin, you're into economics as well, so you understand when I just the biggest facepalm that I do to myself is every time I hear someone say, "But the pound was already overvalued."
Overvalued.
What does that even mean?
It was.
Because there was a lot of demand for it. Is that what you're saying? Too much demand for the pound?
I mean,
That's
you
a bad thing?
could maybe describe it as like it had an inflated value due to some sort of contrived circumstance, but I don't know what that would be.
Dude, okay, here's the thing. I hate to just inflate my own ego and go like, hey, I've worked in corporate banking for like 6 years out of my 8 years in banking.
But unfortunately, the inconvenient fact is that you have, in fact, done that.
Yeah, but a lot of it, like a lot of my work, like whenever I have like big conglomerates, the first thing that they look into, well, not the first thing, I would say the second or third thing they would look into is Forex kind of packages. Like, you just go to the treasury and, stuff like hedging to certain currencies and stuff. So yes, I worked with the Treasury Department a lot. So I know a thing or two about how to value a currency. And the pound, if anything, was not as glorious as it used to be. Like most people in the Treasury would tell you that, be like, the pound, even back when I was in banking, I left banking back in 2013, and it was still just a shadow of its former self. So to say that it's overvalued now?
Yeah, well, Robin pulled out some data on the pound dollar to pound ratio, and I took that link and I said, "Ooh, there's all these buttons and extra things you can make the graph show you," and I was playing with that for a while. But the thing that was really, really gave you a stark image of where Britain's financial interests have gone is when you look at the 10-year plot of the dollar to pound ratio.
There's a trend, isn't there?
Well, there was basically stability, and then 2008, and then chaotic bouts with stability in between, and then Brexit, and then Brexit keeps having just like chaos. I don't think there's any part where I would feel confident calling it stable.
I mean, I don't know, I haven't checked it in a few weeks. Didn't it reach like 1.2 for the dollar now?
Oh, yeah. It keeps hitting that, keeps bouncing down to that, and then bouncing up at no more than 1.6.
Yeah, and the moment that happens, somebody kind of goes, "Look, it's recovering."
Yeah.
And then they shut the fuck up the next week when it hits the ground again.
This is part of the point I was making before about how climate science and economics do have a lot in common.
Well, it's got plenty of people who don't know what they're fucking talking about while they're talking about it, certainly.
It's too complicated. You can't possibly model that.
Yeah, I fucking hate it when people just quote the FTSE or any stock exchange and go like, "Look at the stock exchange," and I'm like, "So?" What? Why are you looking at the stock exchange?
No, and it's as though nobody understands inflation suddenly. It's just completely forgotten.
You remember there was that thing, just became a meme so quickly. There was that guy that took a fucking snowball into Congress and went, look, climate change isn't real. Okay.
You're fucking kidding me.
Yeah, well, you remember that, right?
No, I don't.
Oh!
I need to see this comedy gold.
Oh, okay. Well,
somebody brought a snowball into Congress.
If you just look on YouTube for Congress snowball, and you'll probably find it.
Oh my god. This is just...
It's just insane.
I hope this person isn't in the Senate anymore.
People aren't arguing these points on rationale or expertise or experience. It's just ideological for them.
Yeah, it's like whenever you argue that, hey, the pound is... I mean, I keep saying that the pound is taking a pounding because I kind of like the sound of it. And people are like, yeah, you're just anti-Brexit. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about the pound here. Brexit, I mean, I thought that you guys said Brexit is all about the politics and policy independence rather than economy. So let me talk about the economy then. It has nothing to do with Brexit. Am I right?
Oh my good god, this fucking guy. What? So basically, what? You found a snowball. So when you've run out of snow, is that when you're going to turn around and kind of go, oh shit, maybe we want to think about this?
You know, an effect of climate change is that part of Saudi Arabia is getting hail snow right now. So that's a part of climate change right there.
Good for you.
Not really. I mean, the camels are not happy with it.
And you know, I suppose your clothing isn't quite adapted to having hailstone hit you.
Not really, no. I mean, we don't even have an efficient drainage system. Like, if we ever get like long rainy seasons, like we can't even deal with that. We don't have the infrastructure to deal with that.
So you're like us with snow, then?
Yeah.
It's like, what is this stuff? It's called rain. What do we do with it? It's supposed to drain away. Why isn't it draining away? No drains!
we don't know what to do with it. We've never had rainy seasons before.
Isn't this supposed to come in a glass?
It comes in bottles that you buy in the store.
But yeah, you know, I'm just hoping that all of those people that think that their semantic idiocy and sort of ideological sort of bent is going to be able to keep them going through. There's going to be a resurgence of, and I'm hoping for the young people out there. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call them. You young folk out there that are listening, and you probably are. You know, I hope you've watched this show and you've ingested all of this here, and I'm going to go and do a school project about it, and you're going to come out and you're going to tell these 20-year-olds who have no idea what they're fucking doing to shut the fuck up. Please. You're our only hope at this point, because I can't manage it, and I'm tired.
I don't know. I think most people in our generation are just too cynical, too nihilistic to even care anymore.
Also, if there are any young people watching, and of course there probably are, I would like to apologise on behalf of the next to the next generation for basically deregulating, defunding, and privatising all of your schools
and your healthcare, and the police.
Yes.
And well, everything.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, they wanted change.
I'm waiting for the time when the U.S. is going to suggest, like, let's privatize courts. And wait, don't tell me that they already did it, because...
Well, they've already privatized the Supreme Court.
Oh, man.
Actually, Louisiana has no public defenders right now because the state's broke as shit. They're having to let people get out of prison and jail because they can't trial them.
Do you know what the problem? Do you know what whose fault that is?
Leftists.
Oh no, that's Bobby Jindal's fault.
That's Bobby Jindal.
Yeah, wait until they blame the leftists.
No, that's leftist propaganda. That.
Yeah, exactly.
All the feminists.
Yeah.
So, is there anyone else who's got any thoughts and feelings? Zeeks.
I wrote down 18 things, and I won't go over them in depth. I'll just highlight them really fast.
Okay.
Unless you tell me to pause and explain it.
Okay.
Number one, okay, these are things that I expect to happen in 2016, or I want to happen, or I fear will happen. Starting off, I want to see a Saudi Arabian version of InfoWars.
Current year, mate. Current year.
2017. Sorry,
Thank you. You know, we're all like that at the start of the new year.
Well, no,
anyway,
I started drinking because you said to start drinking. So,
Yeah.
number one would be a Saudi Arabian version of InfoWars.
Okay.
I want to see. Okay, a feared thing would be race wars in the United States and Europe. Something I'm curious to see is the Fourth Reich rising up in Germany.
Oh wow! But this Saudi Arabian InfoWars thing. What are we saying here? We're talking about like
I want to hear them
conservative
talking
Islam
about they're turning the camels gay.
Okay.
And that
Right,
the
so
world is
it is
controlled
like
by
conservative.
instead of
it
the
is
Jews.
conservative,
He's
not
going to
like-
be called
it'll be like
Abdul
Spider
Jones.
people.
Okay, right. I was just thinking, maybe did you mean someone who's like an atheist liberal who's going on about
Taking
how
notes,
the
actually. I might do a parody of that.
No, think of the concept of like a big Saudi Arabian guy that is he is the Saudi Arabian Alex Jones.
Abdul
Probably
Think
Jones.
of how
Yeah.
amazing that would be. Just like, yeah, just he's like running around screaming about globalists and shit, but he's doing it in Arabic, I should say.
yeah. He's like 39 or 40, isn't he?
I think they did have one of those in Saudi Arabia. What was his name again? Osama something.
Yeah, but I wanted to reach
Bin
the
Laden,
level
that was it.
InfoWars is.
Well, that was Afghanistan. I think.
No, he
Okay.
wasn't Afghani. He's
Oh
Bin
yes,
Laden
he
done.
is from yeah.
Do you want me to go on to number 4?
Go on
Go
to
ahead,
number
go ahead.
4.
I think this may actually happen is Marie Le Pen starts the second French Revolution. Okay, number 5 is just all around martial law in various Western countries. I expect that to start happening more often. On a more hopeful thing that I would like to see is mining asteroids and a reality TV show of the people living on Mars. This is what I really would like to see is number 7 is Sargon actually goes to Berlin to fight Devin Tracy. Okay, number 8, things that I kind of expect to start happening is a Russian-United States alliance to try to start subjugating the world, starting with China. Number 9, I fully expect Canada to start forcing the memorization of over 9,000 pronouns in grade school.
Why?
I expect there to be some kind of Chinese and Japanese conflict because the Japanese will never apologize for Nanking and the Chinese will never shut up about it. I expect there to be some type of war in the South China Sea or some type of conflict taking place. I fully expect Russia to just look around and wondering what the fuck is going on the planet. I kind of expect this, and I'm worried for this, there being an actual genocide in South Africa with all the decolonization talk that goes on there. I expect there just to be a blanket set of genocides all over Africa. Now, something I would like to see that's unlikely is Venezuela will become a utopian state that rebounds from its current crisis. Unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
Right? I think this will actually happen. I would put more money on this than anything else on the list. And that's Japan is going to create a full AI waifu, and its plans to sell it to China to help them with their male to female ratio issues.
You know,
This
that more people in the US are
100% going to happen is people are going to remove me off of Facebook even more so.
Oh yeah,
Did
that
it count
reminds
for this
me.
year?
The last thing that's a fear is the nuclear winter that we're going to experience. So that's my list of 18 things. Which ones do y'all like?
I like the waifus.
The removing you from Facebook thing. I'm interested in that.
You've seen it. You see the shit that I spout on
Exactly,
Facebook.
and I'm thinking, yeah, I need to add myself to that list of people
Like-
removing you.
Well, what's your current count this year?
So far, 2 people have removed me this year.
Was
Not
that
enough.
the Hot Mess Express?
No, they removed me before the end of the year.
Aw, that would have been poetic.
Yeah, but I think the biggest thing that I would really like to see, though, is the Sargon versus Devon and Berlin fight. The Rumble in Das Vaterland.
I'd pay money to watch that.
I mean, the thing is if you pay enough, Sargon probably would do it.
Battle of the Cocks. Oh boy. Yeah, I like the waifus one. I mean, why not?
I mean, well, we've seen that one little AI thing that wakes you up and then texts you while you're at work. I think we all seen that advertisement. I fully expect the AI on that to get more and more crazy, which makes me really sad for the future of humanity.
I don't know, maybe I'm just in this cynical mood where I don't try to see any hope in the future of humanity anyway.
Well, in that case, join my political philosophy of just hoping for the most possible chaos that you can watch while you slowly die.
No, I'm just hoping for something that's fun to watch rather than cringy.
Well, the waifu thing's going to be cringy.
Well, it depends on who you talk to.
Sargon fighting Devin Tracy is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to see Sargon just yell bollocks over and over again.
I just like the idea that Sargon will be like, I'm a big guy, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to beat the shit out of that weedy, sickly-looking motherfucker. And then
Devin
he goes
doesn't
there.
look that sickly, dude. He
No,
looks
I
bad
know.
at one really unflattering picture of himself.
I know, I'm not saying that he does look like that. I'm saying that Sargon might say that. It's in my headcanon here. He'd be like, I'm going to kick his ass. And then he chases him into the forest and he just hears Devin's voice going, by the way, Carl, did you know that I do bow hunting?
No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't say that. You would just hear the slight whisper of hook and cock over and over again.
What I'd like to see is that Devon invites him to go over to Germany for a boxing match or whatever like that. And when
he already has.
And when he goes over there, Germany says, "Sorry, no immigrants."
We noticed on your form that your grandfather was brown. We do not approve.
I'm afraid we've reached our brown quota. I'm afraid.
Well, let's. At the same time, though. Fuck! I just had a complete brain fart for a second.
You say you just had a complete horny thought?
No, brain fart.
Oh right.
Oh, okay. Sargon does have one shot of winning that fight. If he could just lay on Devon the right way to crush him.
Or maybe get some exercise and stop smoking so much weed.
I don't think Sargon can move fast.
Do you think that's why Sargon hasn't been turning his cam on as much as you don't want to see the fucking baked eyes anymore?
The last times he's always been a bit large-ish, but that was sort of more just his build of his torso and stuff, but he does seem to be getting plump.
Are we fat-shaming Sargon at this point?
We're fat speculating Sargon.
Look, I'm missing a leg and I'm smaller than Sargon as far as weight goes, so I feel like I have a little bit of a leg to stand on here.
I don't have much of a leg to stand on in terms of fat shaming though, because I basically look like a ginger Sargon.
And don't forget, he does have that Roman sword.
Oh, the Gladius? Or Gladius or whatever?
He made it himself.
Didn't he do a video where he just sat there and polished it while talking smugly?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He said that he found it relaxing, like polishing his knife whilst talking about people he doesn't like. It's like, okay.
I think the sword. I think he wasn't being literal about the sword and being more metaphorical about polishing a phallic object.
I mean, here's the difference between. You have two internet personalities coming from the UK that like to get into arguments and drama on the internet, and they both claim that they destroy their opponents. You have Thunderfoot and Sargon. Now, let's look at the head count of both, and I would say that, yeah, one of them actually thoroughly destroys his opponents, and the other one is just creates drama and then runs away from it.
Didn't Thunderfoot gleefully gloat about how Professor Moriarty had like people threaten the lives of his children and shut down his YouTube channel, and he was like, "Yep, I destroy my opponents."
Well, here's the thing. Like, I watched his 42-minute video, and yes, it had a lot of gloating, but the thing is, like, even let's just, regardless of Moriarty, and yes, his interaction with Moriarty, actually, Moriarty is a fucking idiot, to be honest. Let's look at the other opponents that he went against. Venom Fang X, for example. Fucking thoroughly destroyed the guy. Let's look at
He didn't just destroy him. He turned every atom into energy. You know, there wasn't anything left of this kid. When you got this kid basically sitting there, like reading an apology like a robot, knowing exactly how many people are going to see this. I mean, apart from me basically just belly laughing while watching this kid do this and stuff like that, I was just kind of going, yeah, kid. That's what happens.
You don't go against the foot, you know. Look at Laughing Witch. You know, with all the threats against his job and his livelihood and his life, with one video where he just showed a Yelp page. Just that.
Murdered.
And you know, even though I don't like the tactics of going out after people's jobs, but he was just going like, let's play your game for just one round. The game that you've been playing for more than a year, I'm going to play one round of it.
I'm just going to say that I could. And that was enough for it to go down. So everyone like, yeah, he could, but I can.
So, I mean, on the other hand, let's look at Sargon. Even with his most vehement opponents, the people that he went on debates with, what's the name of that feminist? Something Christie.
Christie Winters, yeah.
Yeah, Christopher Winters. And yeah, he went against her for a while, and then Twitter was the video of the
debate. He sort of brought a knife to a gunfight with that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly.
He was hoping for a debate, and she basically was there for a thesis.
So that's the thing. It's like she turned up with like so many sources they couldn't fit them in the description, and then he turned up with like 4 articles, and they were like newspaper articles.
Yeah, and he thought we'd just wing it.
Yeah. And then said, "Oh, I over-prepared." But you know what he did? He must have sat there, and in his head, he thought, "Well, if I say, why is Obama saying the wage gap in, then she'll have to say this." And it's like, or maybe she doesn't have to say that. Because that's what really derailed him, wasn't it?
I do want to say this. We are doing lots of Sargon bashing, but I am still subscribed, and I still do enjoy his content.
I'm still friends with the guy. I tell him this kind of stuff to his face. He knows that I disagree with him a lot, so it's fine. I don't really see that I am talking about him behind his back at all. Because, like I said, I say this stuff to his face.
Sargon's listening. Sargon's listening right now. You know it.
Someone who likes Sargon will listen at some point, and they'll be like, this is just an echo chamber.
Yeah, but this is the thing, you see. You know, Sargon, if you're listening, and you probably are, all of these things that I've said to you over this last few months and stuff like that, is because I'm trying to help you see some sense in what you're doing. Because I had a lot of hope for you, and I'm like I said, I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. You're better than this, and you're letting yourself be run by the looks of it, the people that are in your comment section, who are shamefully, well, I'll be honest, they sound like SJWs in there now. I've literally just told a joke, and they're trying to get upset with the fact, they sound like an SJW. That's what you've got now. You've got super sensitive, ready to go crazy. Oh, that guy that was on there, I just want to bang my head against a wall type attitude. They cannot listen to their confirmation bias being destroyed in any way, shape or form. You have now created an echo chamber, and I don't think you know how to deal with it.
Well, he can deal with it the Devin Tracy way and just go through his comments and start banning many of his fans.
But, do any of you guys actually listen to Devin Tracy and his streams?
No.
Yeah, I do.
I do.
Not
I actually do.
Okay, because one of my followers on Twitter told me that Devin Tracy actually mentioned me in one of his streams. So I was like, how can I find it? So I checked his Twitter. I checked his YouTube page. I'm not even subscribed to the guy.
Streams for hours and hours while he's making
and it's
these
like
videos.
6 hours, 4 hours, and it's just him rambling. And I'm like, I'm not gonna look for wherever he mentioned me. I don't really give a fuck. But apparently, he went after me for my affiliation with Crouton Tea or something. I guess. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Like, if you guys know what he actually said before I start accusing him of saying something about me that I don't even know, because I'm not going to go through his videos.
Yeah, you see, this is so disappointing. This is the other disappointing thing. Yeah, is that Sargon. Sargon. You think that you and sort of like what? Armored Skeptic? You think the new Four Horsemen? Dude, you ain't even their fucking horse fucking brush. No. You've got a long way to go, mate. And I know you've only been politically aware for a while, obviously, but you've got a lot of ground to cover. I mean, I don't even think of myself in that sort of a vein, but my God, man. Get good, scrub. Think things through. Think things a little bit more outside of your bubble. And you have been bubbled. And I have talked to people who are close to you. And they've repeated this to me as well. They think you lost it. They think that you've got yourself into an echo chamber and you can't be wrong. That's the truth.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be in an echo chamber as long as you're aware of it, because that's just the nature of things of social media. People are gonna just,
Well, I think you mean
gather
bubble.
around you when they agree with your opinions.
Yeah, I think you mean a bubble. It's not the same thing.
Well, here's the difference between someone like Sargon, who's not aware of it, and maybe he's aware of it at some point, or like it's some part of his brain, but he's not showing it. I'm not really gonna pretend that I know what he's thinking, but he's not showing that he knows it. And someone like, for example, John Green, part of the Vlog Brothers, when Hillary lost the election, the first video he made was about the echo chamber that he's in. He's like, we didn't see this because I look at my comment section, my Facebook page, my Twitter followers, and everybody that I know, the millions of people that follow me, all support Hillary. There's no sign of Trump winning or Trump's talking points being popular anywhere. Where did this come from? And how do I solve this? Because I want to see the other point of view and I don't see it in my circles. And mad respect for the guy, even though I don't agree with his political opinion, but mad respect. At least he saw it. He's like, there's a large population out there that I'm not aware of. And this is a problem, not with them, it's a problem with me. And I want to solve this.
Yeah, because I jump into those echo chambers myself and I ask them questions and it infuriates me. Because it's not just that it's an echo chamber. It is people that are not only confirming each other's biases, but they're simply almost immune to logic at all. When you question the logic of their conclusions, it's like, no. And I'm like, what do you mean, no?
But just one of them.
What was that? I can't remember the name of this girl, but she basically was saying about Muslims being bad. And she was kind of going, well, not all, of course, just some of them, but Islam is bad. And then, virtually in the same breath, she goes, but I'm pro-police, even though that I know some of them are bad. So you're sitting there kind of going, so some Muslims bad, most of them good, Islam is bad. Some police are bad, most of them are good, but the police are good.
Oh, well, obviously, Robin, don't you know there's a place called Islamabad?
And I'm literally looking at this person and kind of going, the logic that you are using here is so, it is so maddening that I should shoot you for your own good and for the good of the world at large.
Yeah, I mean, you know my stance when it comes to Islam. I always tell people, hey, differentiate between the ideology and the people.
Yeah.
most Muslims are good people. Some of them are bad. And yes,
You're
the
a
bad
fucking
people
atheist.
are. Yeah, and the thing is, like the bad Muslims are starting to spread around way more than I'm comfortable with, and that's something that we need to discuss. It is something that we need to talk about and fight against. Yet they have a lot of human shields. Either the moderate Muslims that go like, no, Islam is all good, or you have the liberals that go like, Islam's done nothing wrong.
No, that's not true though. That's not true though. The thing
Well,
is that the problem is that you've got to remember with the libs out there is that they're fighting those guys who are fucking freaks.
How many times
who are
have you-
basically absolute about it. The thing is, you've got these both sides. Both of them are absolute against each other. So all they're doing is trying to score points and argue against each other.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Yeah,
and
so
here's the thing: like
they're really
when-
cancelling each other out as actually having any legitimacy to talk.
When someone who calls themselves a liberal and then go like, "Hey, let's promote Islamic ideas because of diversity," I'm just like, that's not really liberal because liberals.
Yeah, but I don't see that. I see people saying we should be able to accept Muslims alongside the rest of us. That's what they're saying. But that gets twisted into saying you're trying to promote Islam and turn our country into a fucking Sharia state.
Not twisted because I have seen people actually promoting Islamic ideas.
Here's the thing,
I've seen
Habib.
people who defend the hijab.
I'm not
and
saying
go
that
like
they
it's
don't,
empowering to
but
women.
that is not the majority of the talk that I'm hearing from,
Well,
certainly from
no,
the left.
Okay, Robin, hear me out here. You talk about the moderates that actually want, acceptance, but you know very well that the moderates don't really count when it comes to who is being propped up by the media and who is more visible. The visible ones are always the extremists, and the extremists are fucking nuts.
Yes, and they're also the smallest portion of those that people are actually talking about. The thing is, it's like, if you're going, we're talking about sort of this isn't just cherry picking. This isn't just low hanging fruit. This is basically the rotting fruit on the ground that people are picking up right now, kind of going, ugh. That's the thing. That's all they're looking at, and they're just throwing rotten apples at each other here. These aren't people who are actually making a dialogue. They're just using ammunition. That's all. It's of no consequence at all as far as the actual greater dialogue is concerned. The real issue that 2017 should address is why anybody listens to these people.
Because they're starting to get into politics. When they start enacting policies over those mad, crazy ideas,
I was at a meetup with the leader of the Liberal Democrats in Britain, Tim Farron, last night, and we talked about a lot of things. A lot of it to do with how to proceed after the referendum. But one of the things, I actually did get to speak to him directly for a little bit, and I brought up to him basically what you just said about how there are liberals who are basically not making the distinction between defense of the rights of individual Muslims to practice their religion in peace and apologetics for Islam, and that there isn't enough of a clear distinction being made. And I gave an example of you as someone who finds it very difficult to advocate for reform and moderation when there's so many people denying there's any problem at all.
Yeah,
and he seemed receptive to the idea. And this is the third placed party in our country.
It's very my counter to that is thus very difficult to get into the castle when the door is up. And when you're making these arguments, they're not seeing you. They're seeing right-wing reactionary nutcase who's going to basically try and round Muslims up and put them in a concentration camp down the line. They're trying to avoid that. That's their motivation for what they're doing.
The most annoying retort that I always get whenever I talk about Islamic, just bad ideas in Islam.
Apologia, perhaps.
Like the misogyny, the sexism, the outright hate for anyone who's not Muslim, and the advocacy of death and killing. Whenever I talk about any of that, whenever I mention scripture or anything, they just go but Christianity did it. And I'm like, wait, no, hold on. Who mentioned Christianity? I'm not talking about Christianity. Christianity did it? Okay, fine. It's bad too.
Yeah, but the
So
Crusades
what?
happened.
Here's something you've also got to understand, of course, mate, is that in the Bible, for example, there are passages out there that talk about, all kinds of nasty shit.
I know.
And
but
if you're and
why
as
is that
far-
relevant?
Here's the thing. People cherry pick, yeah. Now they could accuse you of cherry picking because you're just looking at, the bad parts of the book.
Yeah. Find me a good
Now-
part then.
Are you saying that there are no good bits in Islam?
Okay, there are good bits in Islam, but
now,
hold on.
No,
Let me
buts.
just.
I want to, because that's the question I was asking. That's all I
There
really
are good
needed.
parts, but they are the
because I have a
minority.
point. It was a rhetorical question. Hear me out.
Yeah. Okay.
The reason is of course, there are plenty of people in religious circles who are cherry picking from those texts as well. They're trying to find the best bits out of it and live by that.
Yeah, let me just complete my sentence, please. The good parts are always muddied with the bad parts. You don't have a single page within the Quran, except for one surah, one chapter, that doesn't advocate for the death of apostates or the death of non-believers. Not a page that doesn't advocate for that. And if you can find me that page outside of Surah Rahman is written by someone else, actually. Scholars, like atheist scholars or ex-Muslim scholars that are studying the Quran these days are trying to study it in a way to figure out who wrote which part. And Rahman is a surah that was written by someone completely different from any other person, because the tone and the language and the poetry of it is completely different than anything else. Because in that surah, basically God is pleading humanity to accept him, which is a completely different tone from the rest of the Quran.
You either accept or you're an apostate.
Yeah, basically the Rahman is just go like, hey, I gave you all these blessings. Why can't you acknowledge me? Please acknowledge me. I am you're divine. I love you all. Please, I beg you, acknowledge me. I mean, if I tell you that this is the tone of the Quran, you'd be like, this is a beautiful book. But no, that's just one surah. The rest of it is acknowledge me or else.
Old
It's
Testament
just
at this point, then, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
But like I said, I mean, we were talking about philosophy here, and people talk about reform of Islam.
Yeah.
And if you can imagine, say reform of Christianity, the Bible has not changed for 2,000 years. There's loads of different versions of it, whatever like that. But the only reform of Christianity has come from Christians. Secularism, all this sort of thing. Yeah, this has come from people who were actually Christians. The Enlightenment, many people who were in charge of the Enlightenment were Christians. So in other words, in order to make Christianity good, Christians had to make it good. In order for Islam to have its reform, you have to allow Muslims to reform it, or at least to cherry pick those good bits and to promote them and to push them forward, and for everyone to ignore those bad bits. You're not gonna, you certainly can't go directly from religious indoctrination with all of the nasty shit that comes along with that, straight to say atheism. There's no route there. There's only you've got to go through some process.
No matter how you're gonna just tackle this, is going to be a long process. It's not going to even happen in our generation.
Beyond our grandchildren's lifetime.
Yeah, and the thing is,
and there's no patience in the West for it. That's the problem.
The reason why I get pissed off by people that just go what about Christianity? They don't use it as a way to hey, let's learn from Christianity and try to do the same stuff that they did into Islam. No, they use it as a conversation stopper.
Yeah, well, the Christians were bad, so we're allowed to be bad. And it's that's not...
Basically.
Yeah, you're not helping here.
By the way, that's not an argument that I hear a lot from Muslims. I hear it a lot from Westerners that call themselves liberal.
Well, I think... there's also the Western imperialism that, if you can imagine, to be perfectly frank, as far as radicalization and radicalizing Islam and radicalizing the Middle East, I don't think Western imperialism is exactly helped in this arm. I'm talking from the UK here, where we specifically made sure that you'd have trouble down there. in order to keep you split up, separated, and easier to control. And the blowback from that is centuries old now. You know,
Well,
it takes a long time. You
not
still
only
haven't got your
Western
countries
intervention
back.
and Western imperialism, like we had that with the Ottomans as well.
Yeah, but what I mean
it's-
is, you still haven't even got your countries back.
No,
they're still on those sharp margins. You know, look at Saudi Arabia. You know, look at.
It's
say,
not only
Kuwait.
that. Like some people go like, "Hey, it's a lot of Muslims like to blame all the Western intervention on Israel. They're like, yeah, look at Israel. They made Israel a thing and bad Israel. Like, yeah, I don't agree with a lot of Israel's policies, but let's face it, guys, it's been there for decades now. So just deal with it. But regardless of that, they blame all the rise of terrorism and the unrest on the existence of Israel. You look at the letters.
Well, they don't blame Saudi.
No, they don't. But here's the thing: when the founding fathers first formed America, forget who's sent letter to whom. It was a correspondence between John Adams and that guy who wrote a letter about like
forming what? Sorry.
You mean Thomas Jefferson?
Thomas Jefferson, yeah. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, the founding fathers of America. They first founded the country. They kicked you guys out, the Brits. And they're like, hey, we need to establish some sort of trade agreements. Let's sail to Morocco. And they met with the Barbars over there. And the rhetoric that they got from them when they just talk about, like, they were just pirating, ships around, and they were just stealing and pillaging and doing all the kind of stuff that ISIS is doing these days. And the letter that they sent back was bone-chilling in a way that they would like, hey, we're just Muslims and we believe in Islamic State and we just want to Islamicize the world. That's just our divine duty. And whoever is going to stand against us is going to die. That's basically the gist of it.
Can we please refer to the founding of the United States as Brexit 1.0?
It kind of is.
Megxit.
No, it's going to be Brexit 1.0. That way it gives the pro-Brexit people hope that it can work.
But America's a terrible example.
Yeah,
but it is,
You're not really installing a lot of hope in us, to be perfectly frank.
I mean,
come on, especially you guys don't want to get an orange game show host as y'all's prime minister.
Dude, you've got to land on a lot of resources, and that's the only reason you're not a failed state.
Yeah, basically, if you look at America, it's like, what's the founding principle? Oh, we don't want, like, government overreach or anything. We want, like, accountability for the people or something. But America is one of the biggest failed experiments compared to its founding principles ever.
Still got the Second Amendment.
Yes, if in an uncomfortable situation, you can at least shoot your way out. Great.
Yeah, it's like anyone understand what mission creep is? You tell them what the founding principles of America were, and then show them America. It's like that. That is mission creep.
Where's my musket? But no, the thing is that whoever you're talking to there, is an imperialist themselves. And that's an imperialist from like 300 years ago. So, you were talking to me about, look at the Crusades. What you've done there, Habib, is basically just do the same thing, but just with a different principle. Is that they kind of go, yeah, but, back in those days, those Muslims were like that. And it's like, does that mean that the English basically taking over almost all of the Middle East and North Africa is perfectly justifiable? Of course not. Can't.
No,
but
I'm not saying
but
that
they
it
were
is.
saying that they take over first. Yeah.
Maybe you read into whatever I said something that I didn't intend
What I mean
you to read.
what I'm saying is that you were complaining about the whataboutery of somebody bringing up, say, the Crusades. But this is just simply whataboutery on, say, British colonialism.
No,
if you imagine those guys that were sailing over there, do you know what they were bringing back on the way home? North African slaves.
Of course.
So as far as sort of like, Muslims looking at them right now, yeah? I don't know if you know much about North Africa, but I suspect there was quite a few Muslims there too.
Oh, quite a lot.
Yeah. So if you can imagine some of those people, yeah, they may be Christians now, but they may have been Muslims before. And they're seeing these white devils coming over and stealing people. So no wonder they were fucking being pirated, for fuck's sake.
That they were sold by other black people, by the way.
Yeah.
And by Muslims too. I mean,
and by Muslims.
Trade,
but once again,
slave trade was quite lucrative for us.
Yeah, but once again, we're in the same place. I mean, look at say the opium wars. We went to war with China just so we could sell them heroin. What the fuck? This is the Brits for you. We fucked that area up right royally, and it's never recovered from it. And America's just taken over
legalize it.
Yeah, America just basically took over those reins, and we were like, yeah, you can fucking deal with it. Fuck it. They're never, and I suppose it's probably a bit like this, really. It's everybody can sit there and kind of complain and blame and say, well, you guys got to get your shit together. It's like kind of going, that might be like, during the 1950s, we're basically, just, trying to force you to have a sheikh instead of you having a democratically elected president. That's got nothing to do with it. No, forget the fact that we basically just displaced a bunch of people in Palestine. Forget the fact that we've basically sided with one particular country because it has a lot of oil. Forget all of that. They need those people in there. They need to get their shit together.
Okay. When it comes to the people, then I agree. Hold on.
What I'm saying is, if we don't address the fact of our own behaviour and actually admit and at least apologise, you're never going to get any contrition on that side either.
No, hold on. When it comes to the people that go against imperialism, then maybe they have a point. But what I want to tackle is mainly the ideology, because the ideology doesn't give a fuck about imperialism.
Of course it does.
The ideology,
no.
The ideology itself goes like, hey, if it's an unbeliever, then yes, you take off their land, and if they don't convert to Islam, you kill them. And you have a bunch of people that believe in it. And those bunch of people used to be a minority, and we were comfortable with that for quite a while.
But you know what?
Not anymore.
They're not the minority. And you know why they're not the minority? Because they said, why are they the infidels? And somebody went, why are they the infidels? Well, because they're coming over, they're taking our shit, and they're bombing our people. And we've given them all the excuses to be able to radicalize those people. That's the truth. And if we can't admit that to ourselves, you can't keep on going over to try and fix a problem that you've solved, that you've caused by causing a new problem that you have to go and then fix in order to solve the problem that you caused in the first place. And then, of course, that's caused a new problem that you keep fixing. That's all we're doing, is that we're just basically trying to just patch ourselves up. And instead, I've said this to people, and I was saying this during the I knew that this was going to happen during the Afghan and Iraq wars. And I said this to people, Do you remember when the British, for example, when about 1,000 years ago we were ruled by like a religious nutcase tyrant? Do you remember when those aliens came down, blew up half of the country and gave us all democracy? Do you remember that bit? No, we figured it out for our fucking selves. And I say, leave them the fuck alone. If they want to fucking blow each other up, then let them blow each other up. But then it's their mess. They can blame each other for this and not us. And when they come and ask us, can you give us a hand, to say, what hand do you need? Not, we're going to help you the way we want to help you. That's what you do to help a friend. This is not helping a friend. This is confidence tricksters.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not
saying that to invite terrorism or anything like that. Quite the opposite.
No. Hold on.
This
Robin,
encourages
hold on.
it. That's all.
Robin, I am agreeing with you to a point. Yes, imperialism did not really help, but I really think it's the be-all and end-all for all the problems within the Islamic State.
Because that's over with. No, we've got a different type of interference at this point, where we're going over to the Middle East on an almost daily basis for some fucking problem or another. And nobody's letting these people solve this shit for themselves. The Russians are involved, the Americans are involved, the French are involved, the British are involved. We're all digging our fingers into their pies. Why? Oil. Everybody knows it. All of the resources out there, the precious metals that are out there. Come on. Everyone, oh, what, we in Africa now? How weird. I wonder why we're in Africa. It's got nothing to do with all of those precious metals or all of the diamonds. I mean, that wouldn't be any reason for us to be over there, now would it? I mean, we're just there to help.
We've always been in Africa.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's so disingenuous any of us to think that any of the actual times that we're going over to the Middle East is to sort of like, you know, give them a helping hand. Very rarely have I seen anyone think, let's do some interference into say, Iraq or Iran or whatever like that, and let's see if we can do something good for them. They'll say that they're doing something good, but it's just a con. And you find that they're like, you know, no bid contracts and all the other business as well. And you think that these people don't know about all of this lot? You can't give people excuses to kill you and then blame them from getting angry.
Well, they're not even killing mostly Westerners, you know. They're killing their own people.
Yes.
All based on, again, an ideology.
Well, the other reason, of course, is that they can't.
Well,
I have a
yeah,
quick
you
question.
can blame it on the West all you want. And yes, I do think that the West is to blame, but to a point. But
That's
even
right.
if the West
That's
the West disappears from the Middle East, like tomorrow, they just back up and go.
Yeah, and you know what, yeah? If your dad stays around all the fucking time and won't let you make any mistakes, and is always telling you what you should do and what you shouldn't do, guess what? You end up resenting them. You got to let your kids go. You got to if you feel responsible for them, then you got to let them go and make their own mistakes. And us interfering and us getting our paws into this, they want to fucking kill each other, then they're going to have to kill each other. We did it during the European wars. We found our places where everybody calmed the fuck down and shut the fuck up and got on with it, and then we worked our shit out eventually. But they're never going to work their shit out because there's people going in there kind of going, here, have this gun. Hey mate, he's got a gun. Hey mate, he knows about the gun. That's what we're just making bank on this, causing trouble and then selling people arms in order to let them continue their trouble. And until, they will never ever actually find any stability or stableness if there's people going in there causing fuss and making bank.
See, you're looking at this from just, the Western kind of side of things.
That's right, because guess what? That's my business.
Yes, that's your business.
The point. That's what we should be concentrating on.
I get it. That's what
ourselves. I can't say that to you. Your difference is that you have to concentrate on what's going on in your neck of the woods, as I have to concentrate on mine.
Yeah, because right here I am dealing with something completely and utterly more scary.
Yeah.
When you have someone like, who haven't had trouble when they were teenagers? We all did, and they always target kids and preteens, and they go like, "Hey, just strap this little belt, go blow yourself up." And the moment you press that trigger, you're going to be greeted in heaven with 72 virgins. And it's not something that, us right now, we're not believers, so we just go like, this is ridiculous. No, this is something that they've been brainwashed with since childhood. I was in that kind of state of mind, and yes, I believed that it was true.
And you know what? Here's the difference. Yeah? If somebody had said that to me when I was a kid, I would have gone, why would I want to blow myself up?
Because it is better for you. Because this life means
better.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because right now, I'm living in a Western democracy where the idea of blowing myself up seems to be a rather stupid thing to do. However, if you put yourself into a position where you're looking around you and all you can see is poverty and waste, and, craters where bombs had blown off and whatnot, you're probably going to think you're going to find a better place.
No. It's not only that. Maybe targeting like more impoverished areas.
You cannot excuse radicalization only on the fact that somebody can brainwash some kid. You've got to understand that they have a look around them in the world and they can see what's going on.
I have the numbers to back me up, and maybe I'm not standing in front of my computer. I'm on the balcony now, but I have the numbers to back me up. The Saudi terrorists that were caught or executed in the past 3 years are very, very well off. Every
Saudi
one of them
terrorists who are caught or executed.
Yes, they were very, very well off. Every time they catch terrorists, at least in the Gulf region. You know what they find? They
You're
find
talking
millions.
You're talking about
millions,
suicide bombers before.
Yes, millions of dollars in cash. No, I'm talking about people who are like trying to commit a crime or a terrorist attack, and they get caught before they actually commit it. The intelligence system is, at least in Saudi, they're doing a pretty good job catching them before the act.
So this is against Saudi.
Yeah, against Saudi. And we've seen this pattern repeat itself over and over again.
Can I interject for a second?
Yeah, okay.
It seems like to me, from listening to both you guys, you're both walking around the solution from two different sides.
Yeah,
I mostly see Habib agreeing with you, Rob.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm agreeing with you on this. The thing is, you need to combat radicalism, but my thing is that it's not going to help you unless we're helping you on this side. And the problem that you have, of course, is that our idea of helping you is to interfere, which basically drives people to get fucking resentful of our interference. My solution for the West is to leave you the fuck alone, to let you get on with it and to work it out for yourselves, so that you actually can. And when somebody blames the West for this reason or that reason, you can at least turn around and kind of go, well, you're wrong, because they've left us alone. And that way they can't actually use that as leverage. They have now a new reason to actually think, hang on a second, we can do this for ourselves. But if they're always having to sort of, you're talking about Saudi Arabia? My God, man. Why do you think the Saudi royal family is so powerful?
Yeah,
they can buy tanks and planes and all kinds of fucking
arms. It's not just that. I mean, you just...
Who's selling it to them?
Okay, you're assuming that the main target for terrorists is just the West.
No, you were talking about the fact that these are anti-Saudi terrorists.
No, they're just they're anti anything that is not as Muslim as they are. They're not anti-Saudi government. So
who are they bombing then at this point? Who are they killing?
They're killing Muslims that they don't deem as Muslim as they are.
So you're in a position, that nobody's really got anything else to do.
We're in a position here.
I have a look at Brexit, for example. Yeah, do you honestly think that these guys, if they had actually had a decent job going for them, they had basically a future for their kids, they've got a mortgage together, and they've got a fucking sort of like a pension that's looking pretty good for them and stuff like that? Do you think they would have been throwing all of that into the fucking bin and then leaving Europe? No, they wouldn't.
No, well, maybe not in your case, but
let me tell you one thing.
Let me tell you one thing, Rob. Let me tell you one thing, Robin. I'll tell you one thing, and this is an anecdote, but I can back it up with numbers that would say that it's a pattern as well. You do know that I lost friends to a terrorist attack, right? You know the kind of
yes.
You know the car that they blew near the mosque was a Mercedes, a brand new Mercedes. These guys were loaded.
Right, no, you're doing this completely wrong. Because
how so?
Because you're talking about ideology here. Yeah. Go to Ireland, for example, where you've got basically Irish versus Scottish, Northern Irish versus Southern Irish. The argument isn't about whether you're Protestant or whether you're Catholic. It's whether you're Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland. The excuse is the religion.
No, the religion is more than an excuse. It's basically the whole reason they're doing it.
I mean, what's the ideology that's different between Shia and Sunni?
The main difference is the belief of the succession, who should succeed Muhammad at the time.
Yeah.
And then it varies into who they believe in different hadiths, they believe in different ceremonies, but it's very, very superficial. But the way we were taught as kids, and the way it was circulated in schools, they were just like, no, those Shias are just filthy non-Muslims and they should face repercussions. Yet, the government of Saudi never really took action on it. They just planted the seed of hatred. It's there. It's in school. It's in college.
Divide and conquer.
Yes, basically.
And why would you? You're not. Are you sort of like grown up poor or rich?
Oh well, we were middle class. I grew up pretty.
And are there a lot of middle class people in Saudi?
Yep.
And they're all ready to hate a particular brand of Muslim.
Oh yes. The hatred level in Saudi is off the chart.
And which brand of Muslim is the middle class brand of Muslim, and which brand of Muslim is the lower class brand of Muslim?
It's all around the spectrum. Like when you go to the Shiites, you have from the poorest of poor, and you have like the filthy rich.
Who's the Saudi royal family? Which version of Islam is that?
They're Sunnis.
They're Sunnis. What's the most oppressed minority there?
You have both Sunnis and Shiites as oppressed people.
Yeah, but it's mainly Shias, isn't it?
No, because Saudi is not. When it comes to the class system over there, it's basically tribal. It's not religious. It's all tribes.
Well, then we're completely off the fucking reservation at this point. This is the point, mate.
You're looking at oppression and who's more oppressed, and you're trying to draw a correlation between.
I'm not talking about oppression. I'm actually talking about inequity.
Yeah, you're trying to equate that to what drives someone to commit a terrorist attack.
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
To be honest,
it's an easy excuse to just say that it's religion. It's an easy excuse to just blame religion for it. And I mean, like you said, how many billions of Muslims out there? What, 1.5 billion Muslims?
1.7.
If it was just 1.7, if it was just that, if it was just the religion itself that was doing it, every single one of you would be fucking on fire right now. You're not all killing each other. That is not. It's a poor excuse to just blame just the religion on it. There's more involved in that, and as you just said, it's tribal for fuck's sake. Go to Northern Ireland.
Is tribal, yes.
Go to Northern Ireland. That's fucking tribal.
All right. I mean,
go to I don't know.
So are you trying to tell me that religion has nothing to do with it?
Did I say that religion has nothing to do with it?
Well, I mean, every time I mention a religion, and you said it's a sad excuse to just blame religion.
Yes.
So are you saying
I'll say it again?
To do?
It's a sad excuse to just blame religion. Now, please say that you can translate that into me saying that it is only religion.
Because here's the thing, like whenever time I go like, hey, it's the religion because it has a lot of these things. I mean,
but it's not the only reason.
The more pious you are, the more radical you are. And when the religion itself, when the scripture itself promotes these kind of actions, and when you have the mullahs right now getting louder and louder, social media was a dual-edged sword. We have now statistics that say that at least 20% of Saudis are religious. Religious means that they are just culturally Muslim. They don't really relate to Islam in any way. It's just like, yeah, I'm just,
well, that's kind of a
call
good.
myself that.
That's kind of a good start.
Yeah, you have 5% of Saudis that are just atheists. You don't see them in the mainstream because they're all in hiding. Yeah, and yeah, the vast majority of Muslims they would read the text, they would read the scripture, and they go like, yeah, this is just for a different time. I don't really care. I don't want to get educated on it. I don't give a fuck. However, social media had another thing as well. For anyone who takes their religion seriously, there are plenty of sources right now on the internet and social media to get radicalized. And I think that made it more dangerous, and that's why we need to tackle it as it is. And that's my main battle. Maybe you just want to go like, yeah, I'm just going to go with the Western intervention. Maybe I want to have more equality. Maybe we're going to have like...
No, it's not. You've misread me. You've misread me.
No, hold on.
It's to do with the Western responsibility of this.
Yeah, maybe you're going to look at different factors.
And
you're going to have...
No. What I'm talking about is what it's like. Kind of go. What can we do about Islam? What can we do about the Middle East? And it's like, well, if it's to do with what we can do as the West, that's what I'm concentrating on. Now, all of the other little bits and bobs that go in between, all the tribalism, or the sort of like the Sunni Shia and all this sort of thing, yeah? But this isn't my business. That's the point. I'm not, keep your fucking religion, guys. I hope you all calm down. Do what you want. If you want to fucking kill each other over your tribalist business until you actually sort of coalesce some regions or whatever like that, then that's your bag. maybe that's what you need to do in order to get that point where you've healed. But until that's happened, us walking in there all the time and basically just sort of poking people in the ribs, it's not going to work. And all it does is actually end up having Saudis, say about 12 of them, I don't know, flying a plane into a building in New York and then dragging us all into a protracted war for 10 years. Not really helping, is it? That's what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the West's responsibility to the Middle East.
Yeah,
not
like
what it's responsible for.
No, hold on.
Its responsibility
like
to
I said,
the Middle East.
you are looking at other factors that contributed to the whole mess. And yes, I commend you for it. Like, go ahead, look at other factors.
All I'm saying is, we're not going to turn you atheist. We're not going to turn you all atheist. We are not responsible for it either. The West is not responsible for turning the Middle East into some sort of secular paradise. That's your job. That's the Middle East job, to work it out for themselves. Us going in there and interfering has only given excuses for the most radical people to basically become even more radicalized, because they've got outside interference as an excuse. Look at all of these people interfering in our lives. We're able to. That's a new enemy for people to get angry with. The reason that you're poor is not because this or this. It's because of that. It's not because I'm taking all your money and using it as your oil revenue so I can fuck prostitutes in my massive yacht. No, it's those Westerners. And every excuse we give them, it's not going to help us. And I'm talking about the West. We don't help ourselves by going in there. And, well, the only people who do help themselves, I feel, are those that are basically connected to these oil sheikhs. Those are the only winners in this.
Of course they are. I mean, they're going to make a lot of money out of it. And the military...
See, I don't disagree with you. All I'm saying is that when I'm talking about responsibility and who's responsible for this and who's responsible for that, the West never admits to its responsibility. And it almost overdoes its responsibilities to people, if you see what I mean. So instead of admitting, yeah, we fucked up, we really should stop interfering with you guys, and stop interfering with you guys, we go, no, we didn't fuck up, no, we don't interfere with you, and then fucking interfere.
So what do you think they should do in Syria then?
In Syria?
Right now, with the whole mess in Syria.
The UN should have gone in right from the word go, and basically given an avenue for escape for everybody who wanted to leave there, set up camps around the surrounding area, let the remaining protagonists fight it out and arrest the winner. Hold him for war crimes, and if he's actually done a decent thing and not committed war crimes and genocide in order to actually win said war, then he should be allowed to walk free and be the leader of said country.
So the Thunderdome solution.
Exactly, yeah. Let them fucking fight it out. And if that motherfucker basically was a war criminal while he was doing it, well, guess what? You're in fucking jail, motherfucker. And then you install a reasonably small area of government. You allow these people to come back in. You hold elections. You get a new leader, and then you fuck the fuck off. And you give them a good old hand. You make sure that everyone's still got their food. And make sure that they've got their industry.
I have a question. After that happens, if things decay again, do we step in or do we just continue to stay out?
Depends if it goes down to the point of civil war. I personally think that any civil war within a country should be instantly interfered with the UN. And its entire mandate is to basically protect people from leaving, so they can leave that country as refugees and they can be set up, and then you help these you basically get them out of the way so that the people that wish to do the fighting can do the fighting, and if they want to fight, that's up to them. And once they're all dead and the remainders are there, those remainers get held for war crimes no matter what, whether they committed them or not. They get held for the trial, the evidence is looked into, and if they're guilty, they're guilty. If they're innocent, they're innocent. That's that. That's what the UN is supposed to do. That's what a UN interference is supposed to do, is to come in on a civil war and save civilian lives.
Well, okay, I mean, that's a very nice ideal, and yeah, that's the way it should have happened, but let's look at it realistically now.
Oh, now it's a fucking mess. You might as well, fucking, whatever you do, you're damned. Doesn't matter what you do, you're down.
Looking at it
That's the point of
realistically,
solving it first.
there is a lot of people that go like, "Hey, the West should just pull out." I'm like, no, you don't pull out now. That would be the worst thing to do now.
Yeah, you're in now. You've got your fucking foot jammed in the mud. What, you're going to just pull your shoe out? Fuck that.
Yeah, because you already have ISIS that is seeping into the rest of the world, and you have interference from. Let me count. We've got Lebanon in there. You've got Saudi Arabia in there. You've got Iran. You've got
really feel for the Lebanon.
The US.
I really feel for the Lebanon on this one. God, they're talk about, you know, everyone's sort of like sitting there about Germany and kind of going, oh, you fucking Lebanon's had their fucking.
I don't have any sympathy for Lebanon because you know who they're protecting. They're protecting Assad.
I know, I'm talking about the Lebanese and how that country has actually had so many refugees coming in there, in the millions. It's almost doubled their population.
They've housed Syrian people for quite a while. It was kind of deal that they made with Hafiz al-Assad, the father of Bashar al-Assad, and it's basically, we're going to house all the people that you don't really like, and in return you give amnesty to Hezbollah to do whatever they want in the region and keep it hush-hush.
But like I said, I'm not talking about the authorities, I'm talking about the people.
So,
you know, talk about a struggle for everybody to be able to cope with it, because the authorities, yeah, they're making their little fucking deals, but it's the people that have to deal with those struggles.
Yeah, I feel for a lot of people in this mess. But yeah, I mean, just trying to count how many arms and how many people are involved in there. The Iranians are in there, the Russians are in there, everybody's in there, just bombing the shit out of everything else. To just go like, hey, we're just gonna stop. Bye.
I'm just going to stop now. Off to bed now. Good night.
Yeah, I'd like to continue this a bit further with you, mate, but I think it's probably way long for anybody who has to listen to us rabble. So I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm just going to close up the open house anyway. It's been wonderful talking to everybody on here. Hi, Gamer Guides. I didn't spot you there before, mate. We're too busy. It's been nice talking to everybody on side chat and having our lovely guests here. Habib, I'm really sorry I didn't actually put you on the guest list. I feel really bad about this, as well as Anna. Thank you for hanging in there. Once again, welcome to the new year. I won't say Happy New Year yet. You know, I'll wait until the end, I think. I'll wait, you know, just in case. So, enjoy yourselves and see you next week. There it is.
Okay.